That'll look funny on camera. Luca Dono, Fraud Proof Wars. And I've got all these on my phone, so I should know what's coming up.
Yeah.
Fraud Proof Wars.
Yeah. So you can like cut into like Luca, Donald.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can have this if it's
I think this is gonna be easier for me to read.
Oh, sure.
Fraud Proof Wars, and then the Dave Fraud Proof Algorithm System, 3 transitions, L2 interop, MUDs, end-to-end internet games, and 7683 is broken.
Yeah. Cool. So we're going to like start like to introduce one by one.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and I introduced them right before their talk, right?
Okay. So yeah. So for like when you like welcoming all the audience, you can like introduce him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And when you like say, okay, please welcome Mr. Luca, and it's going to.
Please welcome Luca Dano. He's going to be speaking about Fraud Proof Wars. Big hand.
And I'm be the speaker for you. And then Q&A, okay. Good morning. How are you? And then my slides goes here. And this is come to an end of my slides. Thank you.
The Q&A is on the screen. Yeah. Oh, and I'll see it up there.
Yeah.
That was some very insightful stuff about fraud proofs. So we got some questions from the audience. The highest voted one is, what is your favorite color?
I like green. How about yours?
I like green too. My backpack's green. It's pretty amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
So how did you have breakfast today?
I've had breakfast. Yep.
Okay. So how was your flight?
Oh, it was a great flight.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, looks like time's up. I'd like to thank Luca for speaking, and
Okay.
we'll be back here in about 5 minutes.
And the timer is going to be here. Yep. Right.
5 or 3 minutes, or if it runs over, or if it runs short.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 minutes, and when it's like, it's going to count down. When you go to 30 seconds, they will have the background music come up like this. And then, yes, and then you, okay, thank you for me, and then I'm going down.
All right. Thanks, Luca.
Thank
See
you.
everyone.
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, I have to take key.
And then I chill for 5. Good morning, Devcon, and it's great to see everyone here bright and early after the first night of side event parties. Coming up first, we have our first speaker of the day. Luca Dano is going to be speaking about fraud-proof wars. Everyone give a big hand up for Luca Dano.
Maybe we have one more time, like when you welcome.
Yeah.
When you welcome, yeah, maybe I have one again.
Right.
Because a little bit slower when you like.
Okay.
Yeah, because they have to put the
Oh,
animation up.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. A little more pattern, a little slower. Okay.
So yeah, you can wait here until the animation, like you see that's the one that.
Got it. Good morning, everyone. Wednesday at Devcon. I was great to see everyone here in the morning. I hope you didn't have too many late nights at all of the side events. Coming up, we have Luca Dano. He flew in from someplace I'm going to ask him about and where he showed up. He's going to be speaking to us today about fraud-proof wars. Everyone, clap your hands for Luca Dano.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Luca Dano. So this is my slides. Blah, 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 blah. So now we are coming to an end of my slides. End of my slides. I have 27 slides. Thank you. Is there any question? Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Thanks for telling us about fraud proofs. We got some questions coming up from our app, from the QR codes. The first question is, no questions, be first to ask.
Right. So
Great.
should we, anyone has a question?
Well, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Right. I'm talking with somebody in my head. So
Okay.
They said just keep talking to you.
Keep talking? Okay.
And they will counting down
They'll
for.
count down, so
Right. So
keep talking, great.
they
So
just pretend that
all these
okay,
fraud proofs things, and
the time is up. So you see, it's just 30 seconds.
the music's coming, great. Yeah, all right, thanks for sharing with us,
Okay,
Luca.
thank you.
We'll have our next speaker here at 11:30.
Right. Thank you, Kategi.
Clicker. Thank you. Thank you.
Good Tuesday morning, Devcon. It's great to see everyone out here that didn't have too much fun at the parties last night. It's going to be some great talks today about a lot of Layer 2 stuff going on. During the talks today, as a reminder, there's going to be a QR code that shows up on the right side here. If everybody could scan that during the talk and collect their card, and also that's going to give you a link to the Q&A. After the talk, there's going to be a 5-minute Q&A session, and you can ask questions, and you can upvote questions you want answers to. So scan the QR code during the talk so we can get some good Q&A questions. Our first speaker today flew in from Italy, Luca Dono. He will be speaking on fraud-proof wars. So if we could give a big hand for Luca as he comes up.
Hey everyone, I'm Luca. I do research at Altobit, and I'm here to talk about fraud proofs. So there are many different types of fraud proofs. There are off-chain fraud proofs, on-chain fraud proofs, single round, multi-round. this talk is mainly about on-chain multi-round proof systems, which is what the top optimistic rollups use today, like Arbitrum, Optimism, or Base. But the thing is that these two proof systems, so the one developed by Arbitrum and the one developed by Optimism, are very different. There are very different trade-offs. And my goal here is to give you an intuition on why they're different and the security trade-offs that they make. So first of all, what are optimistic rollups? It's very simple intuitively. You need to communicate to L1 the L2 state. So there is an actor, could be yourself, that publishes the state roots of the L2 on L1. And there is a timer. If this timer expires, the state root is optimistically considered correct, so that it can be used for withdrawals. And this is the happy case. You don't need to prove anything about the correctness of the state. In the not so happy case, you can have this actor that publishes an invalid state root, and now what do? You need to prove that this state root is incorrect. And as I said, there are a lot of different designs, and this is what this talk is about. So the original vision about optimistic rollups was the following: that any single honest challenger can protect an optimistic rollup with a fixed challenge period. So, Optimism and Arbitrum have a 7 days challenge period. If there is anyone monitoring the chain and they say that some state root is incorrect, they should be able to challenge it. So, this was the original vision. The problem is that this is not possible at all. And I'm going to explain you why. So the main problem on why this is not possible are Sybil attacks. So let's say that you're an attacker. What you can do in an optimistic rollup is propose millions of invalid state roots at the same time. So you, as the single honest challenger, how do you defend yourself? How do you defend the chain? Imagine you have millions again, and you need to prove all of them wrong to protect the funds that are in the bridge. There are two ways to do this. The first one is what I call full concurrency, which means you have millions of invalid state roots. You need to challenge all of them at the same time, which means that for each state roots, there is a challenge period, which could be 7 days. All these challenge periods overlaps. So the advantage of this approach is that since, again, all the challenge period overlap, after 7 days, some of them will be confirmed. So your settlement delay is 7 days. The problem is that challenging state roots has a cost, has a gas cost, because challenges are interactive. You need to interact with L1 multiple times. And what an attacker can do in this case is trying to outspend you. So the attacker, again, publishes a lot of invalid state roots. You need to spend funds to attack all of them. It could be that at a certain point, you don't have funds anymore, and one of the invalid state roots will be unchallenged, and it will be confirmed, stealing everything. So I have an example here with some data. Let's say that the challenge period is 7 days. They overlap for all these invalid state roots. The cost of challenging on-chain, like the gas cost, is 1 ETH. This is symmetrical for the defender and the attacker because challenges are interactive. There are 1,000 ETH in the bridge. The attacker has 800 ETH. The honest challenger has only 500. At a certain point, the attacker is going to outspend the defender, and the attacker is going to win. So right now, it's not true that any single honest challenger can protect an optimistic rollup with a fixed period, because not anyone has the same amount of funds as the attacker to protect the chain. So, let's say I'm a simple user that only has $1,000 on a chain, and the bounty of the bridge is millions of dollars. An attacker can spend millions to attack it. I cannot defend it clearly. So this is not true. The correct statement is that challengers with more funds than the attackers can protect an optimistic rollup with a fixed challenge period, which is a much stronger claim. The second option is partial concurrency, which is instead of challenging all the invalid state roots at the same time, I challenge them one at a time. So I create this kind of queue, and I play in one challenge. When I finish one challenge, I go to the next one. And this is partial concurrency because you can still have some kind of concurrency in the sense that if you have multiple defenders, they can play against different attackers in parallel. But like in the worst case, if you're alone, you need to play against all of them, one after the other. So let's go through an example. Again, let's say that the challenge period is 7 days per challenge, and there are multiple challenges. The cost is, again, 1 ETH. The funds in the bridge are 1,000 ETH. The attacker funds are 800. And the honest challenger now has very little funds. Having little funds here is not a problem, because you can play, like you only need 1 ETH for the first challenge. Then when you win, because you're guaranteed to win, if you're honest, you will get the bonds of the adversary, and with that bond, you can play the next one. So like you need very little funds, but the problem is that you have an attacker that can spend 800 ETH to play one challenge. You're going to have a delay of 800 weeks, because one challenge takes 1 week, and you have you play them sequentially, so you will have 800 weeks of delay, which is more than 15 years. So, and this is what it's called a delay attack on proof systems that use partial concurrency. So here again, the claim that any single honest challenger can predict an optimistic rollup with a fixed challenge period is not true. The correct statement is that any single honest challenger, in the sense that you need little funds, so it's very decentralized, it can be you, can predict an optimistic rollup with non-fixed challenge period because they use partial concurrency. So there is this trade-off. When you need to design a proof system, you need to decide whether you want to use full concurrency or partial concurrency, which means you either are affected by resource exhaustion attacks, which means that the attacker can try to outspend you, or delay attacks. There is this trade-off. So now let's try to optimize these two cases, because it's not just as bad as I told you, but there is something that you could do to improve the situation. With full concurrency, what you can do is to add bonds. When you add bonds, you add a cost to create challenges. So as I said, the cost of one challenge can be 1 ETH, but if creating a challenge costs 10 ETH, it means that the attacker needs to spend 10 ETH to induce me, as the honest defender, 1 ETH of cost, right? So right now, there is this asymmetry. Like, the C-bills have to stake a lot of bonds. I only need to stake 1. For each bond, they induce me gas cost on playing the challenge. The bond is higher than the cost of one challenge. So let's go through an example. Again, you have a challenge period of 7 days. You have the bond that are 10 ETH. The cost of one challenge is 1 ETH. The funds in the bridge are 1,000. The attacker funds are 800 as before. Honest challenger funds are 500 as before. But now the defenders win, because with 800 ETH, the attacker can only generate 80 C-bills, which means that I will only spend 80 ETH. I have more than that, so in this case I win, even though I have less funds than the attacker. The problem here is that this is very complex to do. You need something that is called execution history commitments, which means that you cannot allow. The problem is you need to play the bisection when you need to go through a challenge, and you should be able to allow everyone to play within the same claim, because otherwise the problem is. So the interactive game works as follows. I propose a state root. The game is interactive. The next player is going to ask me for a midpoint. The problem is I can lie. I can propose the correct state root at the beginning and then propose an invalid bisection. And then I can lose on purpose in this way. So the problem is I can only have this asymmetry if people can join together and state roots cannot lose on purpose. And the way that you do this, the way you prevent invalid bisections, is by having a commitment over all the steps, the state after all the steps, so that when you bisect, you can provide a miracle proof that the bisection is correct. But again, this is super complex. You are not supposed to understand this, because as I said, this is super, super complex. So improving on full concurrency is very complex. You need to add levels, because now when you have execution history commitments over all the steps, you need to miracleize the state for all the steps. These steps are like on the order of 2 to the 70 steps. This is unfeasible, so you cannot miracleize all of them. You need to have bigger chunks. And then when you bisect and you reach one chunk, you need to repeat the protocol recursively. And then when you do this, you create another type of attack across levels. And then you might say, I don't want to use levels at all, so let me plug ZK proofs. Again, you're not supposed to understand this. You're just supposed to understand that this gets very complicated when you want to improve on full concurrency. So in practice, Arbitrum, the new proof system that they will deploy soon, and Optimism on mainnet today use full concurrency. So they have fixed challenge periods of 7 days. Arbitrum uses this very complicated setup called execution history commitments. Optimism doesn't. And for this reason, Arbitrum can have what is called the resource ratio of 15%, which means if an attacker, let's say, has 1,000 ETH, me as a defender, to protect the chain, I only need 15% of the funds that the attacker is willing to spend to protect the chain, as the example we made before with bonds. While Optimism doesn't have this, they cannot have this asymmetry, this advantage. And indeed, if you are a defender and you want to protect the chain, you need 109% of the funds that the attacker has. So like more than 100%, like significantly more, I would say. So again, imagine you have a bridge with 1 million ETH, an attacker can spend a little less than that, and you need more than that to protect the chain. So it's a lot of funds. The problem is you need very big bond sizes, because your bond size needs to be a multiple of the gas cost to pay a challenge. And in Arbitrum, this bond size is 3,600 ETH, which is insane. So like you affect decentralization by a lot. And you have this trade-off between resource ratio and initial bond size, because as I said, right now, when you increase the bond size, you can have better resource ratio, like a lower resource ratio, which is better, which improves safety, but affects decentralization. Let's try to optimize partial concurrency. So instead of having all the challenges one after the other, what you can do is to create a tournament, like a bracket tournament. This is something that was developed by Cartesi, which is another team working on fraud proofs. So what you can do is you create this bracket tournament. The matches are in parallel. And if you have a lot of C-bills, since they are in this tournament, they will eliminate each other. Because they are paired together. So this is a strategy to eliminate C-bills together. And then since the brackets are then sequential, the honest challenger will only play a logarithmic number of challenges compared to the number of the C-bills. So if you go to an example, right now the delay is not 800 weeks, but it's a logarithm of that, which is 2 months and 1 week. And in practice, the current Arbitrum classic protocol, the one that is live on mainnet, that will be replaced, use partial concurrency. Cartesi will use partial concurrency as well. Cartesi uses the tournament. Arbitrum doesn't. The initial bond size, let's say 3 ETH. Cartesi is much better than Arbitrum because, again, they use these. There are a lot of caveats here, but like to simplify, a tournament is a very nice optimization to use when you want to use partial concurrency. And the bond size that you need are super small as well. So now you also have this trade-off between initial bond size and delay attacks, because if you increase the bond size in partial concurrency, you can create less C-bills. And when you have less C-bills, you have like a lower number of challenge periods. So like a lower number of matches, which means also the settlement is faster. This is the summary, more or less, which means that you can see on the vertical axis that if you go full concurrency, you're faster, your settlement gets faster, but you sacrifice safety and decentralization. If you go partial concurrency, it's very decentralized, very safe, because you need very low bonds. And yeah, very low bonds, and your resource ratio is like, it's not even a ratio, it's constant. Then you can play with bond sizes for partial concurrency to be faster but less decentralized, or you can play with bonds on full concurrency to be more safe, to have a better resource ratio, sacrificing decentralization, or you can also play, in principle, with a challenge period to be like, if you have a shorter challenge period, your settlement will be faster, but you sacrifice safety significantly. So I have some further points. I don't have time to discuss all of them. But one point is there any way to reduce this challenge period? Because right now it's 7 days for all of them. Can we go below that? The answer is no. I don't think we can do this because, first of all, why it's 7 days? The reason is to protect from a strong censorship attack on Ethereum. So there are two types of censorship that you can have. You can have weak censorship or strong censorship. Weak censorship means that you have a certain percentage of builders censoring transactions. You know, like as a context, censoring is a concern because if the honest challenger is censored, the invalid state root is going to be confirmed, right? So if there is a percentage of builders that is censoring, this is not really a problem because you still have a high percentage of probability, a high probability of getting included within a short amount of time. The main problem is that if there is a majority of attesters, like 51% of attesters censoring, all the transactions from the honest defenders will be excluded from the chain. So now we will need to coordinate a hard fork to hard fork away the censoring validators, right? And we agreed a while ago that to do this, to coordinate an hard fork, we needed around 7 days. So if your protocol uses a challenge period that is less than 7 days, you cannot protect from strong censorship attacks. Do optimistic rollups make sense if we have ZK? I think they do, in the sense that you cannot be cheaper than an optimistic rollup. In the happy case, you will not, you don't have costs apart of the bare execution of your state transition function. You don't have the proof generation cost. Your throughput is the same as the machine, and well, in ZK you can parallelize proof generation and so on, but there are also centralization concerns. So you want to exit from a rollup. Not everyone has the hardware or the ZK ASICs to prove a lot of blocks by themselves if they're censored. So optimistic rollups have these nicer properties, but should more project be ZK? I think so. I think the answer is yes, in the sense that if most of the L2s today, we have L2s, we have scalability. The problem that L2s created is fragmentation. Most of the L2s want to fix fragmentation. Can you have interoperability with a 7 days challenge period? I don't think so. So every project that aims at being interoperable with all the others, I think this should be ZK. For all the other use cases, if you're building a game, you don't need interoperability. I think the optimistic approach is great. So that's it. Thank you.
Wow, committing fraud is really complicated. I thought you just signed a different name on the check. So we got some questions from the audience, and the first one up there, I saw this one going up. It's really interesting. In all optimistic L2s, how many times has there been a fraud actually reported and acted upon?
We actually have a few examples of fraud proofs happening on chain, but those fraud proofs are not the result of people being malicious. Most of the time was just that there were some validators, some nodes that didn't upgrade their software, so they saw an invalid state root because they were running on a previous version. This has happened in Chroma, I think. It has happened in Quinto recently, which is an Orbit stack, like an Arbitrum fork. So another example that is a fun one is on Fuel V1. We L2Bit tried to steal $8 from Fuel V1. And full v1 is this app-specific rollup that is no one uses. Basically, there's no activity. So like we wanted to see whether there was anyone trying to defend the chain, even if it was not used. The bond size was 0.5 ETH. We lost. So like all the TVL in full v1, it's like our funds, and because there was someone watching, indeed.
Yeah, that Fuel V1 story is going to be the stuff of legend. Next question. Can't the challenger just challenge the first wrong state root, hence invalidating all state roots that are proposed after by the proposer?
Well, it depends on the protocol. Like most of the protocols, like Optimism today, all the state roots are independent. So like invalidating one state roots doesn't invalidate all of the others, but also like you need to allow multiple proposals to be sent for the same state, right? Because like it's not just that state roots are sequential. It could be that for a single point in time, for a single block number, you need to have multiple proposals because again you can have a lot of Sybils, so you need to challenge all of them. You could have a fallback mechanism such that if multiple state roots are confirmed, like you halt or something. But like challenging one state root is not enough. That's the TLDR.
Cool. Next question. You kind of alluded to this in the slide. How do you see solutions like optimistic ZK hybrid solutions?
Yeah, so this is an interesting one. As I said, if you use these, if you need to use these execution history commitments, which most of the optimistic proof system use, you have these problems with levels and recursion, and you might prefer not to do that because, as I said, it's very complex. Cartesi decided to go hybrid in the sense that they will have an optimistic protocol, but at a certain point, instead of proving just one single step in their RISC-V machine, because they use RISC-V underneath, they prove a big chunk of steps. So I think it makes sense to improve the gas cost. Well, you can have off-chain proving costs, so like that's debatable, but like another approach is single round. Instead of going to the route of multi-round proof system, you could do what Tycho does, which is you propose, you challenge, and when you challenge, you need to provide a ZK proof either with RISC-0 or SP1. So I think in the future, if an optimistic rollup want to use a fraud proof system, it's very likely that they will also need ZK somehow in their stack.
Cool. Next question. Can part of the answers be facilitating an honest offender having snowballing community support? The other honest observers can validate the challenge and support? Yes.
So to allow honest defenders to play together as one, you need ad hoc mechanisms. It's not super obvious. There are some proof systems, like the current one in Arbitrum, that doesn't allow honest defenders to play together because there are some issues. But the idea is, yes, like the honest defender in an optimistic rollup is going to win, is going to profit. So that's the main reason why some of these projects say, look, it's not a problem if we need a lot of funds to protect the chain because it's profitable. A lot of people will join and defend the chain together. Yes, like the plan is to have multiple ones. Yes.
All right, everyone, give Dono a big hand. Our next talk will be at 11 o'clock sharp about Dave. welcome back, everyone. We just had a great session about fraud-proof wars. Now we're going to hear about somebody you probably know people named Dave. Well, now you're going to know about a fraud-proof named Dave. So quick reminder, there's a QR that's going to come up. That's where you get access to the card for the session and where you can ask questions and upvote questions. But without further ado, please put your hands up for Gabriel from Brazil.
Hello, can you all hear me? Okay, I'm Gabriel. And today we're going to be talking fraud proofs, you know, like another session about fraud proofs. We will present a new technique that we've just published, in fact, so it's been in the oven for quite a while, and I'm quite excited to show it to you all. But the bottom line is that we weren't quite happy on the current set of fraud proofs, so we created a new algorithm. So first, I'd like to thank Cartesi for all the grants provided, and also my co-authors, Augusto, who is here on the audience, and Diego. So thank you all, and also to all the organizers of this amazing event. Yeah, so first, I want to get this question out of the way, the ZK question. It may feel that when we're talking about fraud proofs, that we're trying to figure out the best grass to feed our horses, and I want to push back against that notion, you know, because there are no silver bullets, you know, ZK is not panacea. When you compare them with fraud proofs, there's a sharp contrast in throughput and costs, which means that depending on the application, you're going to prefer the different algorithms, you know, there are going to be trade-offs in the end. There's no silver bullets. That's the point I wanted to get across. So now let's focus on fraud proofs. Yeah. The agenda today is that they're actually quite hard to get. I hope you got that notion from Luca's talk. All the previous attempts were either unsafe, centralized, or slow, and Dave is not. Yeah, so fraud proofs are in a difficult position right now. So we have the pressure, you know, on the top there's Vitalik's tweet, essentially calling for stricter standards. But if we look at L2Beat, we don't see full pizzas, right? So we have the pressure, but we don't have the implementations coming. And the reason for that is because it's actually quite hard to get fraud proofs right. And by right, I mean essentially three properties. The first two are there. I want you to be able to become a validator. I want you to be able to go there without a supercomputer, without huge bonds, and be able to participate in the consensus, in the protocol. And the second property is that I want that you be able to defeat anyone by yourself, even if you're facing against a nation state. So if you get those two properties, to defend an optimistic rollup, all you have to do is set up a node on your own infrastructure. You don't need to delegate trust to anybody else. We inherit the security of the base layer. So those are like the two, like one event property, and we want it to be decentralized. And the next one is that we want settlement to happen without large delays. We want settlement to happen quickly. So let me run all the three of them together. They kind of look like this. You know, decentralization. I want you to be able to participate without a supercomputer or huge bonds. There's security, which means the TVL cannot be stolen, even if you're facing against this nation state. And liveness, no large delays. And you might be getting some flashbacks, you know, like some PTSD, like, oh no, do we have another trilemma? And yeah, kinda, you know, it's actually quite hard to get the three of them at the same time. And you can always naively go from one vertex to the other. But you sacrifice one to gain the other, you know, so you can't take this trade-off. So it does look like a real trilemma. And the reason for that is Sybil attacks. I will zoom in on only the first one, which is resource exhaustion attacks. It's like a spam attack where you create like a huge number of Sybils, and you just drain the funds of the honest validator until they can no longer participate in the game, and then you can steal the TVL. So this is a Sybil attack that targets the security of the algorithm. And there are mitigation strategies, but they end up restricting participation and thus harming decentralization. So there are three main solutions that we will talk today. There are several others, but we'll talk about these two. The first two is by Optimism, Optimism fault proof. There's also Arbitrum's Bold, and our own permissionless referee tournaments, PRT for short. This is the previous algorithm we did. That was our first attempt at cracking this. And I want to highlight the very important fact that the top two, you know, the first two, If you look at the TVL distribution on L2Bit, pretty much most of it is being protected by those first two. You know, it's either an OP chain or an Arbitrum chain. So we need to keep this in mind because we need to take the analysis of these algorithms quite seriously. So this is the sneak peek comparison between those three and the one we're going to present today. And the columns, they map directly to those three properties. So for example, bonds, if you look at bold, you need 3,600 ETH to become a validator. So it's a very high bond value. And this has a centralization effect. So the bond column is related to centralization, decentralization. Now, expenses, just to highlight this, this is a 1 million Ether attack scenario. So we assume that the adversary is willing to burn that amount of money. In that case, if it's a OP fault proof, the defender has to match those funds. So if you don't have also 1 million Ether, you will lose the TVL. So that column, expenses, maps to security. And finally, we have delay. If you look at our own, if there's this 1 million Ether attack, civil attack, you get 20 weeks delay, which is also quite high. So, none of the three we feel are quite adequate. And today we will present Dave, which is on the bottom, which strikes a good balance across all three of them. Cool. So let's talk about some basic concepts of fraud proofs. Okay, so first our threat model. We assume that the layer 1 works. However, we also assume that it can be censored for up to 1 week. So think like a censorship budget that the adversary has, and they can spend it at will. And we also assume there is one honest validator, which we're going to say it's Willy. And Willy has a laptop, a few Ether, and values, hard values. So we begin with the basic primitive, which is a pairwise refutation. So the goal is that, well, you have two players. You have Willy, the adversary, and the blockchain acting as a referee in the middle. And those two will engage in a dispute to prove that the other is wrong. And they want to, in the end, the goal is to prove the result of a program to the referee. And it's interesting because they don't prove the correct result directly. They prove that the other is incorrect. And since we assume Will is there, he's the one who's going to enforce the right result because he's the honest one. Yeah, so they're going to fight to prove the correct result of a program. Now, what do we mean by program? The computation model has an initial state and a state transition function agreed by everyone. And then we apply the state transition function over and over the initial state until we get the final state. And that final state is the result of the program. That's what we are trying to prove to the blockchain. And the intuition of a refutation game is that first we're going to perform a binary search on this computation and try to pinpoint the exact state transition that they first disagreed on. Because if they agree before and disagree after, somewhere in the middle, they started disagreeing. And we want to pinpoint exactly that. And once you find that divergence, you can execute a single state transition function, the referee, the blockchain, and figure out who's lying and eliminate this liar. So this is the basic intuition, but we're going to make a slight change to this. So instead of committing just to the final state, which is really what we're interested about, we are going instead to make a commitment on the whole history of the computation. So we have all these transient states, and we're going to commit to that. So it's like a Merkle tree, where the leaves are all the transient states. We Merkleize that, we get the claim, so we turn the dispute not just on the final state, but also on the history. And this change is important, because we remove the possibility of false flag attacks, which are quite annoying, so we can join claims that are the same together on the same team. And this enables a whole bunch of algorithms, including PRT, because we introduced this technique on PRT, and Dave, which we're going to present today. Now, the final piece to get all the primitives is deadlines, because it's an interactive protocol. So players act in turns. And if they refuse to act, we need to do something. So we need to set deadlines to eliminate players who are not cooperating. But remember, we have the 1 week censorship in our threat model. So naively, we would have to set a 1 week for each interaction, which would kill the liveness of any protocol. So what we instead do, this is a technique that many protocols use, is something like a chess clock. So this allows you to amortize this 1 week across many interactions instead of having to pay it for every single interaction. So you turn from like the 7-day multiplying each interaction for it to be like an additive part of the expression. And then you only need to pay for each interaction the real time of that interaction in the absence of censorship. Because an interaction is quite fast, you know, it's like 5 minutes. And we don't want to pay on top of that 5 minutes 7 days. So we use the chess clock to amortize that. Now, let's generalize this. This is a pairwise refutation first. Now let's do a multi-party refutation. And there are 2 high-level approaches. One is the parallel approach, which is more like what Bold uses. And the good part of it is that it finishes fast. So we have Willy engaging every other claim in parallel at the same time. But the problem is that we incur the chance of overwhelming Willy, right? So imagine that instead of only 5, we had like 1 million Sybils. We'd have Willy trying to fight everybody at the same time, and he could get overwhelmed and lose a TVL. So we have this, you know, oh, it's fast, but it might overwhelm Willy. And we can mitigate that by increasing bonds, but then we start centralizing the algorithm. With PRT, which is our previous algorithm, we went a different route. We use this tournament idea, right? So we put Sybils to fight against other Sybils. So the number of rounds is logarithmic, the expenses are logarithmic, and the delay is logarithmic. So this all means exponential advantage. Willy has an exponential advantage on delay and resources. But each round takes a week because of the censorship. You know, even amortizing the week across a match, every round still has to last at least a week. So if we imagine this, the analogous of 1 million Sybils here, there will be 20 rounds. So it will take 20 weeks, which is high, you know. But matches only take 2 hours in practice, you know. In the absence of censorship, they would take 2 hours. But because there could be censorship, we need to add the week. So we were thinking, oh, why don't we try to amortize this 1 week not only inside a single round, but across the entire dispute. So this is what we'll try to do. So what I'll present now is an attempt to accomplish that. Okay, so the algorithm is called Dave, and it's just Dave. It's not an acronym. It's based on the David versus Goliath archetype, because, anyway, so the first change we make is we change the tournament to a repêchage tournament. This is a fancy name just to mean matches are not eliminatory. You don't eliminate a claim as soon as it loses. You give it a while, you know. It has to lose multiple times before it's finally eliminated. So this is what repêchage means. Now, don't try to think about how long this will take. Forget that. Let's just think on the soundness of it. I want, on this slide, to convince you that Willy won't lose, and he will defeat everybody. Let's think about time later. Yeah, so imagine that we have the censorship of 1 week, but we reduce the rounds, the matches, to 1 day. So every 1 day, Dave rematches everybody, including Willy, and then they fight. The next day, rematches everybody again, and so on. We know that Willy can't lose unless there's censorship. But even if there's censorship, we know that Willy can't lose more than 7 times because the budget is only 7 days. So it's like Willy has 8 hit points, but the adversary has only 7 bullets. So the best the adversary can do is spend his whole budget and force Willy to lose 7 hit points, and then he's out of budget, and now Willy is very angry indeed and is going to kill everybody else. Now, this may seem a bit abstract, so let's get it more concrete. So this is a different example. The previous one was with 8 hit points. This one is just 3. The optimal value is more like 21, you know, but it's hard to visualize that. So let's go with 3 first. Yeah, so everybody's on the same bucket in the beginning. Everyone has 3 HP. And the white arrows point to the matchmaking. So Willy is paired against red, and green is paired against gray. So red and green lose, so they are demoted. Then we rematch again. Now this time Willy is against gray, red is against green. So green loses, gray loses, and it keeps going like this, this logic of pairing. Whoever loses gets demoted. And eventually, Willy wins, he kills everyone. But on this example, note that we assume there's no censorship, so Willy didn't lose any hearts. He could have lost hearts, but it's, it would take more images to do that, so we're just assuming that, there's no censorship for this figure, but there could be. So Willy could lose 2 rounds, but not the third one. But we didn't talk about how this matchmaking is done. And this is quite delicate, in fact. This is at the heart of the matchmaking. We can't do it randomly. We cannot do this adversarially, Byzantine, It has to be done in a very specific way, which is we need to do matchmaking by hit point. So we want to match the same hit point with same hit point, or at least as close as possible. So looking back, it's the same image, we did the correct matchmaking. So on the second round, Willy is matched against the gray one. He's not matched against red or green, has to be matched with gray. Third round is not possible to do a perfect pairing, so we do our best, and our best would be either gray or red, and so on. So like abstractly, it's like as if we sorted every claim by hit point, highest to lowest, and then we'd match them left to right. Yeah, and when we do that, we actually get exactly what we wanted. If it was random, there will be no improvements over PRT. But if we do the rematching with similar HP, we actually dilute the 7 days across the whole dispute. We get exactly what we wanted. There's some constants there, that's why I said proportional. It's not exactly that. But the idea is really we are amortizing 7 days across the whole dispute. And we're only paying 1 day in that 7-day example, that I gave earlier, times logarithmic of Sybil's. The real values is actually more like 10 hours, then there's a constant. We go on all of that with a lot more nuance and discussions on the paper, so we can check it out. Yeah, so this finishes the description of Dave. So it's a repechage tournament where we do the matchmaking with similar HP. And when we do that, we amortize the 7 days across the whole dispute instead of over a single round. So concluding, you can be Willy. You only need a laptop and about a 3-Ether collateral. You can defeat anyone because you have this exponential advantage. So this means that a rollup that uses Dave inherits the security of L1. And for any realistic Sybil attacks, it's going to take no more than 4 weeks. It's going to be within 4 weeks. And thus, Dave triumphed over the Sybils with a laptop and a small collateral. But Dave had no supercomputers on his hands. And we got those results. Yeah, that's all I had to present to you today. Thank you very much for coming.
Great talk. Love the name Dave.
Thank you.
It's got a few Q&A questions. You can still add some of the questions while we're going through some of these and upvote them. But the first question is one that I've been thinking too. What if there's multiple Willys defending? Won't they eliminate each other?
Yeah, so that's a good question. When we did the computation hash, which is that commitment, it means that everybody that's honest is going to be on the same team. So if there are many Willys, they will fight together against the Sybils, not against each other, because they claim the same thing. So we have this uniqueness of claims when we do the computation hash, and we allow all the honest validators to join teams. So we consider this singleton hero, it's just Willy, but in practice, there are going to be many Willys, and they all fight together, pushing in the same direction.
Cool. Next question is about your censorship model. Is your censorship model hard censorship? And do inclusion lists improve these things?
Yeah, so the inclusion lists, I don't think they help exactly on that. So the censorship model, Luca gave a very good intuition of it, is that 7 days is the time we can try to organize a hard fork. So suppose there is hard censorship. My transactions are not getting to the blockchain. So what's going to happen is that, Twitter is going to catch on fire. I'm going to scream to everybody, look, I'm being censored for already 4 days. Everybody's going to get, iffy about this, and we are going to together organize like a hard fork or something to fix this. So the point is not that there can't be a 7-day censorship. It is that if there is a 7-week censorship, the Ethereum community will together realize and say that this is a problem and then hard fork away. And if we put like a 1-day censorship, I would convince nobody. 7 days, it's the threshold that we consider to be easy to convince.
Cool. The next question. What happens to levels in the current PRT? Will your plans be to eliminate it with ZK?
Yeah, exactly. So PRT, if you look at our current implementation, we are doing it with 3 levels. We think with some really good engineering effort, we can do it in 2. We want to do it in 1 using ZK, exactly that. And this is a prerequisite of Dave. So Dave already assumes that we managed to reduce this to 1 level.
Cool. So what happens if you mix algorithms together? Would that increase security? Do you see it working?
Yeah, so there are 2 ways to mix algorithms. One of them is to improve liveness, actually. So PRT finishes faster if there are very few number of Sybils. So what we could do is launch PRT in parallel with Dave. If there are no, like very few Sybils, PRT finishes first. If there are a lot of Sybils, Dave finishes first. So then we take whoever answers first. So this is an approach to improve on liveness. Now, to improve on security, we can also mix them with the goal of reducing the risk of a bug. So we could have like a consortium, like a quorum of 4 members. 1 member could be PRT, but permissioned. So permissioned PRT has no problems of liveness, so we could have that one of the members in the forum. Then we could have Dave as another member in the forum. Then we could have, I don't know, a TEE or a quorum of TEEs, and then we could have a multi-sig, you know? So if we have this quorum of like many, it would take a lot of effort to try to corrupt all of them at the same time. So we reduce the risk by reducing, the chance of there being a bug. So that's how we could mix protocols.
Cool. So what if the goal is not to disrupt the chain, but just to delay the chain? Yeah, how large would the cost be if the attacker, presuming the only goal is to delay by 4 weeks?
So if you want to delay by 4 weeks, I think you need more than $10 billion or something. You have to burn the GDP of Japan. It's crazy, We sometimes lose sight of like exponential or logarithmic. So really, if you burn like trillions, you can't even fit that on the blockchain, then you couldn't really push past like these 4 or 5 weeks.
The next one, asymptotically, is it still logarithmic delay, right?
Yeah, exactly. What we did is we reduced the constant multiplying it by about 1 order of magnitude.
Okay. If you have multiple willies that are good, but then I decide to go bad.
They can't because when they do a bisection, they need to provide a Merkle proof, and the proofs won't just match. Yeah, will just not match.
Cool. All right. Everyone, clap your hands for Gabriel and thank him for his time he spent on
Thank
this
you so
talk.
much.
The next session will be at 11:30. All right, we just had 3 amazing talks, about fraud, two amazing talks about fraud proofs. I got the title of thinking about the number 3. But we're going to move on from fraud proofs. We're now going to start talking about something that everyone using L2 is going to have, a wallet, and how we can make those things better across multiple L2s. So put your hands together, clap for Niran Babalola. He'll be talking about the 3 transitions, cross-chain smart wallets with privacy.
All right, hello everybody. Thanks for coming. This talk is about the 3 transitions, how we're going to get cross-chain smart wallets that keep users private. My name is Niran Babalola. I'm a software engineer on the base team at Coinbase. So this 3 transitions concept comes from a blog post that Vitalik wrote last year about the changes that are going to happen to the Ethereum ecosystem for normal people to be able to use this new financial system that we've promised them. So those 3 transitions are L2 scaling, smart contract wallets, and privacy. So L2 scaling is what we need to make sure that transactions are cheap enough. People can't send transactions on L1 when the fees are super high. Smart contract wallets are needed because right now seed phrases are how people manage their funds, and people are not comfortable with them. They're afraid of them. And then we need privacy because most normal people aren't willing to put their entire financial history up on Etherscan. We need to have a way for them to be private when they're on chain. So we've all kind of experienced this problem with seed phrase wallets about how hard they are to use, especially when you're trying to get a new user on board. First, you have to install an app that's special for your wallet. There are literally 400 you can choose from. I didn't believe this until I actually went through the process and saw the pop-up the other day. It says 400 plus wallets. It's crazy. You have to write down your seed phrase. You can't lose it. It's this magical phrase that doesn't work the same way as anything else that users have ever used. You have to fund your account to pay for gas. If you want to use multiple accounts, you have to put gas money in each one. And then you have to sign multiple transactions to get stuff done. You can't batch anything. You have to do your ERC20 approved, then your transfer. It's just not very great. But luckily, now we're in the world of smart wallets. Smart wallets are here. If you haven't used one, definitely try one. Go to wallet.coinbase.com and try ours out. But those smart wallets solve those problems. You don't have to use seed phrases. You can batch transactions, and you don't have to pay for your own gas. So the way that we handle configuration changes for a smart wallet is that when you want to add a signer to your smart wallet, that same transaction can be replayed on any chain that you're using. So if you're using 5 different chains and you want to update your signer, you can replay that transaction on those chains. But right now, there's no mechanism to keep those in sync. So it's possible for the configuration to diverge across chains. So you don't really have one wallet that lives on multiple chains. You have one wallet per chain that might have a different configuration from the others. And that's not the experience that we want users to have when they're using these wallets. So there's no eventual consistency. They can diverge over time. When it comes time to develop new features, like session keys that people were working on recently, the replay feature is specific to signer changes. So if there's other configuration that you need to add to your wallet, you have to build another process to be able to replay those changes across chains. And that's just kind of a mess. It would be nice if there was a way to do more kinds of configuration at once. And lastly, every wallet vendor has to build this functionality themselves. If you want to be a vendor of a wallet that uses smart wallets and keeps them in sync across chains, there's a huge engineering lift to make that happen. It would be nice if there was a common set of tools that wallet vendors could use for their smart wallets to stay in sync. So Vitalik's vision for this has been key store wallets. Key store wallets, instead of writing your configuration for a wallet directly in the storage of the smart contract on each chain, what key store wallets do is have a key store that's the single source of truth for your wallet's configuration. And then all your wallet contracts on every chain are pointing to that same key store to be able to read the configuration from that place. So there are 3 blog posts that Vitalik has written about this. One is, 2 of them are from last year, and then there was one a couple of weeks ago as part of that Futures of Ethereum blog series that you can read. And there have been several teams that have been pushing forward this concept over time, Safe Wallet, Scroll, Stacker, and others. And on the base team, what we've been working on is keyspace. Keyspace is a key store for cross-chain smart wallets that keeps their configuration in sync. It's an implementation of this key store wallet model that's specifically designed to address the problems that we run into with the Coinbase smart wallet. So the way you use Keyspace is first you give your smart wallet a key store. So the way to think of how your key store lives in this model, it's not a separate thing for your wallet and Keyspace. Your key store is built into your wallet and Keyspace. So your smart wallet contract literally inherits from this key store to be able to gain the functionality to write the configuration locally and sync it across chains that's built into your wallet. So you deploy your wallet on 1 chain, 2 chains, as many chains as you want. One of those chains is the master chain, the source of truth for your wallet's configuration. The other chains are replica chains that are syncing configuration from that master chain. So when you make a change to your signer configuration, you're writing it directly to the master chain, and on your replicas, you're syncing from the master chain. So the approach that we've taken uses general purpose L2s as the master chain for your wallet. And that's, there are other designs out there. One of them has a dedicated L2 just for key stores specifically. So the path that we've chosen is cheaper. The transactions are cheaper. It's easier. We don't have to build a whole a specific rollup from scratch. But the downsides are that it finalizes more slowly, and it involves more moving parts if you're using a general purpose L2 for this purpose. So a lot of the issues that I'll talk through are how we've gotten over those hurdles to make it usable. So as a wallet vendor, when you're integrating a key store into your wallet, you need to choose which chain is going to be the master chain for your wallet. We don't expect that every wallet vendor is going to want to use Base as the master chain for their wallet. In fact, many wallet vendors have their own L2s. That seems to be an emerging trend, and we expect that they're going to want to use their own L2 as the master chain for their wallet. So right now, Keyspace has a built-in support for OP stack chains to be the master chain. So any OP stack chain can already use it out of the box, but it's also pluggable. So if there's another stack that your wallet, for the master chain that your wallet wants to use, we want to help you with your pull request to get that functionality in there to be able to use your stack as the master chain for a key store wallet. So you've deployed your wallet to all these chains. You started using them with your initial configuration, but then you eventually got to this point where you got a new phone and you want to add a signer to be able to access your wallet from that phone. So now you need to update your configuration. And what that looks like behind the scenes is you're signing a hash of the new configuration, and you're setting that as the new configuration on the master chain. So there are hooks that your wallet contract needs to implement to be able to handle each stage of the process. The first one is authorizing the new configuration update. So typically it's just checking the signature and making sure that it's signed by one of the signers in the previous configuration, and if so, the new configuration is authorized. After that happens, the key store itself does its own bookkeeping because it needs to store that hash of your configuration. That's what's being synced across chains. We're not syncing your whole configuration, we're syncing the hash, and you're doing the syncing of the configuration at the end of the day in the client. So once that's stored, the wallet can then apply that new configuration to its own storage. The user has provided a new configuration that gets handed over to the wallet to write to its local storage on the master chain and on the replicas. So you don't have to change how your wallet stores data necessarily to be able to use Keyspace. You're going to get a payload from Keyspace to be able to write to whatever storage format you want to use. So there are minimal changes that happen to the logic in your actual smart contract when you're using this. Lastly, there's a hook to validate the new configuration. And this is important because if you think about the way that most smart wallets work, typically there's a function to add a signer, a function to remove a signer. There are these specific atomic actions that you're taking when you're changing the configuration of a wallet. But with the key store wallet, you're not just changing a signer, you're swapping out an old configuration and putting in a new configuration. There's so much more that can change, and there's so much more wiggle room for something to potentially go wrong. So this validate hook is there for you to be able to verify that the new configuration can actually verify the signatures that it's supposed to be able to. And if it can't, you can revert to make sure that you don't apply an invalid update. But if it can, you know that you've done a successful update and things are good to go. So once you've updated your configuration on the master chain, you might want to use your configuration on a replica. So the way that keyspace works is that it's eventually consistent. Each wallet vendor can determine how often they want to require their users to sync their configuration from the master chain. And a lot of the examples that we use, we just choose 7 days as an example, but you can choose anything you want. And our TypeScript library for wallet clients allows you to generate the cross-chain Merkle proofs that you need to verify that your key store on the master chain, to verify the state of your key store on the master chain to any replica that you want to prove it to. So again, since we're using general purpose L2s as the master chain in the system, these are, a lot of them are optimistic rollups that take a long time to actually finalize. 3.5 days to 10 days if there's a challenge. So the data that you're syncing from the master chain to the replica isn't necessarily that latest thing, that new signer you added. It's the state from 3.5 days ago. So when you're actually trying to use that new configuration immediately, what the wallet client does is pre-confirms that change on the replica chain that the user wants to use. So imagine that your wallet's master chain is Base, and your user wants to send a transaction on Optimism. So they set the new configuration on Base. That's going to take 3.5 days to get to Optimism. So literally, you take that same payload that you executed on Base, and you execute it on Optimism to make a local change of the configuration on that chain. The way to think about what the syncing is doing for you is not that it's providing the latest data on every chain for you to use. It's really coming behind you. It's making sure that the local state changes that you've applied don't diverge from the state of the master chain. So imagine you have a chain of 4 configuration updates you've made on a chain. As it syncs the older data from the master chain, it's going to confirm that those are consistent and allow you to keep using that latest configuration change that you've made. But in the case where something has diverged and it notices that the master chain state is different from what's on the replica, the master chain state is going to overwrite that and take precedence. So one special case here is when the user wants to revoke a signer. Because again, in the normal case, you're adding a signer, you want to pre-confirm it on the chain that you're going to use right now. But if you're revoking a signer, you want that signer revoked on any chain you have assets on as soon as possible because the key might be compromised. So that's a scenario where the wallet client is responsible for helping the user to broadcast that pre-confirmation to every chain they have assets on, to detect when a signer is being removed and to broadcast that pre-confirmation appropriately. So we talked about what happens when you create a wallet and what happens when you update it. When you upgrade a wallet, there are some special cases, as well as when you initialize a wallet on new chains. So when you think about how the proxy implementation contract of a smart wallet interacts with the configuration, they're very much intertwined. The configuration doesn't mean anything without the implementation contract that's reading from it. So if you do an upgrade and you upgrade the implementation contract, but you have an old configuration, things might not work. And if you sync a configuration, but you haven't synced the implementation, then your old implementation might not be able to read your new configuration. So you really need a way to do atomic upgrades of both the configuration and the implementation at the same time, and keyspace lets you do that. The way you do it is by storing your wallet's implementation address within the key store that gets synced across chains. And when that apply update hook gets called, your wallet can check to see if the implementation address in the contract matches the implementation address in the key store, and if necessary, perform that upgrade. Just like the normal configuration updates, there's that verify hook to make sure you didn't mess things up. Because if you swap out the implementation and you're swapping out the configuration, there are a number of ways that things can go wrong. If you call that verify hook, you can make sure that the signatures you expect to be valid with that new configuration and that new implementation still validate at the end of the day. We also expect that there's going to be many new chains over time. And on every new chain that pops up, you're going to want to be able to claim the address that represents your wallet. But your address is forever tied to the factory that created it in the first place. and the factory that created your wallet is written in 2024, maybe 2025, there's going to be a new chain that pops up in 2030 that you want to use, and that same logic needs to be valid. But every time there's a hard fork of L1 or L2, the cross-chain syncing process is put at risk. L1 can break syncing if they change how the state root works, and they have promised to change how the state root works. The Merkle-Patricia tree is going to become a Verkle tree or something else, and then syncing will no longer work. Likewise, the L2s are going to have hard forks that change the system contracts. The dispute game factory is relatively recently. That change would have broken the syncing. If the system contracts on the L2 itself, like the L1 block contract that we use, if that changes, that would also break syncing. So to make sure that in 2030 you can claim the same address that you want, the eventual consistency requirements do not apply when you are pre-confirming your configuration changes on a chain. It doesn't matter how old your last sync is, you can replay any change you've made in the past on a chain without triggering any syncing requirements. So the way that that helps you out is that on that new chain in 2030, you can take every configuration change that you've played on the master chain. You can replay it as a confirmation, no syncing, just pre-confirmations. And then once you've synced both a configuration and an implementation that knows how to sync across L2s in the way that is actually valid in 2030, you now can sync and make that happen. So you need to be able to replay those configuration changes to get back up to speed and claim your address on any new chain that pops up. So with keyspace, wallet vendors can deliver an account for every chain that's as easy to use as off-chain accounts. We need a way to get to usable accounts for normal people if this is actually going to become the new financial system that we onboard people to. But the missing piece still is privacy. How do we make sure that when people start using on-chain systems, that they can have similar privacy to what they have in the existing system, if not better? When it comes to privacy, there are really three levers that we have to pull. One is pseudonymity, where senders and recipients are using as many fresh identities as they can. And if you've used a Bitcoin HD wallet, that's kind of how they work. They're using a new address every time. There's anonymity, where the senders and recipients are completely unknown. The amounts are known, but the senders and the recipients aren't. So that's how Tornado Cash works. You have these different bill sizes, but you don't know who's sending them. And then there's confidentiality, where the transaction amounts are not known, but the sender and recipient are. So you know that Alice is sending something to Bob, you just don't know how much. So these are the levers that we have to play with. And the lever that keyspace gives us is pseudonymity. Keyspace allows us to bring pseudonymity to Ethereum. Again, when we shifted from this Bitcoin world to this Ethereum world, what was sacrificed was the ability to use many fresh accounts, because you have to fund your account with gas. And if you have tokens or NFTs in your account, you can't send anything with that account. Now that we have smart wallets, we have paymasters that can fund our transactions. So we can have as many smart contract identities as we want. And now that we have key store wallets, we can keep those in sync. So you have these as many accounts as you want that use the same signer configuration, so you can use it on any device you want. So the problem is that if you implement that the naive way, where all of your pseudonyms are pointing directly at your key store, then you've lost the pseudonymity. Everybody knows that this fresh account is tied to all the other ones. The way you get that back is by using zero-knowledge proofs to make the link between the key store and the pseudonym private. So if you imagine what's actually stored in the smart contract of your pseudonym, it's not the address of your key store wallet anymore. What it is a hash of that address and a random number that nobody else knows. So when somebody else is looking at this wallet, they just see a hash. They don't know who this wallet belongs to. And the way you send a transaction from the pseudonym wallet is by generating a zero-knowledge proof of your key store address, that random number that you generated, the same cross-chain Merkle proof that proves the state of your key store, so you know which signers are valid, and then the signature that's used to actually authorize the transaction at the end of the day. Those are all private inputs to a ZK snark that you're sending with your transaction. So the link between your key store and your pseudonym are never exposed to the public. All your pseudonyms are usable by the same key store, usable with the same passkeys on all the devices you have, but nobody else knows what they are. So what that gives us is access to kind of a sweet spot of privacy for Ethereum. If you have pseudonymity and confidentiality, we can end this world where you look up somebody's Etherscan page and you see all their financial history since 2015. Instead, you can have pseudonymity from keyspace, which allows you to create as many accounts as you want and use them for each new transaction. And then you can have confidential ERC20s, which use fully homomorphic encryption to hide the amounts that are being sent in each transaction. And if you combine both of those, obscuring the sender and the recipient and hiding the amounts that are being sent, users can now have privacy for the transactions that they're sent in. So the Keyspace team is me, Baptiste, and Michael at Coinbase. And we want you to reach out to us. The documentation is up at docs.key.space. If you look at that right now, that will be outdated. But if you look at it a month from now, that will match what I've said here. But definitely excited to answer any questions that you have.
All right, good stuff. Awesome. So we got some Q&A, some questions before we go on to the next talk. The first question was, how is this private? I think you answered that in the last few slides. That question came up early. But the next question asked, actually just came right up to the top. Isn't pseudonymity just Ethereum?
So yes and no. Right now, the common practice for users using Ethereum is to use the same account over and over and over again. And that includes the ENS names that they use. So if you have Vitalik.eth, you used to have a pseudonym that was your address, but now you've told everybody who you are, and that's what most of us do when we use these systems. It's hard to manage many addresses. Each time you create a new address, you do have a new pseudonym, but because it's typically an EOA account, you have to fund that with gas, and it's just hard to, and you can't change the keys. So it's really adding the ability to create as many pseudonyms as you want, funded by paymasters because it's a smart wallet, and with configurable signers, so you can use it on any device you want.
Cool. I think the next one is, if we provide the same payload on Optimism for Base without waiting for the period of 3 days, potentially allows for a replay attack again, right? What problem is this solving?
So it's not that there's well, I'm not sure what replay attack you're referring to, but really the idea is that your configuration for your wallet is something that you actually want to apply to as many chains as possible. So if you update your configuration on Base and you take that same payload and you play it on Optimism, that was your desired outcome. That's not something that you didn't want to happen. You wanted all your wallets to stay in sync. So it's not, what it's giving you is making sure that after a certain period of time, all your wallets will be in sync. They never diverge permanently because there's a point in time, that 7-day window, when you'll have to sync and your wallets are guaranteed to not permanently diverge from each other. You can have that experience of having a single wallet on many chains rather than one wallet on each chain.
Cool. This bumped right up to the top just now. Does this only work on EVM-based change? What if it would be worked like on Tron or Ton, and they're asking about L1s, but also I'm going to extend this. What about L2s that are alt VMs, like Eclipse and Movement?
So this can work anywhere you have a virtual machine. So again, you won't get the same address because it's using a different virtual machine. You'll have to use a different factory to create your wallets. But anywhere you can verify a proof of the state of the key store and verify that against the L1 block hash, you can use the same key store. You could use it on Solana if you wanted to. The problem there is that once you are outside of the roll-up world, you now don't have a trustless source of the L1 block hash to do those proofs against. So it does get trickier. You do have to make more trust assumptions about what's happening. But if you want to use the key store outside of the Ethereum ecosystem, you can use it anywhere you want and keep those in sync.
Cool. So when do you expect the Coinbase Smart Wallet will use keyspace? Will it be a simple upgrade to existing users?
Early 2025. That's it will be a simple upgrade for existing users. That's what we're designing for.
Great to hear. How do you deal with reorgs on specific chains?
So when there's a reorg, your wallet configuration updates do not depend specifically on chain state outside your wallet. So if you think of your configuration as having its own nonce that is upgraded with every new change you make, if there's a reorg, the transaction can just be played again and it will work. There's no state you can get into where you now have incompatible states of your wallet, because again, the master chain is the source of truth. If you prove something wrong across chains that ends up rolling back later, it's whatever was on the master chain that's going to be the final value. So if there's, okay, so in the case where there's a temporary reorg, you sync from the master chain, but now the master chain says something different from what it did before. When you do your next sync, whatever's on the master chain is going to blow away whatever you have locally. So that's how reorgs are handled.
All right, everyone applaud for Aniran. Great talk on keys and wallets. Our next talk will be at 12 noon. Had some great L2 talks today. We've talked about fraud proofs. We've talked about smart wallets. Now we're going to hear from Ben Fish, who came in here all the way from New York City to talk about L2 interoperability via collaborative snarks. Everyone applaud for Ben.
All right, thanks for coming to my talk. So this is a talk on L2. So L2 composability from collaborative snarks, or in other words, how do we synchronously compose, but also retain horizontal scalability at the same time? So Web3 is all about composability, at least in my view. It's about composable money Legos. Traditional web applications have, been, they're independently operated. You need to trust an operator. They communicate and interact asynchronously. And a lot of what we think about in terms of Web3 is the security or the decentralization. But in my view, the thing that comes from decentralization is enabling everyone to trust a common distributed virtual machine that the entire world can use. And what is the consequence of that? What is the benefit of that? Well, the benefit of that is that all applications can run on the same system, and they can compose with each other. And that's like the meaningful difference to an end user, or one of the meaningful differences to an end user. And that's what enables so much innovation to thrive, and as we call it, Ethereum's infinite garden to thrive. And so it even enables new applications that just never existed in the world of asynchronous systems before, such as a flash loan, where you can have a lending application that is designed completely independently of these decentralized exchanges, even two different decentralized exchanges, and now suddenly you can have a user create a single transaction that interacts with all these applications to borrow money, do some things with it, and return it all in the same transaction. And obviously there's so much more that you can do besides flash loans, but this is what I'd like to use as the example of what we can do with composability that we just couldn't do in the world before. Now, of course, rollups have been amazing for scaling Ethereum, making it more performant. They horizontally scale Ethereum. A multi-chain world was born out of this need to scale, and what the advantages that it brings are, one, sharding of computation across different applications. It also allows powerful nodes, because the internet is not homogeneous but heterogeneous. And if you have millions of nodes participating in a system, then there's going to be more powerful ones and weaker ones. Well, rollups enable powerful nodes to help weaker nodes verify state. And it also allows for virtual machine diversity. So there are many, many, many benefits. But one of the things that came out of a multi-chain world on Ethereum is that we no longer have composability of applications across these different chains. So what is composability? Composability isn't something that is perfectly well defined. I take sort of a holistic view on composability. It could refer to things like bridging of assets, like moving ETH from one chain to another. There are other forms of composability that can be enabled by sending cross-chain messages and having dependencies between actions on different chains. And you can have even cross-chain function calls, which are the way that applications interact within the same virtual machine, and one application can actually call a function on another application. And one way to look at how to define the highest form of composability, which I call synchronous composability, is through the framework of ACID transactions in traditional database systems. So in a synchronously composable cluster of chains, users should be able to express cross-chain transactions or intents, such as their intent to atomically swap something or borrow funds from one chain, do something another chain, and return the money, that have this ACID property, which is atomicity, all parts of the transaction complete or none do. There's no in-between state that's reached or observable. Consistency, so the rules of each chain are preserved. Isolation, different cross-chain transactions or transactions to independent chains, they don't interfere with each other. And so in particular what this means is that if you're in the middle of executing an atomic swap, another transaction shouldn't be able to observe the fact that that atomic swap hasn't completed yet. So in traditional atomic swaps do not have this isolation property because they involve locking an asset on one chain, waiting a long time for something to happen on the other chain, and then eventually resolving it. In fact, atomic swaps have this liveness risk where if one of the chains loses liveness, you can even break the atomicity. And of course, durability, which is basically just that there's consensus on a persistent global transaction lock. So consistency and durability are just inherited from the fact that we're running on blockchains. But the two key things are atomicity and isolation, and those are not achieved by sort of asynchronous ways of composing different chains. So what is the easiest way to asynchronously pass messages between chains? Well, it's via the layer 1. So this is the rough idea. You have a rollup. A rollup can have basically a mailbox. I like to describe it as an outbox and an inbox. And it can write messages to its outbox that should be read by the other chain. And you can actually have the sequencer of the chain basically just fill the inbox of one chain by reading from the outbox of the other chain and providing a proof to its inbox that can be verified against the Merkle root of the outbox of the other chain. Of course, there's different ways you can actually implement this. This would just be one way of implementing it. But this is, essentially, if you're familiar with like RIP 7755 or other things that are being discussed, like this is roughly, the most straightforward way of passing messages between rollups without introducing additional assumptions on off-chain oracles or anything, just using the L1. Now, the downside of this, of course, is that in order for rollup B to read a message from rollup A, it needs to wait for rollup A to not only finalize its transactions by posting to Ethereum and waiting for Ethereum finality, which is about 12 to 15 minutes, but it needs to be able to trust that Merkle root, and so that requires waiting the settlement time of rollup A, which could be multiple days if rollup A is an optimistic rollup. So this way of passing messages via the L1 takes a very long time. It's going to take multiple days. So cross-chain transactions, they have very high latency, long wait before a chain can, read a message from another chain. The other thing that asynchronous message passing via the L1 doesn't achieve is it doesn't achieve this ACID property for cross-chain transactions. One sec. Okay. So there's another way of passing messages potentially faster, and so this is a slight change. What we're going to do here is we won't wait for verifying a message against a Merkle root, but rather the sequencers will just be allowed to fill the inboxes with messages from that were allegedly written to the outboxes of the other chains, and we just sort of optimistically accept them, process them, and only at settlement time will we do anything to check that the messages that were written to the outbox of the first chain are consistent with the messages that were written to the inbox of the second chain. So this requires a change in the way that rollups settle. It requires this coordinated settlement, or aggregated settlement, as some people call it. And this could, for example, be just implemented as a cross-check on the L1 between the Merkle roots of the two different mailboxes. Or we could involve some kind of aggregator that creates ZK proofs of the two different chains and actually proves the consistency of the mailboxes as well. Now, the advantage of this is that the rollups don't have to wait for multiple days in order to ingest a message from the other chain. Of course, if they're given an incorrect message, then they will experience, when they go to settle, it won't work. So it's sort of like when you create an invalid block for a ZK rollup, and then the proof can't be created, and then you would have to, go back to where you were before. It's not technically a reorg, but but if the full nodes could become confused for some period of time. But optimistically, you would just be able to make progress really fast, right? And you still have the security of the L1. Now, when you're passing messages this way, you're still not able to achieve ACID cross-chain transactions because, let's say you were trying to, use this in order to achieve some kind of atomic swap. You would send a message to another chain that you locked an asset. You would wait for a message back, verifying some event on the other chain. In that interim time, you're in these locked intermediary states. That's observable, so you don't really have this ACID property. For this ACID property to hold, you need something called synchronous composability. Okay, so why are ACID cross-chain transactions so hard to achieve? Well, you need to be able to emulate multiple rounds of communication, right? You need to be able to do something, send a message to another chain, and wait for a response back, and that all needs to happen within one block. Right? That can't happen across multiple blocks. There's also an inherent dependency on the global ordering of transactions across all chains of the individual transactions on those chains. If you're sending multiple rounds of communication, then the relative ordering of these different transactions on the different chains will have an impact on what happens. Now, of course, there's a naive solution, which is just to merge all chains into one, and that would certainly achieve this ACID property, right? That's a naive straw man. But the reason why this is hard to do in this, is because of very much because of the constraint that we want to retain efficiency. Right? We want to preserve horizontal scaling. So on its own, ACID is not hard to achieve. It's hard to achieve it in a way that preserves scalability. And so one way to sort of make this a bit more precise is to view this through the lens of collaborative snarks. Snarks, for those of you who aren't familiar with the term, are just the technical term for ZK proofs. ZK proofs, at least the ones that we use in the blockchain world, are succinct, non-interactive proofs of knowledge. Rollups don't even use the zero-knowledge property, so it's just sort of a misnomer that we ended up calling them ZK proofs. But snarks are the same things as ZK proofs. So there's this implicit, whenever you have chains interacting, there's this implicit unified virtual machine in which the cross-chain transactions, it's a tongue twister, take place. And so the goal is really to create some kind of single ZK proof of a state transition for a distributed system of virtual machines with this inter-process communication, where we introduce one prover per virtual machine, and the total work done per prover should remain near constant as the number of interacting virtual machines grows. So that's sort of the goal of being able to preserve the scalability, the fact that the total work done per prover, per chain, remains near constant. It doesn't grow as linearly as the number of chains grows. And in other words, the total amount of work being done in the system is linear and the number of provers not quadratic. So we actually can apply generic solutions to this. There are generic ways of just having all the provers for the different chains collaborate on creating a distributed snark for the unified VM that is their composition. You can use snark recursion for this. There's other ways of doing it through distributed snark protocols, like something called distributed sumcheck, distributed FFTs. It's not typically the way that we think about it. We think about provers being sort of their job is to just create proofs for their own rollup, but maybe the goal should actually just be that the overall work should be horizontally scalable. But I'm going to present today sort of what you can be viewed as like a special case of this, but it's a lot closer to the model in which rollups interoperate and act today. And it's just a simple extension of the asynchronous message mailbox design that I presented at the beginning. So we still have the outbox and inboxes on the two different chains, but the key difference here is that instead of chains writing to their outbox, and then in the next block being able to read a bunch of messages that were populated to their inbox, ostensibly that should match the messages written to the outbox of the other chain in the previous block. That's how we did it before. There's going to be a coordinator that can just figure out, okay, these are the messages that this other chain is writing to its outbox, right, by simulating the execution. And I'm going to provide you with those messages. And so these two blocks are constructed at the very same time. Right? Chains are really just verifying execution. They don't need to carry out the execution themselves. The execution is carried out by builders who are building the blocks, or in this case, a coordinator. This coordinator simulates the execution. So I can walk through an example. You can have a transaction on rollup A that basically borrows funds from some contract. It burns them. It writes some message to its outbox that they were burned, and then immediately reads a message from its inbox that something happened on the other side. I mean, a lot of things happened in the middle over there, but they just weren't observable to this chain. So it immediately reads that messages were then minted on the other side. In the meantime, what happened was on rollup B, there was a message that was provided in the inbox that said, oh, funds were burned on rollup A. It then did a bunch of things, maybe multiple swaps at desired prices, made some profit, and then burned the funds, wrote that message to its outbox. That message was provided by the coordinator to the inbox of rollup A, causing this transaction to complete. The funds were returned. Now, if there was any inconsistency, if some message was written to the outbox B, but that wasn't put in the inbox A, then that would be caught. At settlement time, right? As we showed that when the rollups settle, all we need to do is make sure that the outboxes of chain A matches the inbox of chain B, and vice versa. The outbox of chain B matches the inbox of chain A. So that provides you the intuition. We have a full protocol on this called coordinated inter-rollup communication. It's not fully general, but it covers most practical use cases of synchronous composability among independent chains, like flash loans, which I just showed the example of, asset swaps, limit orders, basically anything that we can really think of. It would be interesting to see if people come up with use cases that are practical that aren't covered. It doesn't require any VM modifications to the chains. You just need to implement these contracts as these mailboxes as contracts, and it enables parallel proving. So each L2 prover just independently proves its own state. It proves what the Merkle root of its mailbox is, and then there's an aggregator that creates a simple aggregated proof whose complexity is completely independent of the complexity of each chain. These mailboxes are implemented as contracts. They use authenticated key value maps. And any contract can basically write to the outbox or read from the inbox, but you index it by which contract wrote, so it doesn't allow contracts to sort of conflict with each other and overwrite each other. And then you have the settlement layer contract that basically just verifies the correctness of state updates from each rollup and checks the mailbox consistency by verifying this aggregated proof. So this is what it looks like, right? We have this aggregator just like before. Is exactly like the asynchronous setting. It's just that we have this coordinator, which could be, for example, a shared sequencer that figures out what messages are being communicated between the two chains. Could be multiple rounds of messages, and provides those messages ahead of time, pre-populates the inboxes of the two different chains with the messages that they should be receiving over multiple rounds of communication. Now, one important invariant of rollups is that full nodes should always know the state. Right? Once a sequencer posts a transaction ordering, full nodes should be able to immediately calculate the rollup state. They shouldn't have to wait for L1 settlement. Waiting for L1 finality of the sequencer published blocks is generally sufficient. If the sequencer is trusted not to change its mind about what it's going to post, then full nodes should be able to trust a pre-confirmation from the sequencer within seconds. Now the problem is that this protocol circ sort of breaks that property unless if done naively. And the issue is that because the rollups are now interacting, the full nodes of rollup A, who are ostensibly only executing for rollup A, they don't really know the state of rollup A until they can trust that the messages the coordinator provided are correct, and it won't really know that until settlement time. How do we solve that issue? That's problem number one. Problem number two is that normally you can trust a sequencer for fast confirmations. Here, this coordinator, which is going to be coordinating the mailbox constructions across many, many different chains, becomes a single point of failure. And so, maybe the full nodes of Arbitrum can trust the Arbitrum centralized sequencer, and the Optimism full nodes can trust the Optimism sequencer, but it's hard to trust one sequencer for confirmations when multiple chains are interacting. The solution is twofold. One, make ZK proofs faster that can be communicated offline really fast. And two, use a fast confirmation layer. So a fast confirmation layer is basically a BFT consensus protocol that reaches faster, finality faster than the L1, and ensures that whatever the rollup, whatever was finalized by the consensus protocol, has to be what's eventually posted to the L1. Fast off-chain ZK proofs are interesting because the goal here is to optimize the end-to-end latency of proving. And proving proof aggregation verification given the constraints on the bandwidth and compute power of each full node. And so it motivates different design constraints than when we're just trying to have ZK proofs optimized for L1 settlement, because the bandwidth and compute requirements of L2 nodes could be different. And so we could consider using snarks with larger communication, but faster proofs, like Orion, Breakdown, Basefold, Blaze, or a number of other systems. So anyways, this is what it looks like putting it all together. You have some shared sequencer that coordinates the mailbox construction. The blocks are sent to a confirmation layer. They're confirmed. Rollup A and Rollup B provers and create these proofs. And then you have some kind of aggregated settlement. And this is how you enable chains to either have very fast asynchronous communication or even synchronous communication that enables synchronous composability. So thank you very much. And I will go on to the questions.
Good stuff, Ben. Very technical. I think we got time for a few questions. Yeah. So the first one that's on there is the coordinator of two rollups needs to be synced to both of them, right? In other words, he needs to be executing both rollups himself.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, that was an easy one.
Easy.
And what happens if the message boxes fork before settlement? Wouldn't the nodes be reading just one rollup be lost until settlement?
Which one is this?
Oh, now it's number 2.
Okay.
What happens if the message boxes fork?
Okay, Social wants to be the shared layer for rollups with I think I'm seeing different questions than you are. Or which one?
I asked you
the second one. What happens if the message boxes? What happens if the message boxes fork before settlement? So the message boxes don't fork before settlement. The chains need to have something that is used for their, as their sort of finality layer. You can, of course, wait for L1 finality on the blocks that were published. So you publish the blocks to the L1. That's pre-settlement time. Or if you have a fast confirmation layer, such as the one that Espresso Network provides, right? Then you would be publishing those blocks to that fast confirmation layer, and then you would ensure that whatever is posted at settlement time is consistent with that. Ultimately, you can define the rules of or constraints of what constrains the rollups before settlement time, but at settlement time, you would be posting a collection of blocks for the different rollups that are consistent with each other in terms of these mailbox consistency checks, and consistent with the rules of those rollups for what was finalized on different various layers before that settlement time.
Okay, the next question, it voted up while it was up there, a little spicy.
Yeah.
Espresso wants to be the shared layer for rollups, but lacks credible neutrality. How keen is Espresso on jointly designing the shared layer with rollups?
So Espresso has been designing this, sort of confirmation layer, as we call it, which it doesn't do everything that I described today. It provides this fast confirmation layer that rollups can use. Today, the Espresso network, in fact, is live on mainnet, and we have been, building towards creating infrastructure that rollups can use to enhance their composability, and we've been doing it very much in collaboration and taking feedback from rollups, just like DA layers, etc.
Okay, the next one, something that I've seen when I was briefly working with rollups on the DevOps side, is that how can cross-chain message passing happen if rollups have different latencies and hardly can be viewed as synchronized, especially with AMM's protocols being strictly arbitrage and asynchronous? It's like some that post once a day and some that post once an hour.
Right, so how can cross-chain message passing happen if rollups have different latencies and hardly can be viewed as synchronized, especially? So if rollups, so first of all, I presented two different kind of modes of communication. So there's asynchronous communication and synchronous communication. If the rollups is not about, it's not the latencies that matters, it's the block times of the rollup. So the block times are different, then you can still communicate asynchronously. If the block times are not synced, then you can't communicate synchronously. So you would have to synchronize the block times, but you can also have different sized blocks on the different rollups. So if one is able to produce a higher throughput than the other, that wouldn't matter.
All right, everyone applaud for Ben Fish. Great talk about using snarks to prove across chains. Our next talk will be at 12:30. All right, welcome everyone to a new batch of talks. We spent 4 talks talking about layer 2s. Now we're going to spend a couple talks talking about games on the EVM. It's kind of coming full circle after World of Warcraft nerfed Vitalik's favorite character. So we are going to be hearing from Alvarius talking about MUDs, how we build an EVM application framework from the ground up. If everyone could give applause for Alvarius as he comes up here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alvarius. I'm an on-chain developer, mostly focusing on fully on-chain games. And today I'm going to tell you a story about how we built our first fully on-chain game and made a big mess, and then built a framework that now allows us to build full on-chain game prototypes in a matter of a couple days. But first, let me take you back to around 3.5 years ago. 3.5 years ago, my friend Justin and I, we discovered Dark Forest, and we got really inspired by it. Dark Forest was one of the first fully on-chain games, and that means basically all the game mechanics, all the physics of your game are deployed or are living in smart contracts on a public blockchain. And then the client is essentially just a window into this on-chain world. And now you suddenly have something where the world will essentially live on as long as the chain will live on, which makes it feel very real. And then also the other thing is you're deploying to a public global computer where also everybody else can deploy to the same computer and extend the world. So there's a lot of potential for emergent behavior here. And we had this feeling that there's this potential to create something that can be more meaningful than existing virtual worlds. Of course, just the potential, you still have to build a fun game. And so we got started building. We got started with the default patterns that everybody was using at the time. So the first thing we wanted to add was positions for our entities in the game. And so we added a mapping on the contract and then also a mapping on the client because, of course, we want to render the entities, the position of our entities in our client. And then we had to add a couple of getter functions so that our client, when the client loads, can basically hydrate the initial state on the client. And then we added the first physics of our game, the move function. And in here, we have to make sure to both modify the state, but then also emit an event that the client can listen to keep the state in sync. So this is a lot of boilerplate just for having one type of state synchronized between contracts and clients. And of course, we don't only want position, but a lot more on-chain state. So the next thing we added was health for our entities. But now we had to add the exact same boilerplate again. Mappings, getter functions, custom events, custom sync stack on the client. And then the same thing for energy, and for skills, and for inventory. And you get the idea. It's the same boilerplate over and over again. And at some point, we were at the point where we couldn't really iterate on the actual game mechanics anymore, because every time we wanted to change anything, we basically had to drill that change through the entire sync stack just to keep the contract and client state in sync. And so at some point, we decided to trash everything we have and change something. We decided to build a framework to solve our own problems so that for the next project, we could basically skip all the boilerplate and just focus on the fun stuff, on the game mechanics of our game. And that framework over the last 3.5 years turned into MUD, and now we're not the only ones using it. Now it's used by a bunch of teams, from small teams to big teams, who all ran into the same problems that we ran into, and now they use MUD to ship faster. So in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to talk about 3 problems that we ran into back then, and how we solved them in MUD. The first one I already told you about. On-chain games have a lot of state, and you need to synchronize that state to the client to render a game. And I also already told you about the fact that the default approach of using getter functions, events, and so on doesn't scale well. And so here's what we did. The first thing we did was standardize the way we basically shape our state. And so now we just use tables for everything. A table, you can kind of think of it as a mapping in Solidity. You can implement it as a mapping in Solidity. But we like to think of it as tables. And tables can have multiple rows. We call those records. And then each record is uniquely identified by one or more keys. And now the important thing is what happens when a record in our table changes. Well, instead of emitting a different event for each different type of table, like position changed, health changed, and so on. We emit one default event, one generic event for all the tables. And on that event, we have enough information to know which table changed, which record changed, and which value in that record changed. And then with this generic event, we can then build a sync stack that understands this generic event and then takes care of updating the same value on the client. And now we don't need we don't need a custom sync stack adapter for every different type of table, but we can reuse the same code for all the different state that we have. And then we generate some libraries for the contracts that basically just take care of setting the state and then also emitting this event, so we don't have to think about that every time. And now we essentially eliminated all the boilerplate, because now adding a new type of state is just one line of code on the contracts. It's automatically synced to the client, and then one line on the client to access the state there. And then once we have this automatic sync stack, we can do more fun stuff with it. Like we can also pipe the state into a relational database from which then the client can use it to sync the state quicker. So we now also have an automatic indexer. And because now all the state lives in a relational database, we can also use SQL to basically query all of our on-chain state. Now, some of you might have noticed that Solidity doesn't actually have generic events, so we have to use a little trick here. What we do is on the contracts, we basically encode the state as tightly as possible, and then we emit that encoded data as bytes on the event. So our event signature is just bytes everywhere. And then on the contracts also, we have a special table which stores the schema of all the other tables. And this table is also synced through the default sync stack. And that means now the clients and indexers have the information that they need to then decode the state update. And all of that is encapsulated in this automatic sync stack, so it all happens automatically. I have a little demo for how this looks in practice. And I think I have to, yep. All right, so here we see a client. On the left side, we see a default app of MUD, a counter. Every time we click the button, a transaction is sent. On the right side, you see the World Explorer, you can see the transactions. And then what happens is in the background, the sync stack basically synchronizes the state from the contracts back to the client, and that's when the UI updates. And the other thing you can see here is in the World Explorer, there's also a view to basically inspect all the data in your app, because it's all standardized in tables. And then we can look at another quick demo, which is a slightly more complex table, a task list. And here we can use SQL input on the World Explorer as well to basically filter down the task list to only display the tasks that have been completed or not completed yet. And obviously, you could also use more complex SQL here. All right, so that's the core of it, but it doesn't end here. The next problem we ran into is logic. On-chain games also, besides a lot of state, they also have a lot of logic. So the next issue we ran into is the 24 kilobytes bytecode limit on contracts. Here's how we solve it. The general approach is very similar to the diamond pattern. So we have one central entry point, which we call the world contract. And then into that contract, we register stateless system contracts that basically implement the functionality. And then when a user calls the world contract, they only need to know the address of this one world contract, and then the call is forwarded to the system contract. So far, pretty standard diamond, but now we can add the store to it. In the store, we have a table for the systems. So now when we register a new system in the world, information about the system is also stored in the systems table. And now the automatic sync stack can take over and basically mirror that information into a database, and then from that database, we can generate an ABI, which is always up to date. So when we register a new system, that also gets registered into the systems table, and then the ABI immediately updates. Now, I told you that systems are stateless, which is true, but they can still interact with state. They can read from tables, and they can also write to tables. And then that data is also, again, automatically synced to the client. But because the system contract itself doesn't contain any state, we can very easily upgrade it. It's really trivial. We literally just swap out the implementation address, and we don't have to take care of storage slots ordering or whatever, because the system contracts themselves totally stateless. All the state lives in the store in the world. And then when new tables are registered and runtime later, those are also picked up by the automatic sync stack immediately. And each table has its own storage position in this contract, so there's no state overlaps or storage slots overlaps. And with that, we can then take it one step further and introduce the concept of namespaces, which basically means a system that is registered in a namespace can read from all the tables, but can only write to the tables that are in the same namespace. And with that, we can now really lean into extendability, because we can basically allow anybody to register new functionality in our world contract. All right, another quick demo. We see, again, the counter table, and now we see the Interact tab in the World Explorer, which basically shows all the functions available on the world, including the one that increments the counter, and we can also interact with the world through this Explorer. And now when we add a new function, another increment function that adds 2 to the counter, we save that file in the background, it's immediately upgraded through the dev tool, and then the new ABI function immediately shows up on the World Explorer, and we can again use the World Explorer to interact with the app. All right, last one for today is higher level logic. You may be familiar with ERC20 and the approve and transfer from functionality, which basically, among other things, it allows you to give somebody permission to transfer on your behalf, which, among other things, enables atomic swaps. So pretty cool. Now let's say we want to add that to our game. We want to allow somebody, we want to give somebody permission to move our unit on our behalf. Now we could add an approve move function and a move from function. And then when we want to do the same for attacking, we could add an approve attack and then attack from function. But that would again be a lot of boilerplate. And now let's say we wanted to add something very similar but slightly different. We want to allow somebody to sign a piece of data that then allows us to attack or move on somebody's behalf. So should we add move with signature, attack with signature? Because we have a framework now, we can move that logic one level higher to the level of the framework, and then we don't have to implement it in each of the systems. So in our case, we can add a new entry point to the world, which is called call from, and it takes another argument in addition to the system arguments, which is the address that you want to call, on whose behalf you want to call. And then this entry point can implement the functionality for checking that this delegation is actually valid, and then if it's valid, it forwards the call to the system with this new address that you're calling, on whose behalf you're calling. And then with that, we don't have to implement that for every system again, but rather it just implemented once at the framework level and works for all the systems. And same with the signature example, we have a call with signature endpoint, entry point here, where you can call it with a signature from somebody that allows you to call a function on their behalf, and then if it's valid, it's forwarded to the system as them, basically. This is useful for a bunch of different things, but one example is session wallets. So in our game, we don't want an approval pop-up every time we do anything. Not demo time yet. We don't want an approval pop-up when we do anything, but rather we want to create a scoped delegation once at the beginning, and then the user should be able to, for the duration of the session, to just do moves in the game without additionally approving. And in our case now, we can connect the main account, we can create the scope delegation through this entry point function, and then, user doesn't have to click approve every time again. And we have, again, another quick demo of this. This is using some UI that ships with mud. Here the user can create an account or connect an existing account. In this example, we're creating a passkey account. Then a delegation is set up, and then once that is set up, the user can basically move in the game without additionally, clicking approve every time again. This is a demo app we built to demo this onboarding flow, but then also some latency stuff that we worked on. You can try it out if you want on your phone on eatthefly.com. And yeah, this was just a tiny glimpse into mud, which we built in the beginning to solve our own problems, but now is used by many people who had the same problems. Many of them are going to present tomorrow at Mud Day here in this venue at Classroom A. So I would recommend to come check that out if this was interesting to you. And then if you can't make it tomorrow or just in general, you can also learn more about Mud on mud.dev. And with that, thank you, and hopefully see you tomorrow.
Good stuff. I don't know if I'm a frog or if it's lunchtime, because that made me hungry. Cool. So the first question from the Q&A is that in your demo, transactions are happening instantly. In Redstone, block time is 2 seconds. What's going on there?
Yes, so that's some new instant confirmation stuff we worked on. We're gonna talk more about that tomorrow at Mud Day. So yeah, I don't wanna reveal too much. So I would recommend to come to Mud Day tomorrow.
Very interesting. Next question. How do you handle a table growing beyond the size of one storage slot?
Okay, that might have been unclear in the way I explained it. Tables can grow indefinitely big. You can basically, one table, the table can have multiple records, and the records can span multiple storage slots. So there's no one storage slot limitation. You can have the schema has some limitation in the number of fields you can have. I think it's 28 fields. And then one table can have multiple records, as many as you want, and that just is linear in storage, so you can go on as much as you want.
Okay. So how does Mud sync table schema changes for relational databases and ensure that there are no issues? What happens if that schema migration does not work? That's
a great question. You can't currently change a schema. So it's basically you register a table once, and then that's the schema that you will have. If you need to change the schema, you can create a new table. In theory, it would be like doable to add fields to your schema, but yeah, like with the mentioned complications, you would have to do a database migration as well, and that's not trivial. So we decided to just make schemas immutable.
Cool. How were namespaces implemented in the EVM?
I don't know into how much detail I can go here, but it's basically just like contract logic. Like we have access control logic in the vault contract that makes sure that you can only write to tables that you have access to. Oh, maybe one thing that I didn't mention that might make this more clear. If a system is registered in a namespace, then what happens if the user calls the vault entry point is the vault doesn't do a delegate call to the system, which a normal like default diamond would do, but rather it does a call. And then when the system wants to read or write from the table, then it basically does a call back to the vault, and at that point we can do access control on the namespaces. Okay, I think this is the last question in the queue. What do you think about the possibility of building real-time multiplayer games using new existing infrastructure projects that provide TEEs, trusted execution environments, while using MUD to store the incremental changes to save costs? Yeah, this is also a great question. Again, I would recommend you all to come to MUD Day tomorrow. There's some demos there that kind of do something in this direction. It's a real-time game, slightly different approach, but yeah. Definitely possible to do real-time games at this point. This is the same talk tomorrow, right? It's in Classroom A tomorrow. I'm not sure what time exactly. I think 11 until 5 or something. Okay, Classroom A if you want to hear about when they do immediate stuff with TEEs. Okay, we got one more question. Game dev is often on the tech frontier. What lessons do you have for the rest of the industry? Yeah, so we started this framework as a way to build our games more efficiently, but as we built this framework, at some point we realized there's nothing in this framework that's specific to game dev actually. So yeah, if you're building an on-chain app that's not a game, I would recommend you to just try it out as well, and it might just make it easier. Okay, and I think we got time for one more question. Why do we need to bring everything on-chain, and how does this scale moving forward for FPS games? Yeah, this is almost a philosophical question, like why do we need to bring stuff on chain? There's a lot of advantages, or like a lot of things that are interesting about it. What I mentioned in the beginning, you have something that can potentially live on forever. You have the potential for other people to extend it in more interesting ways because they can deploy code to basically the same computer that this game is running on. In terms of scalability, that's kind of what we're working on, and also a lot of other people are working on. I think it's interesting to try to push try to put more ambitious things on chain to basically extend what we can do on chain to kind of remove those limitations eventually. All right, everyone, give a big round of applause for Ovarius.
Welcome back for our second session on game development on the blockchain. Quick bookkeeping reminder, during the talk you may see a QR code on there. If you can scan that, you can claim the card, so they can use that to figure out how many people attended, and you get a cool memento. But it also leads you to the Q&A, so if you want to ask questions or upvote questions other people have asked, you can do that through the QR code. Coming up next, we have Small Brain, who came to us from San Francisco to talk about end-to-end internet games. Everyone, big round of applause for Small Brain.
Hey everyone. Thank you for the intro. Welcome to Devcon. End-to-end internet games. That's what I'm going to talk about. But before I talk about it, I am going to go on a quick digression. When people who have like regular brains come and enter crypto and we talk to them, one of the ways we describe it kind of endearingly is magic internet money. And I want to focus on this term a little bit, specifically the internet part of this term. Because when we say magic internet money, we usually mean a couple of things. We mean like culturally and community-wise, a lot of the things that drive trends in crypto are very, very similar or born out of the internet. We kind of also mean that like crypto isn't money backed by something physical, it's backed by something digital. And so it's internet native in that way. But the definition I am most concerned with is the one of internet native money, which is a definition that actually like was brought up and you know, people have been talking about it since 1995 when they've been criticizing the fact that there's no like form of payment native to the internet that flows across the internet the same way packets of data do. And in some senses, crypto maybe has met this goal, right? Like I can do programmatic payments. The payments happen 24/7. Like right now, in some cases, they happen nearly instantly. But I think the point I want to put in your heads is kind of an obvious truth that we know, which is that interacting with blockchains just like feels very, very different than interacting with the internet. Like, in fact, interacting with blockchains feels like you're in this weird parallel reality that's kind of next to the internet, with different physics and different rules, and like gravity works upside down. It's like super weird. Like even as somebody who's like internet native and grew up on the internet, like when you walk into the world of blockchains, you start feeling very different, and you need to relearn a bunch of stuff. And I think like in that way, crypto as it is now like does not meet the definition of internet native money. To take like something Albert Nee said yesterday, which I really, really liked, is like Ethereum is like an island. Like everything works super nicely on this island and things are great. And there's a few narrow bridges to the real world. And those bridges are getting like larger and better, but they're still like bridges and they're still few and far between. And maybe it's more so like an archipelago, you know, whatever. The other point I want to make is that when you do cross this gap, lots of value is created. Like two of the most consensus valuable things this cycle, stablecoins and Polymarket, both kind of come from applications where, you know, in some sort of very simple way, blockchains are connected to the real world. In stablecoins, you know, somebody custodies local currency and gives out a token. In Polymarket, markets are resolved by an optimistic oracle. Somebody says that this is a resolution to a market, and then there's a voting period where governance can decide whether that's okay or not. In both of these cases, there's like kind of significant operational overhead, but there's a lot of value that's created kind of when these two separate worlds touch. One interesting thing I'll note is like, and this is just like kind of a vibes-based point. Honestly, this talk is kind of just a vibes-based talk. We'll get into some specific stuff soon, but it's going to be mostly vibes. One interesting thing that I'll note is like, if this is, you know, the real world, and then this thing is like the world of bits and the internet, stablecoins and Polymarket and things like that, like crypto applications which jump out of the blockchain, kind of miss the internet entirely. I'm not saying that this is good or bad. I'm just saying that it's interesting. Like, as somebody, thinking from first principles, I would have expected a bunch of internet data to end up on the chain, like, before we have, like, on-chain vapes and stuff. Just surprising that we ended up in the physical world before we ended up in the internet world. And that's what I want to talk about today, is I want to talk about, like, how we can make real magic internet money, and Ethereum can write more programs than I own 2 and you own 3 and you transfer me 1. So like maybe more largely, like how can we make magic internet apps? And by this I mean apps which don't feel like this, but which feel like this, like ingrained with the fabric of the internet. I don't have a good answer, but I do have 3 different sparks. And these 3 different sparks are just 3 different sparks of tech, which I think enable people to build magic internet apps, which we're just starting to see now. And some you may have heard of, and some you might not have heard of, but I'm going to spend some time talking about these 3 different sparks and what their trade-offs are, and then we will open up for questions. Oh, also, I think, like, just shoot your hand up if you're confused. I'm down to do that as well. But anyways, here we are. So the first spark is TLS Notary. And TLS Notary, how many of you have heard of TLS Notaries? Raise your hand. Yeah, sweet, most of you. I think like this is the most common one out of the next 3 things that I'm going to talk about. But TLS Notary has a lot to do with this little lock you see in a browser. When you visit any website on the internet, like at the top of your browser, you usually see this little lock. Like if I go to google.com, there's like a green lock, and that lock makes me feel good. And it makes me feel good because I know a couple of things because of it. I know that I'm talking to actual google.com, and I know that my messages with google.com are encrypted. Like nobody in the middle can see them, only me and Google can see them. This is because of transport layer security. And generally how this works, I'm going to be very reductive, but generally how this works is there are 2 steps. There's some sort of handshake between me and Google where I verify their SSL cert to like know they're actually Google, and then we create a shared key, and then it's just symmetric encryption the whole way from there. TLS Notary is a way, and so like with the context of what I'm talking about, what you should be thinking, or what you might be thinking, is like, all right, there's some cryptography going on when I visit any website on the internet, when I get any response from a website on the internet. Like, what if I could hook into this cryptography to bring it on-chain? And TLS Notary is a way to do that with a bunch of caveats. So before we get to how this thing works, we're going to start with a simpler problem, which is like, if me and David are doing something together, and like I want to convince David that I got a valid web response from a website. What TLS Notary would do is instead of me engaging in TLS with a web server, me and David jointly engage in TLS with a web server. And we do a multi-party computation, we create that symmetric encryption key together, and we do it in such a way where I don't need to reveal most of the data in my TLS connection. I can only selectively reveal what I want. So for example, like I might like only show David that I have like $110 in my Wells Fargo account by like logging on to Wells Fargo, and David can like kind of know beyond a doubt that like that is true. The problem is, like once we have this, how do we bring it to the chain? And this is where the notary comes in. The notary is essentially a hack because I can't do this sort of multi-party computation with a chain itself. And so we just do it with another server, which we call a notary. And then the server like sticks a signature on this, and then the chain just does a signature check. And like this is fine, but like obviously weird for you know the obvious reason, which is that you're trusting the notary. And so we see interesting things that people do kind of from this jumping off point, which is like, for example, Reclaim Protocol in their white paper talks about how they can create a network of different notaries with economic incentives to make sure they're honest. There's people doing things like running TLS Notary on like Eigenlayer AVSs. There's a bunch of different things you can do to make this better. Like maybe the dumbest one is just checking with multiple notaries to make sure you're okay. Anyway, so we have this tech and it's running. And what this means is we can take any data that's on the internet and kind of efficiently, cleanly bring it on chain. We don't need to go through an Oracle process. We can just be like, hello, blockchain. I have a valid response from this web page. And now it's a fixed point people can collaborate around. And it's somewhere we can move money around based off of. A brief digression on this point is we built a product based off of TLS Notary that I'm going to talk about for like a minute and then move on, just to give you a little taste of the stuff you can do. The product is called tomorrow.news. What tomorrow.news is it's a prediction market for tomorrow's New York Times headline. And unlike most prediction markets, where you have to choose either A or B, like Kamala or Trump or whatever, in this prediction market, you can type in any sentence, any natural language sentence, and the market will resolve based on how close your guess is to the truth. Specifically, in this case, based on how close your guess is to tomorrow's New York Times headline. Now, how do we pull this off? We pull it off with two different tricks. One trick is we use sentence embeddings. Sentence embeddings are a trick from AI where like you put in a sentence, you get a vector, and you put in another sentence, you get another vector. If the vectors are close to each other, the sentences are close in meaning. Like, I like cats and cats are good of a short vector distance, and like, I like cats and the moon is blue of a much further vector distance. And so we can use this to resolve the prediction market. But how do we bring that result and the result of the New York Times on-chain is we use TLS notary. So specifically, when I make a prediction, I put an embedding on-chain. And when I want to resolve the prediction, anybody can resolve the market. To resolve the market, they provide two proofs. One is a proof that this sentence is tomorrow's valid New York Times headline. That's a TLS notary proof. And the second proof is that this is a valid response from OpenAI's embeddings endpoint. And the nice little hack here is like, you can use ZKML to get inference on-chain, but like TLS notary provides a nice little hack to get the output of an ML model on-chain with a different trust model, which is just like check the OpenAI endpoint. And so we actually put this together and launched it, and you can play right now at tomorrow.news if you want to see an example of that. But that's like one sort of thing I'm very, very excited about and I think is totally underexplored, is you can take any data from the internet, where there's obviously a ton of meaningful data, and move money around based off of it, and even compose on-chain the same way you do in like DeFi based off of it. This seems to me like a very ripe area for exploration. Okay. Breath. Spark number 2. Has anybody heard of Appatest? Cool. All right, couple of people. So what Appatest is a protocol from Apple that's used to prevent fraud in mobile apps. All it is it's a way for a server, when it gets a request from a client, to know two things. One, that this request is from a valid Apple piece of hardware, like an iPhone or an Apple Watch or whatever. And two, that the request it got is from an app running an unmodified version, an untampered version of a certain app binary. And so like, the iPhone hasn't been jailbroken or anything. And so developers use this to like give out premium content, things that are gated by payments. They like use Appatest to limit fraud in those capacities. Let's dive into how Appatest works. Again, I'm being kind of reductive to get the point across. But how Appatest works is your app generates a key pair. Your app then engages in this like fun black box, Apple doesn't tell you how it works, like back and forth protocol with Apple in order to convince Apple that it is indeed, one, a real iPhone or Apple device, and two, an unmodified version of your app's binary. Then your app can generate attestation objects, which look something like this, that your server can then verify to make sure that to say that this request came from a real app running this binary. And like the important part of this attestation object is like this X5C, it's just like a certificate chain. And some friends actually recently figured out a way to verify the certificate chain in SP1, which means we can now make ZK proofs on it, which means we can now verify those proofs on chain. And so this is really, really interesting because now we can verify on chain that an iPhone, a real iPhone, running a specific app said something. And I feel like this is just a huge opening of gates, because there's like a lot of stuff on an iPhone. There's like location sensors, there's like audio sensors, there's like local ML models, there's like health data, there's your contact list, there's all this insane stuff on a phone that you can now like really cleanly verify on chain. And some fun things you can do with this are like, you can make an app that airdrops tokens like based on how far somebody's phone drops. And you can also do useful stuff. Like I feel like this like kind of opens the gates for there's still a lot of problems to solve here. But I feel like this is like a meaningful step in opening the gates for decentralized versions of like Airbnb and Uber, which can verify location data, some sort of way to generate maps in a peer-to-peer way, like social consumer apps that bootstrap off of contact lists that are on-chain, and like on-chain versions of games like Pokemon Go. Like I think this sort of stuff paired with like the fact that right now we're at an insane place in terms of like consumer onboarding to blockchains means we can build like really new and wild and creative experiences that are fully on-chain and leverage the chain in interesting ways. All right, deep breath. Spark number 3. Spark number 3 needs another little digression, like the one we started off at the beginning. Here's a black line that is the kind of like bottom layer of stuff on the internet. Yeah, so like here are all like the services we commonly use on the internet that like hold a lot of interesting data, like Twitter, whatever, you get it. Like there's a couple of nodes on the internet, on the graph of the internet that are like very important, a whole lot of like very meaningful, interesting stuff. There's some businesses built on top of those nodes. Like honestly, not very many businesses. I had a pretty hard time thinking about them and finding them, and it makes sense why. Like for example, like Tweetbot, was built on top of Twitter. I don't know if it exists anymore because of the API to help you write tweets, like better Twitter clients. Like games were built on top of Facebook, et cetera. But it makes sense why there aren't that many businesses like this, and that's because like there's a ton of risk in building a business like that, right? Like you're just totally dependent on the provider. And on top of that, you're dependent on the provider having good APIs and open APIs, et cetera, that are actually useful. And you literally see no businesses like even one layer above that, because like not only is the risk multiplicative, but it's very hard to understand data you get one layer out from the bottom layer of the internet. In fact, to like verify and build something real off of data that you get one layer out from the top layer of the internet, like if I get something from Tweetbot's API response, I also need to like connect to Twitter to make sure the original data is valid in a lot of cases. And so not only is like the risk multiplicative because you have like risks at 2 levels of APIs, but the data is like gets more and more annoying to deal with as you go up the layers because you need to deal with everybody below you. Some friends at 0x Park have been working at a solution to this called pods. And like, I think there's like many more better talks happening at Devcon about this, so like definitely go to those. But the one thing in here that I'm excited about and that is relevant to this talk is the fact that pods provide really easy ways to create pieces of data that not only like have verifiable claims in them, but can then be computed on to create another verifiable claim that can be verified in itself without checking everything that came before it. It's like recursive in that sense. Like I just said a bunch of words. Like what does that mean? It means like I can get a pod that is like a verification, an attestation to like my age. Let's say like my age is like over 20, and then like somebody else does some compute on that and is like, all right, my age is over 18 based on this compute that I did. I can look at that, give that my age is over 18 with the proof that it comes with it. I can give that data to somebody else, and they can be convinced of its validity all the way back to the root after just verifying one succinct proof. And like that is really, really interesting because what it does is it like enables you to build higher on top of this tower and like turn this like kind of like very low, like we have very small buildings on the internet. It lets us build like really tall towers of businesses on the internet. Again, this is like very vibes based, and I don't even fully know what's like crazy and interesting here, but it does feel that like another dimension of building stuff is open. And this also is like very related to the other things I talked about in the talk, because many of these proofs are easily verifiable on chain. And so you can kind of see all of these things coming together. Anyways, those are the 3 sparks. And to summarize, like, again, reductively of like my own talk, blockchains are a very complementary type of computer to the internet. Like they're annoying to deal with, but they're very composable because we're all building on the same computer. They create these like fixed points that we trust, and downstream of that, we can move money around based off of them. Like compare this to the internet, which is like this very like ephemeral, like, fast flowing, non-fixed point thing that's like very, very useful for like quickly building stuff and iterating, and it's super cheap, right? Like very different types of computers. And like currently the apps we've been seeing built that are blockchain apps are kind of like this. They exist within the silos of their chains, and there's very limited but very, very interesting points where which they touch the world. The one thing I want to leave you with is the next time you're dreaming up what to build, I think we've explored a lot of apps like this. I'm very interested in what apps that feel like this look like. And I actually do think we have the tech right now to start messing with stuff in that domain. Yeah, so that's the talk. I'm very excited about this. I'm very excited about building stuff like this. The best way to contact me is to DM me on Twitter or find me after. Yeah, 30 seconds left. Perfect. So I will start taking questions. Thank you all.
So if you have questions, scan the QR code. You can ask them. You got a few minutes to get them in. But we'll go ahead and start with the top one. An earlier slide, you mentioned the headline prediction market. It appears to be a blank page right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm stupid. I didn't put the link up. It's tmr.news. You can go play right now. The headline prediction market, I think, was a great example of the stuff I was talking about. But I think was specifically a bad product because it turns out that the New York Times headline's kind of a category. It's one of four things. It's the election, Israel, a hurricane. There's just a couple of things that it is. And it's really hard to ask users to write a complete sentence. And so I think the right path would be finding somewhere where an expressive prediction market actually creates a ton more value. But you can literally go to tmr.news right now and type in a prediction for tomorrow's New York Times headline. And the market will resolve tomorrow. And you will do well based on how close you are in meaning to tomorrow's headline. Yeah.
Cool. So what would it take to actually put an embedding model on chain? So the trust root will be native to the chain? Sounds like proof we can extract with optimized ZK?
I don't know exactly what the trust root will be native to the chain means. I think there are two ways right now I would practically put an embedding model on chain. Way one is the one I did, which is you TLS notary prove the OpenAI API. And they'll call it ZK TLS. What the ZK is after you get the TLS notary proof, it's just a ton of for OpenAI, it's a bunch of JSON from their response. And then you use ZK to say here's the actual embedding that I extracted from it. Actually, we don't even use ZK for that one. We just parse the JSON on chain. But usually you get a massive HTML from TLS Notary, and you need to do some nice ZK to run a regex over it and make it useful on chain. So that's the first way I would do it. The second way I would do it that's maybe as a better trust model is embeddings models are actually pretty small. And so Ezekiel or some ZKML solution could just generate a ZK proof of valid execution of a forward pass on the model, and you could verify that proof on chain as well. Yeah, but both are valid and I think have different trust models.
Awesome. Next question, based on all the advances you described in the talk, what do you want to build next?
I'm actually building a talking rubber duck next that has little to do with this, but one of the things I do want to build next, I'm very interested in stupid fun stuff that makes me happy, And so the one idea that I threw in there that didn't seem that cool, that I then was we can do useful stuff with the phone drop thing, I actually love and want to build. There's a bunch of super interesting ZK app test things that you can do, you can build location-based on-chain games. There was this missile game where people would shoot missiles at each other and then they would literally have to get out of the physical location to not get hit by the missile. That was an iPhone game from a long time ago. I think it'd be fun to do an on-chain incentivized version of that. There's an infinity of notebook of ideas I have with this stuff that I'm happy to talk about, but I'll cut myself off there. Yeah.
Cool. Web or mobile?
Both? I don't know. Depends what you're making.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it better to do polls rather than writing a sentence for TMR News?
Yeah. I think this was the initial point I made. Is that's for this specific thing. It's maybe a better product to do categories. I think that's not to say there isn't a place where it's literally better to have an expressive prediction market where you can type in anything. And that's really, really not to say that there isn't a blue ocean of stuff when you can bring meaningful internet data on chain and then have money move around based off of it. Like, I think that's the real point I want to make in this talk.
Okay, probably the last question.
Yeah.
How do you feel about TEEs, trusted execution environments, as a stepping stone to the ZKTLs, another tech for composing real world with a blockchain?
How do I feel about TEEs? I don't know. I don't feel much about TEEs. I have thoughts about them. I mean, I think like I think like SGX gets broken a lot. I think they're like very useful and you can do interesting stuff with them. Like a lot of the stuff that Flashbots is doing with like writing is very, very interesting, right? Like you can like give up your account. People can write based off of your internet accounts because the TE owns it. I think that's really, really interesting. Yeah, they're like really good for adding private information to on-chain games in certain interesting ways. Yeah, cool, a lot of stuff. Getting the time's up signal and hear the music. So catch me after. Thank you all.
Big applause for Small Brains. The next talk before the lunch break will be starting at 1:30 in 5 minutes. All right, we're going to bookend this first session of talks here with another talk about Layer 2. Vaibhav flew in from Dubai, and not as bad a trip as some of us have done, just 4 hours. But he's going to talk to us today about why ERC 7683 is broken and how to fix it. Everyone applaud for Vaibhav.
Hey guys, thank you so much for sticking through. I know everyone's hungry for lunch, so am I. Hopefully this will be a solid one, after which you think you will need a break. Super glad that you are still like up and alive. Sweet guys, I think to get into it, I sort of like wanted to talk about this upcoming thing called intents, which is supposed to sort of like change how we interact with chains going forward. And a bunch of like projects are starting to look at it in a pretty deep level, including people at Uniswap, CowSwap, and a bunch of like other protocols. So I just wanted to chat about an upcoming proposal there and talk through some of the design choices that have been made and why those might not be right, and how could we potentially fix it. This is not a diss track. Like I'm using the EIP or ERC as like sort of like a channel to talk about this stuff, not really talking about this specific implementation, right? I work at Socket. I'm Vaibhav, also go by VC. You can find me after the talk. But if you want to check out the exact proposal I'm talking about here, there's a quick QR code. I think this is by Mark Tora from Uniswap. And this is what Uniswap is going to be using for their cross-chain swap stuff, generally speaking. I think we always begin this topic with what really are intents, right? Unfortunately, that is something I don't want to get into for this particular doc. Right? It always sort of like goes into like something you don't want to get into, right? But I think broadly speaking, you want to do something on chain, you specify it, someone else takes care of it. That's like the rough mental model you can have in mind. And this is different than transactions, because in transactions you sort of like send a transaction on chain saying exactly what you want to do, but here you just talk about the end goal you want to achieve, and someone else sort of like takes care of the execution. That's like roughly how to think about it. So I'm going to talk about like a particular sort of like design pattern here. Goals of this particular ERC 7683 are about how do we make it such that fillers aren't fragmented. This probably doesn't make sense right away. So let me give you guys a quick like walkthrough about what really is happening here. So you see a nice farmer emoji there. That is our normal blockchain user today, who is sort of like signing something that looks like a struct, where he's sort of like talking about what chains he want to go between, what's the input asset, what's the output asset, things like that, right? And he sort of like signs this stuff and sends it on chain to a particular settlement contract on some source network, where a bunch of like these robots, these bots sort of like look up to this source chain contract for what are pending intents that need to be filled, right? And then they sort of like fill it on the destination. And then there's a oracle that sort of lets the settlement contract on source chain know that, hey, the request that you had has been fulfilled by this particular bot on destination, right? So really simple. User sends funds on source, the bots fill it on the destination, and then the oracle sort of like conveys the message that, you know, things are done, really. I think filler fragmentation starts here, right? So now we have two structs, which basically means like now we have like two intent protocols. The only difference between the first one and the second one is that the second one has an extra parameter called call data. Let's assume everything else is same. This is the only difference, right? Due to which now we have these two separate contracts. And earlier, while we had like 8 fillers solving for this particular intent protocol, as soon as we have 2 intent protocols, these are now split in 2, right? As more and more intent protocols go live, sort of like fillers get fragmented because they need to do more work, they need to do more integrations and stuff like that, right? Super annoying stuff. This is harmful for everyone. Not exactly harmful, but like really undesirable, specifically because there aren't too many fillers anyway in the space, right? There are probably like 15 to 20 entities that are sort of like operating in this particular role. And if you sort of like start fragmenting those, we don't know where we'll end up, right? So we want competition over here. So we want as many fillers as possible. So fragmentation is something we want to avoid here. Fragmentation is bad for all three of these parties. It's bad for the user, because if people aren't competing, you're going to get the worst possible price, right? And if you don't have like an intent standard, then you don't actually understand what you are signing. So someday you might sign something that gives someone authority to pull all of your funds away forever, right? So, you know, like chances of rug pull, we hear about phishing attacks with like permit to witnesses all the time, right? So we want to like standardize on this layer for sure. It's bad for intent protocols because we had 8 fillers. You launch an intent protocol and you have to like sort of bribe 4 of them to sort of like port over to your thing. And then as more and more of these protocols launch, it becomes even more expensive because these fillers aren't commoditized. They are sort of like specialized, and you have to like get into like specific agreements with them and whatnot. So ideally, you want to commoditize and have a lot of fillers. So you have high competition. If you launch an intent protocol, you have fillers for your user requests. And for fillers, they just want access to more order flow without doing a lot of work. So as a, like, just put on your market maker hat. What you want to do is, like, if there's an opportunity out there, I have capital, I want access to that opportunity for the least amount of work possible. So I think all in all, it sounds highly beneficial that we should like standardize this part of the layer for all 3 of these parties. And that's what the CIP is trying to do. The ideal world is where I launch a new intent protocol and all fillers start filling on my protocol on day 1 with like close to 0 effort. That's the ideal world. That's the world the CIP is trying to take us to. Again, put your market maker hat on. Imagine you are participating in one of these intent-based protocols. How does a filler decide to fill? Like, what is the decision tree on their end, right? You receive an intent. The first thought you have, or the first thing your program does is, do I understand this order type? And like, how do I interact with it, with its particular on-chain contracts and stuff like that? Like really like generic interpretation. Second is like, do I understand how does this particular protocol work? Can I fill for it? Stuff like that. So users and fillers are sort of like entities on both ends. And we need to give them like a way to sort of like communicate. Think about it like sending a Morse code, right? Like you are stuck somewhere and you're trying to send like a Morse code through to someone so that they can come and rescue you. You want to make sure they understand your Morse code. Otherwise, you're sending signals, they just think it is like a faulty bulb or something like that, right? So you want to make sure your signal can be understood and interpreted correctly. And you also don't want to be in situations where you're sending something like, hey, I have an apple, but what they interpret it as, I have a bomb, right? That's also a bad place to be in. So this interpretation needs to be on point, especially in this context because we are talking about financial contracts. Wrongful interpretation here means you lose money. So this is the first thing that you think about as a filler. Can I interpret this thing? Okay. The second thing you think about, can I fulfill? Meaning if the user is saying, hey, I have some Aave over here. If the user is saying, I have 100 Aave over here, give me like 200 Aave on this chain. This is something that is simply not possible. Or like, why would you give anyone free money unless you're getting more free money down the lane via some airdrop or something? So after you interpret, you just make sure you can fulfill what the user is asking for. Basically, sort of like making sure you understand the terms and conditions and you are like opting into it. All right. So once you interpret, you understand the terms and condition. Now you are like, okay, how much am I going to make on this thing? and do I participate on this thing or not? So now you start calculating profit, loss, and all of those things. So this is like how a market maker or a filler will sort of like think about your intent as they sort of like flow through. This is going to be like super important as we go about this stuff. So I think if you think about it, like why does filler fragmentation like exist on a deeper level? So every sort of like order or intent is basically like a shared language between a user and a filler. How many languages do people in this room know? I think I know maybe like 4. I don't think anyone in this room knows above 20. So I think it's like hard for us to like think that fillers will know 20, 25 different like intent protocols, because those are also sort of like shared languages. And as I mentioned before, right, these are like financial contracts, and misunderstandings have a financial cost attached to it. If you sort of like assume that this person wanted $1 million, but you send $10 million, you are now down $9 million, right? So a misunderstanding here has a financial cost. So you want to make sure you're interpreting and your shared language is tight. Yeah, I think as a filler in this space, once you have your strategy, once you have your capital, you spend most amount of your time sort of understanding how different protocols work and how you integrate with them and stuff like that. Now we are finally getting to the EIP itself, right? If you think about it, it is just a translator. Everything in sort of pink is standardized by the EIP, and everything in green is sort of open for developers to build on. So as a user, you send a cross-chain order. This settler contract, it sort of like translates it into a resolved cross-chain order, which is standardized, so that all fillers get the same resolved cross-chain order. So this thing acts like a translator, sort of. What's inside a settlement contract, like the thing in the middle in the last slide, it receives a cross-chain order, it sort of like has defined interfaces to receive the order, but then it's open for developers to interpret it however they want. And then devs can do like whatever they want in the settlement contract, and then they sort of like emit standardized events across the board, right? Which include the resolved cross-chain order that the fillers trust as like source of truth, almost. From a filler point of view, right? Consider this intent protocol 1 that is 7683 compatible, right? So there is a cross-chain order that goes in, and you can see a resolved cross-chain order on the other side that exactly matches. Now, I built another intent protocol that is also 7683 compatible, but the devs did something on this one. What they did was, now if you look at the cross-chain order and the resolved cross-chain order, you will notice that the destination chain ID has been manipulated. So in the cross-chain order, the 2-chain ID was 137, versus in the resolved cross-chain order, the destination chain is 420. Because the devs did something. What they did was they interpreted incorrectly. So now the filler thinks that he's supposed to fill on chain 420, but actually the user wanted funds on 137. So now the filler is in a tough spot. Even if he executes the intent, he will never get fulfilled or never get his money back. This is basically because I think the protocol is like too generic and gives developers or like this settler contract too much power, and fillers don't get any assurances of like what exactly can happen in the middle over here. So yeah, the core issue is fillers can't trust data from like these unauthenticated contracts. They have to go and sort of like audit, read each of these settler contracts. These contracts in the middle, these are called settler contracts in the ERC. They have to go and understand each of them, and only then they will accept data from it. So ideally, the goal was to be able to work with just standardized resolved orders, which you can find on that bottom there, resolved cross-chain order. Idea was like all fillers will be able to work with this, but not really. People have to, fillers have to understand the resolved cross-chain order as well as the settler contract for them to actually start filling this stuff, right? So we are sort of again, in our present world where fillers are fragmented by different intent protocols, which is the world we are trying to avoid. So I think getting to potential solutions, right? Otherwise, I'm just complaining on the stage for the last 15 minutes. Some potential solutions to this is that we sort of have this giant black box in the middle called settler contract. We sort of break it down into smaller modules, modules that provide sort of some guarantees to fillers on whatever settlement that they want to operate with, right? So we sort of like break down this like big giant black box that developers can do anything with into smaller standardized modules. One such module could be a standard escrow implementation. Idea is like, imagine this smart contract, really, really simple smart contract. You put in funds with a key and with a time lock, and you attach an oracle with it. Now, funds can leave this lockbox either when the timeout happens or when the oracle asks to sort of like withdraw. So your trust model as a user is like very well defined, and as a filler as well. You know if the funds have reached the lockbox, they are going to be unlocked for the user in 2 hours, but you can unlock them via the oracle for the next like 2 hours or like whatever the time limit is. And this gives you like really strong guarantees now, and you don't have to like care about what the settlement contract does as long as funds reach the lockbox and you have the ability to build the right key. I'm planning to write a little bit more about this, potentially another EIP building on top of 7683. But I think generally what I wanted to convey with this entire sort of like topic was intents are going to be super important. Intents are going to be the way we interact on chain. Intents are going to be the thing that you see on your MetaMask when you sort of like go and sign something. So it's super important for us to sort of have a shared language around it and for that shared language to be accurate. I'll be collaborating with a bunch of people in the space. Find me elsewhere, and super happy to chat about it. But yeah, that's basically it. Thank you so much.
Good stuff, Vaibhav. So we got a few questions. If you want to ask more questions, you can scan the QR, send them up, and they will show up automatically. But the first question that'll come up slowly on the screen is to ask us that should cross-chain intents more explicitly include execution of arbitrary call data on the receiving chain on the level of the ERC spec?
I think like highly debatable, and we should sort of like debate about it. I think this as a use case generally makes sense. I would be in favor, but I think there are arguments for not doing it as well. So I don't have a super strong opinion.
Okay, next question. Can we ever move away from the reputation-based system for solvers fillers? Do a cross-socket, etc., currently actually slash their fillers or punish them?
I think the cool thing about this stuff is that it's quite different from all the consensus-based models that we have seen in interop before. How interop used to work before was you would send money into a smart contract, you would have a bunch of validators, and those validators would be your truth oracle in some sense, and then they would give you funds on the destination. So you would trust this consensus or this like validator set to give you funds on destination. And that's when like slashing and staking, all of that became important, because if not, they would run away with your funds. But why this thing is cool, why intents are cool, is that you don't have to trust the validator set anymore. And there is no need for like slashing or anything like that. You send your funds, they will either get fulfilled in the next 2 hours or you'll simply get your funds back. And this is assured by smart contracts on chain. So it's pretty cool in that general sense.
Okay. So is it not possible to create the translation code for the different intent protocol languages?
I'm bearish on it. I feel like standardization in this like intent world needs to happen like bottom up rather than top down, because the application space is like as wide as basically any smart contract ever built. So I find it like super hard to sort of go top down when standardizing and talking about intents. I think my current best bet would be having some sort of like intent DSL, like think EVM, but for building intents, something like that, standardize at that generic level, maybe that makes sense. But I would honestly like go bottom up, build like standardized escrows, build like standardized proof systems, and sort of have these Legos available for developers to combine and build their intent protocols, instead of having like a standardized intent and everything else below that is a black box.
All right. One more question that just came in. Instead of the lockbox, couldn't we have a user signature on the intent and an off-chain mechanism that verifies that the intent output is intact via that signature?
Yeah, I think the purpose of lockbox is like slightly different. Purpose of Logsbox isn't to sort of like prove that you got exactly what you wanted on destination. That's the job of the Oracle. Oracle is your truth finder in this sort of scenario. I think Oracle is just to give assurance to fillers and users that if funds enter this particular contract, they will exit only in these two conditions. And based on that, you can sort of like simulate stuff and have a guarantee that if funds are entering this contract is not poisonous. And you can interact with it pretty much like how you do with ERC20s today. Even with the ERC20s, you can have like weird poisonous ERC20s, ERC20s that charge fees on transfers. But because we can do simulations on it, you know that like if you send 100 USDC, your balance is decreasing by 100 and someone else's balance is increasing by 100. So you can see like there's nothing poisonous there. I think if you have something like an escrow there, you can simulate and see that, hey, funds are reaching my escrow with the right key. So no matter what is happening with the settlement or with the settler contract, I don't have to be worried that it's poisonous or something like that.
Okay, probably the last question just popped up. If solvers take the risk of finality, how can we get high security insurances with cross-chain transfers priced at a few cents? Is it sustainable?
It's a super solid question. I think it is not sustainable if you don't have a lot of fillers. That's why we need a shit ton of fillers. If you have more fillers, you have more competition, then I am quite bullish that we'll have people with capital fighting for pennies, and our cross-chain transfers can remain like fairly cheap.
Cool. I'd like to thank all of our speakers who were here for the first session of talks and everyone who came to watch. Because they're going to have a break between this and the next section of talks, which starts at 3 o'clock, the stage crew has asked that if we could leave the room so they can clean it, make sure everything's are in order. Thank you, everyone, for coming to DevCon. It's been great emceeing for you today.
Mm-hmm. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back to this session. My name is Simon, or Simon, that's how my mother calls me, and I'm leading through that afternoon. I'm so excited to be here, like Cypherpunk and all this cryptographic stuff, something that I'm excited for a long time, and now I actually have the opportunity to learn from the brightest minds. So I'm very excited. I hope you're excited too. Are you excited? And small information, like I hear that people say that when you come near to the front, to the speakers, more of these synapses will cross from brain to brain. So please, people in the back, come in front to listen to our first speaker, which is Porter Adams from CK Sync. He read every Cypherpunk email like in the history. So please, welcome Porter to the stage and listen to all these emails that he read.
Thank you. I'm super excited to share this with you. I actually have like 40 emails that I want to get through in 20 minutes, so we're going to have to keep moving. This is mostly not about me. It's going to be about the cypherpunks, but I will have one slide for ZK Sync, a quote from the ZK Credo. The unwavering long-term vision remains, advancing personal freedom for all. Let us remain resolute in championing digital self-ownership onward. You can read the full ZK Sync like mission statement and Credo online. We believe in it a lot. All right, moving on. This talk started because I got annoyed. There were too many people on like crypto Twitter who were discussing cypherpunks and had clearly like no idea what they were talking about. And so instead of badgering them, I'm just politely informing everyone now of what the cypherpunks were really like. So I read every cypherpunk email. I will now pick the best emails and highlight the cypherpunk ideas, culture, and worldview so you can see it for yourself. And we're going to read them and learn them together what the cypherpunks are really like. So here's the format for my talk. First of all, shout out to Crypto Anarchy Wiki. You can read all of the archived history there if you'd like. The subject line will be at the top, author, day, month, year at the bottom, and then in the middle will be a screenshot. I'll try to narrate it over it if you can't read all of the text if it's too small. So let's begin. First email. How to make an automated remailer in your copious spare time with easy to find and inexpensive software tools you may have lying around. And then the email goes, it's actually, this is just a clip of it, but partway through it says, the Perl script in summary strips off the mail header, saving the subject line, rewrites a new header, and appends the body of the previous message. Here's the script, and then just puts the full Perl script in the email. So when cypherpunks say, like, cypherpunks write code, they, like, from the first email, were already just sharing with each other tools on, like, how to build this stuff. Like, this literally was, like, one of the first emails, because the next email I have, like, a week later, is I've had a bunch of people ask me about this group and what it's up to. Accordingly, I drafted a small statement of purpose. Please comment, Eric. And the full thing you've probably seen before. This is like the first draft of what becomes the Cypherpunk manifesto. There's like 8 different slight variations of all of this. You've probably seen it a bunch of times. In fact, this is probably the only Cypherpunk email you've ever actually seen that like was an email. The line I like the most from this one is, cypherpunks know that a widely dispersed system can't be shut down. Very true. Now, so literally this talk's just me highlighting a bunch of emails, so they're going to kind of be random, but it's going to overall get across like all of the points. So let's go. We appear to be entering a long-awaited crypto singularity. Tim C. May in November 1992 listed a bunch of reasons why he thought a crypto singularity was imminent. There was incredible excitement at these topics at hacker conferences. There were several journalists. There were articles in Scientific American on digital cash and quantum cryptography. There's a firestorm of over 500 comments about cryptographic keys. And all of these points are accelerating situation. Things may get very interesting and very sticky in the next several months. So 1992, maybe there wasn't quite a crypto singularity yet. But now today, like, I think it's funny because we have like all the same topics. Thoughts on digital cash from Mark Horowitz. About a month later, said I'd really like to see some sort of digital cash system set up. 3 days after that, Carl Barris replied with digital banking, file formats, etc. Here's what I envision a digital bank would digital bank working like, and Hal's Finney's summary of the bank protocol, and then just starts going through the math. Alice chooses x and r, Alice computes b equals r cubed times f of x mod n. Like 3 days later, they're just going straight to building digital money right away. They're not messing around. Electronic money legality. The question came up whether it would be legal to issue electronic money or regular money for that matter. Hal Finney says he got a couple history books out of the library to try to learn something on the history of private banknotes. And then the email is like him doing like 7 different book reviews that he clearly like all read over the weekend. One of them is George Selgin's book, The Theory of Free Banking, as a call to return to situation competitive note, where each bank would print its own money and people would use all of these different monies freely according to their preferences. I just think it's funny that Hal Finney read a bunch of books and then emailed everyone his thoughts and summary. White House letter. They were discussing whether they should like contact the government at all or just like keep building on their own. There's a suggestion from Dr. Zapod that we should simply send our stance on encryption and why it shouldn't be regulated. I think this is a common goal among all cypherpunks on this list, that is, except the NSA folks who are listening in. Timothy C. May, nonetheless, I will never desire censorship for its own sake, and I will always fight to remove conditions which make censorship exigent in the first place. Yeah, the problem is like who decides like who gets to be censored, and so very against it from the beginning of the mailing list. Another email about a White House encryption idea. They are not passing out the algorithm. I don't trust anyone to tell me it's secure. Sent from treason@GNU. I'm not a cryptographer, so it wouldn't help me if they gave me the code, but you know, open source like adds more trust. So, reply, is Rush Limbaugh giving Clinton shit about wiretap chip? So someone sent an email to the Cypherpunk mailing list that said, well, I work for a major airline and would be happy to get you his home address if he has a frequent flyer number. And Mark replied, excuse me, are you completely missing the point here? We're fighting for privacy. Misusing your position in whatever airline you work at for broadcasting someone's home address is like completely antithetical to what we're trying to do. So like I'm showing you the best of the best emails, but there's also people sending emails who have like almost no alignment with what the cypherpunks like you would think of today. Like somebody's like working in an airline company trying to dox people and like mailing the cypherpunk mailing list for some reason. Reply on digital cash. I thought this email was super funny. So someone sent a question, what's to keep someone from opening a digital bank and taking the money and running? And Duncan Frisco replied, nothing. So I think this is the first example of like cryptocurrency rugging. But yeah, good luck. Radical paranoia. This one just kind of felt relatable. The end question, am I being paranoid or is there a valid issue here? It's about cryptographic key signing, and with PGP back in the 90s, you would like physically meet someone in person and then like sign that their public key actually belongs to them. And then he has a problem with like doing this online because you can't be completely sure you're talking to the right other person. And so I kind of appreciate like the thought analysis here of like being like super paranoid about how these things are going to work. Secure voice software issues. There are problems yet to be solved. I'm rapidly coming to the conclusion that the only way around the SLIP/PPP modem buffer delay problems is to speak raw synchronous data into the modems, even to the point of implementing v.42 BIS and HDLC in the host computer instead of using the modem's implementation. I have no idea what most of that means, but it kind of sounds like a lot of core devs when they talk about stuff. And so, yeah, I just thought that was like a fun parallel to today of like, yeah, I'm coming to this conclusion, guys. I think everyone agrees on here, right? Digital warfare. L. Detweiler sent an email that we may see the creation of virtual governments in which geographical location of an individual is irrelevant to the choice of government, and perhaps for the first time in history, the individual can choose freely among all that exist to that which best suits his preferences, and the so-called social contract between the citizen and his government is actually made explicit for the first time. This will happen on all levels, and we're beginning to realize what communication truly entails. Now, L. Detweiler is kind of a bit of a character. He's going to come back in a few seconds. Paul Ferguson sent First, so Don Hinson, I guess, sent an email and said, if there's no cypherpunks cause or movement, please let me know. Being able to interact with people who believe in the cypherpunks cause is the only reason I subscribe to this list. And if there is no cause, I'd like to unsubscribe and spend my time elsewhere. And the reply is just, what the hell are you talking about? Because like, imagine being like in peak cypherpunk mailing list. Like, you know, Tim May and Hal Finney and Nick Szabo are sending emails like every single week. And there's somebody in here who's just like, is there a cause? Does anyone know? Is there a movement? And the reply is just like, what are you talking about? Because like, you know, some people just like can't get the point. I don't know. This is LD is L. Detweiler. Just a reply to L. Detweiler's last flame of me. I won't say that he's insane or deranged, since I know that does no good. I won't say that he is raving or frothing at the mouth, since that does no good either. So some of the emails kind of like get a little bit heated. And Detweiler is basically mad that everyone starts thinking that everyone hates him and curses him. And I continually sent out some of my most masterful and brilliant postings when I still had a respectable reputation. Despite that, P. Metzger was continually attacking and dogging me in the most vicious way a human being. At least I think he's a human being. And so they're really like, it sounds like crypto Twitter. It's ridiculous. It's hilarious. And Anon replied, but this is probably L. Detweiler again, to Nick Szabo, who Nick Szabo nicely wrote, no, Mr. Detweiler, I'm not pseudo-spoofing. It's not clear what this term means. Detweiler just kind of like made it up and got paranoid. But Detweiler replied and said that to Nick Szabo, frankly, I think you're a bald-faced liar. Are you intellectually challenged, or am I going to have to root up all the archives to prove it? I think this is very entertaining to ask Nick Szabo himself if he's intellectually challenged. So all of this drama with Detweiler kind of came to a bit of a conclusion with Timothy C. May writing a summary email of who is L. Detweiler. He joined the Cypherpunks list about a year ago, showed great enthusiasm and energy, volunteering to write an FAQ on anonymity and the internet and privacy and anonymity. He put this out very quickly. Email goes on. By the end of it, he asked to be removed from the Cypherpunks list and was. He created his own group, the Cypherwonks list, with a fascist list of rules and regulations about true identities, the evils of pseudo-spoofing, etc. I gather from reports that it's now moribund. I didn't join for obvious reasons. And so this was almost the end of L. Detweiler, except 3 days later he responded with, who is Timothy C. May? And he says, first, reports of my insanity are greatly exaggerated. And I think that's one of like the funniest opening lines to an email I've ever seen. And then he has some shots back at Timothy C. Mays and capable of understanding the distinction between truth and satire. So the drama goes on within the email list. Here, Blacknet is probably what we would call like a darknet today. The darknet could remove most of the risk with near perfect anonymity and digital cash. A tidy side income could be created for anyone with access to classified information. This is from Hal Finney. Digital cash, anonymity at the same time. Hal Finney sent a lot of emails about this. Another reply, Hal Finney wrote more. The other issue, which I know less about, is the possibility of cryptographically strong obfuscated code. For the cryptographers in the audience, you know that's like something we're still kind of working on today, but is potentially possible. But the fun part is that Timothy C. May replied that the similarities with zero-knowledge work are apparent. In zero-knowledge interactive proof systems, one knows something without actually showing what one knows. So sent in March 1994, cypherpunks were already talking about zero-knowledge proofs. NSA digital cash, yeah, this brings up some serious issues. I doubt it'll be long before there are some official government agencies developing official US digital cash system. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if there are divisions in the NSA dedicated to doing it this moment in April 1994. Cypherpunk's goals, bad debate drives out good debate. Timothy C. May, he was kind of like almost a moderator for the list a little bit. I mean, the list is unmoderated, but he'd just send like kind of polite rants every once in a while like this, where he said, we have to stop the slide into inconsequential chatter and paranoid speculation. There's work to be done. I know of no other group even 1/10 as prepared as we are to do this work. Let's get on with it, Tim May. Delayed self-decrypting messages. Paul Schobel asked, is there a way I can send out a file and perhaps a tool such that the file can be decrypted only after a given date? Now we call this time lock encryption. It like barely exists now. It's still like a very cool technology that I don't see like used very much, but it's another part of like cool cryptography that the cypherpunks were trying to like think about and discuss, but they didn't quite have like all of the cryptography we have now. So fun to see like all of the ideas that are now relevant. I've been showing a lot of highlights of sort of like the more chatty stuff, but the whole time there's also like very technical conversations always happening. This person has optimized the counting bits on a uniprocessor machine and has shared like the 3 opcodes that you need for the whichever systems those are. So the technical work did continue. I'm just not showing you like lines of code in every single slide. Remailer chaining results. Hal Finney sent an email in August 1994. I've done some calculations on the mixing properties of Chom-style networks and gotten some interesting results. And then wrote like 4 pages straight of computations on like mixed nets and the privacy properties and trade-offs between different parameters. And then he ends his email with, now how many people have read this far? Not me. I didn't even read it for this talk. OK, social punishment, reputation systems. I think actually there's an interesting point in the first paragraph where it says the decentralized system makes it very difficult for someone to rejoin society, to have his or her reformation recognized. The channels in traditional societies include like good work and being a good citizen. The other is just starting a new identity. And that makes a proposal, there's a strong case for universal pseudonymity, ban true names, maybe a little aggressive, which together with the strong voluntary reputation and social punishment systems can form the basis for the cyberspatial order. Kind of ambitious. I like the banning true names idea. Bruce Schneier is a famous cryptographer a lot of you might recognize. He wrote like the book that a lot of the cypherpunks were studying at the time. He was also sending emails on how to like help design cryptography systems, including on Feisal networks, S-boxes, and block cipher design. Good S-box design is not an easy task, and he like outlines 4 different ways of choosing randomly, testing, man-made, math-made. Basically, they're all kind of like teaching each other how cryptography works at the same time. I think this was nice because this was literally like his published paper. Academia used to be much easier to read back then, and I wish we would have more papers that are like this level of explanation, please. Cell phone security, Conrad Walton. I feel like this is just a very on brand of what you imagine like a cypherpunk anarchist email would sound like. As one who owns an AOR 1000 radio frequency scanner that can receive any and all cell phone conversations, I would have to say that you have no security unless you have some kind of voice encryption. Later on, I bought guns with high-capacity magazines this year after they were banned also. I wish I had enough money to buy a good assault rifle before they're all overpriced. Parentheses, they'll never be gone, just overpriced. Conrad Walton. So yeah, super on brand. Timothy May is right. There ends up being like more drama in the mailing list. Eric Hughes and Timothy May were kind of 2 of like the big founders originally. They're the ones like you see on the magazine cover of Wired. But basically, like there's kind of a falling out. Eric Hughes is maybe embodying the dictatorial approach he claims to defy via cypherpunk philosophy, hypocritical and egomaniacal. And so even people who maybe started out as cypherpunks end up getting accused of like, yeah, being dictators. And so maybe it's hard to get along for a long time. Value of anonymity. It's easy to imagine the sort of panopticon which will soon arise in the internet and its descendants unless the strongest possible protections are adopted. And I thought this email was funny because it's from Wei Dai, and he's like talking about a new encryption system and says, I can try, but I've never done real crypto programming before. But if you know now, like Wei Dai is a legend in cryptography, and so like even legends started out, you know, at simple things. Here's a list of attempts to ban encryption in 1997, 1981, 1984, 1986, 1987, 1989, 1990. In 1991, there's one I want to highlight. The FBI asked Senator Joe Biden to introduce a sense of Congress to recommend backdoors in all encryption telephone systems, and the provision was removed after public outcry. 1992, 1993, and the email sent in 1995. So it's like almost every single year they were introducing like new proposals in Congress to ban cryptography or install backdoors. This was like a real large threat at the time. And I think like we haven't needed to worry about it too much recently, but hopefully this never like seriously comes back. Crypto could be the next wave of IPOs. Timothy May, 1995. It seems that anything involving the internet, the web, and digital commerce is really, really hot. I thought this was fun just because we're talking about fiat Shamir, so I like the cryptography part. If you're into ZK still, this is like not the same ZK, not the same paper, but still the same cryptographers on how to prove themselves. Crypto hardware summary, Douglas Barnes in 1995 pointed out that using coprocessors to achieve speed in cryptography operations is probably not justifiable for end users. It is almost always justified for servers with high volume. And then people, though, running cryptography-based transaction clients on their PCs are going to learn, one way or another, that having valuable secret keys on their hard disks is not a great idea. This, not speed, is the primary motivation for consumer-oriented cryptography hardware. Yeah, so they already thought of everything, like back in 1995. Cypherpunk FAQ, we're almost done. I downloaded the Cypherpunk FAQ from the Cypherpunk mailing list. When I decompressed it, all it contained were the words, "Yoo-hoo, anybody home? Has the FAQ been corrupted, or is this an inside joke?" Yeah, so apparently it was from L.Weiler. Yeah, it was a joke. And then this is the last email that I'll share is someone invited the entire Cypherpunks mailing list to their birthday party, which is a great idea in the first place. And Julian Assange pointed out that if the party ends at 10 p.m., that's not a party, that's an after-school Tupperware get-together. Cool. So now you've seen the Cypherpunk emails, what you do with this information, really whatever you want. I just wanted people to be informed on like sort of what it was like. And with that, we'll go to Q&A. So thank you.
Ooh, big applause for Porter. Yeah, for the Q&A, you know how it goes. You can scan that QR code and then register. We have some questions already. What are some ideas early cypherpunks had that have yet to be implemented or maybe are implemented but less popular than P2P Cash or Tor?
Yeah, so I think one thing is the cypherpunks were like even more paranoid than we are now, and they were very concerned about verifiable hardware and like building hardware that like you could actually like know that the code's running correctly. I think that's like one of the things. Besides that, there were just a bunch of the cryptography ideas that are now called like time lock encryption and witness encryption and like super advanced stuff that's not even quite here today. But yeah, it was cool.
All right, next questions. What are some yet to be mainstream extropian prophecies?
I'm not sure. I mean, they talk, there's just a lot of stuff in the emails. I don't know if I have any good like prophecies that they were predicting. Most of their prophecies were that like, there's all the ways the doomers who think everything's going to get banned and we're going to need to build bunker coin and like this is, yeah, like our only hope is to build cryptography. And surprisingly, like governments have somewhat gotten on board, probably a little more than they expected.
All right, then the top one. It seems like people are very interested in those slides. So how can they get those slides?
Yeah, I'll post all of the slides afterwards. Also, yeah, the slides don't have like every email, so maybe I'll include some extras.
All right, and then I like that one on the bottom also. That was very interesting to see what these early people discussed. So where are these conversations? Oh, where did that go? Yeah, here. Where are those good conversations happening nowadays?
I mean, probably like crypto Twitter, like ETH research forums, like places like this conference actually. Like if you want to be discussing these topics, there are tons of people, yeah, probably literally right here who are happy to talk about these with you.
Okay, now we go to the bottom, to the good questions. So what everybody wants to know. Reading through all these emails, any guess who is Satoshi?
So I'm actually, I'm going to cop out, but I'm super against Satoshi guessing. I'm very like adamant that we should just leave Satoshi as anonymous and not try and figure out who it is. There's probably like text analysis you could start doing on like his emails versus some of the Cypherpunk emails and things, but I'd rather not. Like I'd rather not know. So.
All right. Big applause for Porter. That was a very interesting session. I personally learned that even these kind of almost crypto gods were just humans, and then they had these debates and stuff going on. But also like some of the ideas that we run after still were invented in 1992 and later on. So that was very interesting. The next talk will start at 3:30. So please go to the bathroom. It's out right. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks so much. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a great break. So for the folks in back of the room, don't be shy. Like these frogs don't bite, I hope. But come into front so like you can better connect with our next speaker. He's called ARP, and he works for the moving castles, and they had like a thing, the cursed machine. So it was their own autonomous world. And that world really got autonomous. I can't wait to hear about it. So please give it up for ARP.
Hello everyone. Nice to be here. I'm Arb, also known as Arthur Rowing Bear. I will be talking about this cursed machine. I work at a company called Moving Castles. We're a game studio for the research and development of autonomous worlds. I have a quick definition of autonomous worlds. If single-player worlds emerge out of personal computing and multiplayer worlds emerge out of client-server computing, then the definition of our organization is that autonomous worlds are the new games and worlds that are made possible by P2P computing. I also want to say that I'm fighting a fever, and if I'm not making sense, you can blame the bugs fighting against my immune system right now. Okay, so we started building this autonomous world called This Cursed Machine a while ago. It looked like this in the beginning. And I will show you the first minutes of gameplay now. Can you make it a bit darker? Yeah, I skipped over this part because it's boring.
Bugs. 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 Bugs.
Okay, I'm not going to show all of this. You're getting a kind of feel of what's going on. You're a stump trapped in a pod, and you need to produce different materials. It's a fully unified body horror fulfillment center simulator. You fulfill your orders, and you get bugs. At some point, you unlock a multiplayer market. You compete with other stumps to solve orders, and you can build new things on top, extend the world. So why? Why did we do all of this? But first, I think there's a message from our sponsors.
And plasma powder in hand, our cursed machine makes everything planned from waste to worth in our expert command.
Okay, dear TCM, how did you do this and why? So the first thing we did was, the game is quite simple. It's a token in, push it through a circuit, token out game. We created a vast material map. And so if you take bugs, for example, you input bugs, you input them into the rat cage, you put the rats from the rat cage to the burner, you get dead rats, and there's a lot of them. Okay, composability, tokens. Second thing is narrative composability, which is even more important, I would say. So what's great about building within a cursed corporate environment is that a Excel sheet is lore consistent. This has advantages over other worlds. It makes it really easy for people to contribute to it, and it kind of blurs the barrier between user-generated content and what we do. It also makes our job really easy. The next is LARPing. So everything we did was in character, which means that, oh yeah, diaper is an order, just so you're not confused. We did everything in character, so the Telegram chats, the Twitter, everything was done in character, as we are also employees at the same company. We're just the middle managers, and we are blaming other, the corporate overlords, etc. The third thing that was important was to embrace, fourth thing, to embrace failure. Every issue is a narrative opportunity. Very simple one is, we're building an on-chain game, which means we're dealing with this vast broken machine. So the game is about being trapped in a vast, dysfunctional, broken machine. But also this applies to more things, as you will see. So what happened? A lot of things happened. We launched, and players started building different things. This is a kind of overview of the different organizations, the different stump initiatives that emerged. Someone found out that the orders for stumps to create different materials, the smart contracts were open, so they created a site called Stumpfmakler, where you can buy materials from the stumps. Different companies started emerging that sold and cornered parts of the market. We had our first issue. Evil hackers started stealing the bugs we had wanted to give to the good stumps who were joining the game. Very bad evil hackers. So we gave a grant to 2 new insurance companies, which were player-led, which gave predatory loans to new bugs, new stumps, so they could now play the game. Of course, this would bite them in the ass later. There's a second company. We also, at some point, the medical records of the stumps got leaked. Oh yeah, Frolic built an answering machine. I don't know if the sound works.
Thank you for calling the SEUMP Unemployment Hotline. Your call may be recorded for quality and training purposes. Please hold while we connect you with Bugs Order Fulfillment Center.
So this was built by a player. And it reads the smart contract and reads you the current orders. You can actually call it now.
There are 6 jobs available. Job order number 86461. We need 79.
Okay, we're not going to do all of this. But... Okay, then we had another hack. Someone stole all the bugs. So we went out with an official statement. We started telling the stumps that they need to get ready for the war against the hackers. And we did it. We beat the hackers. Actually, it was me DMing the hacker and asking him to return all the funds, which he did. Also, we had a corporate partnership with TSMC. And this is a video. Can you turn up the music?
What you want from me? Yeah, I took a break, but I'm back on my bullshit. I got a scan on her back on them cool shit. Put up on me, she want me in a Gucci. I accidentally with no time at Gucci. Every time I suck it, but y'all learn. I ain't this sauce, I ain't rock with no shirt. You can get hit with that fire, you burn. Slow on these birds, but I feel like a worm. Bitch, I be geek, you can call me a nerd. I got it easy, me, Yankee jeans and a cold horse, yeah, sit on my third. Flawless diamond, bitch, I be high with the guts of the bird. I was just nodding off in that Porsche, yeah, bitch, I done ran over the curb. Bitch, I'm gon' pull out that sauce and I turn up. You know what I say, but you know that you heard me. 24/7, we kicked up 7-11, double, cause my vision been blurred. My money's hard, my money fair, my money big, my money sturdy. My pussy gon' pull up from long range, 10 up 30 times, yeah, calling them curves. My head clean, I don't gotta do nothing for me. All my pussy gon' shoot for me, they on payroll, and you gotta pull it.
Okay. So that worked, kind of. We are really happy with the outcome. We saw a lot of things emerge, and we think that happened because of the different methods we used. And I think that there is a lot of unexplored potential for leaning into issues, especially in the game space. As people come from the protocol space, they're kind of cling to this idea of security, and I think it doesn't matter. If you're actually creating a thing which is supposed to be fun, the most fun about crypto is all the hacks, all the drama, all the on-chain shenanigans, and why not embrace that and make it into the narrative of the game itself? And I think that that is really how you get a decentralized narrative where the actions of the players and the different participants shape, what the world is. We're working on a next game. This is an artist rendering. I'm not going to tell you more than that. If you want to follow what we're up to, you can scan this QR code. I'm going to give you a little bit of time. Since not many people are doing it, it must be because you don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to give you more time. Okay. Are you all done? Great. And then the last thing is we/Rasmus, one person from Moving Castles. Oh yeah, I want to credit GVN and Rasmus, my two co-founders, and then also Agnes Cameron and Manus Niehoff, who worked on TCM. And this one was made by Bunker and Rasmus. And it's shulgin.engineering, and you can upload your frogs and synthesize new materials. It's available now, and it integrates with ZooPass. Okay. The URL is shulgin.engineering. Wait, I don't know how to go back. Wait. Okay, here. You have to read it quickly at the top. Here, shulgin. Okay, wait. Okay, one more time. You see it? Okay, I'll do what? Okay, I have a lot of time left, so I'm kind of. But I think that maybe it's time for questions. Did we get questions? There are questions? Good. Because we have a lot of time left. How do I do this?
All right. A big applause for Arb, who, despite being sick, came here and present all of this. And don't be shy. Please bring more questions, because the first one is not really a question. It's just like, thank you. And then the second one would be, what's your favorite material from the map?
I think the first question is really important, and I like it a lot, I must say. Thank you, whoever asked that. I agree. I am persevering. My favorite material from the map? I don't know. There's a lot of good ones. I will think about it a little bit. Does anyone in the audience have any favorite materials? Adrenochrome is pretty good. Neuralink is good, yeah. Yeah, the mold stuff is also pretty good. There's a whole, I like the whole oil, what's it called, material map unlock. That was great. Petrochemicals, electronics was good. Yeah. Why Redstone? Yes, of course. I didn't mention that. We work together with the beautiful Lattice company, and this was built on mud. And we used their chain called Redstone as well, which worked really well. I mean, we like working in mud, and Redstone worked well for, you know, it came with the thing, and it was good. I'm not super opinionated about chains. I think it worked really well, and we like working with the Lattice team. Who's the best player? I think that this is an interesting question. We had a leaderboard, but I think the best players were the ones that started creating their own stuff. I think Frolic built in the API, which was cool. That was a great player achievement. And I think that, yeah, the players who extended the game and extended logics were the best players. Are there other projects? Okay, here's a lot of stuff here. How did you build it? Mud.
So the one on the top are the ones with the most upvotes. So what percentage in character are you still in right now?
It's a very good question. I don't know. I think the fever is pushing me more into character. Yeah. Here, obviously, blockchain constraint options for game loops as well as developer resources. Independent of these two, is there a central mechanic game loop you find interesting from a narrative perspective? I think that it's really hard to build game loops or games on chain. I think you can do a lot of classical games when you start doing obfuscation or ZK stuff. Otherwise, it really limits the game space. I think that TCM worked for the time we ran it, but it also was basically a captcha with a faucet at the end. And then we did a bunch of wheeling and dealing around that to extend the game life of that. I'm currently, I find games that have optimal strategies but that change based on player behavior really interesting. And I also like social oracle games, like the beautiful Dress to Impress game on Roblox, which is a game where you dress up and you perform a fashion show, and then people rate you for it. That's a great game.
The next would be, are there any other projects that are along the same lines of a merchant blockchain narrative?
I don't know. Are there? Does anyone? No? Do you know any, GVN? Are there any more? All of them trying? Yeah, we're all trying. I think that maybe games are too afraid to lean into the failures. I think that maybe is a unique thing about our game. And I think if more people were able to do that, we could have more emergent narratives. I think that's basically the somewhat chaotic kind of core message of my talk, is that, the people feel like they have agency over worlds if they can break them. If you don't allow that, you're just creating a little sandbox that people can play in, but you don't allow them to change or break the sandbox. And really, the most interesting narratives are the ones that subvert the expectations of the game makers and then become part of the narrative.
All right, then the one that actually interests me a lot is how did you build it, the whole thing?
Yeah, it was built using mud by a great team. Us at Moving Castles, and together with the support of the mud team. And I think it looks good because we leaned into the kind of limitations of the medium. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So what was the funniest hack then that happened?
Yeah, I think the faucet hack, Yeah, there was all kinds. There was like a lot of people like trying to break the game, and then me kind of begging in DMs for them to return the funds. That happened a bunch of times. The good thing is we just were the central bank for the token anyway. So when someone like hacked or tried to speculate on it or something, we just increased inflation. So it was worthless. So we did a bunch of stuff like this, and that was fun. We basically, the trick is to just demotivate so much that they give back the tokens.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was a very good talk by Arb. Give it up for Arb. I learned that the best thing in crypto is the hacks and the drama. That's why we're all here. And but like he said, like the box gets stolen in that application. But I have to say, I would laugh if in my application people steal box. But we will take a quick break. We return on 4 p.m. with the next panel. Until then, feel free to go out, refresh yourself, go to the bathroom. We will be back in 9 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Stage 5, you're in. I hope you had a great break. Did you have a great break? Me too. I had already like a very nice chat with the panelists that will come soon to the stage. But I don't want to actually spoil the alpha who it is. They will introduce themselves. But I want to kind of like tell you quickly is this. As soon as the session starts, on the right on that screen, there will be a QR code. You can scan that QR code and then scroll down, and then somewhere you find this Mercat or Q&A session application. You can go in there, and you can pose questions to the system anonymously, okay? And then during the session, you can upvote these questions and so on and so forth, so that at the end of the session, or like at the end of the panel, we have like a very nice curated list of very interesting questions that we can prolong the panel a little bit with the question from you. That sounds great, right? You can also mint or like kind of claim that you attended this session here. Who knows, maybe in the future that will be of use. So without further ado, the next panel is about navigating stablecoin yields and risks.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining our session. Today is Wednesday, and it's a perfect day for discussing some stablecoin yields and risk. So this is going to be a 55-minute session, 45 minutes for panel discussion, and then the last 10 minutes is going to be for Q&A. The Q&A is only open to audience at the venue, and I believe you need to scan the QR code here to submit your question. So let's get started. I'm Tammy. I'm specialized in on-chain research, and then I'm passionate about stablecoin and stablecoin risk. So I have spent some time on developing a stablecoin risk assessment framework that leverage data-driven metrics. And today I am the moderator of the session. Really excited about our panel with representatives coming from stablecoin project and on-chain liquidity provider. How about we start the session from you guys introduce a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Alessandro. I'm the CTO at Dialectic. We are an on-chain liquidity provider. You can think about us as like institutional grade yield farming. So we provide liquidity to anything that is on chain and is paying incentives. So it's kind of liquidity as a service as well. And we deploy into stablecoins and ETH and Bitcoin yield opportunities, mainly on EVM chains. And I'll probably be talking mainly about risk today.
My name's Colin. I'm the head of product for Liquidity. We are the most decentralized immutable stablecoin that exists with LUSD. And I'm in charge of an upcoming product called Liquidity V2. And we'll have a stablecoin called Bold. So we'll help you with the yield part of this question.
And I'm Mariah. I'm a co-founder of Gyroscope. I also did one of the probably first PhDs looking at DeFi. Back in about like 2018, 2019. And Gyroscope is a combination of a decentralized stablecoin and a DEX, so it's a little unique in that regard. It's a protocol that's focused on risk and liquidity management, as well as kind of generating new yield opportunities around specifically decentralized stablecoins.
Well, for the last 12 months, we have seen the number of new stablecoin projects rise exponentially. But however, I think around 94% of the stablecoin market share are dominated by 4 top stablecoin projects on Ethereum. So 58% by USDT, 27% by USDC, around 5.6% by DAI and the rebranded version USDS, and then around 3% by USDE, which is just launched last year. So at this point, it seems like the main way for a new stablecoin project to compete is on yield opportunities. So my first question will be, at this point in the market, what yield strategy do new stablecoin use to compete, and how do you see this evolve over time?
Yeah, so I think it's a really good point. So yield is a big aspect. So our current LUSD, we don't compete on yield. Our yield right now is not great. It's 2 or 3%, where most other places are paying much more. We're building a new product, should be no surprise there. It's not the whole story. I mean, there are different risks that come in, the other half of the yield. So Athena is kind of mentioned with USDE as being one of the higher yielding stablecoins. But a lot of people are concerned about the risks. One of the highest yielding stablecoins in the last cycle, of course, was UST, which no longer exists. So you can kind of see, and I'm not proposing that Athena is going to go down that route at any stretch of the imagination, but there are people that worry about, well, why am I getting paid more? Because in finance, risk and reward kind of go hand in hand, and if you find a way outside of that, you're either losing or you're winning, but most people kind of get it in the middle. But I think you hit on a really interesting point, which is how do you product segment using yield and using your risk profile. And I think what's really interesting is if you look in the TradFi sector, where we're just kind of across other DeFi things, everything we label as a stable coin, I mean, it's a transferable unit of account that's generally measured in dollars. I mean, it could be another currency. But your savings account at a bank is as well, as is your investment in a treasuries. These are all based on dollars or in baht, we're in Thailand, or euros or whatever. But they do different things, and some of them may require you to lock money up for a certain time. And for different parts of your portfolio, that makes sense. And I think with stablecoins, we're going to see niche use cases. USDC, USDT work really well because they're in centralized exchanges. They're very good at on-ramping and off-ramping. They don't provide yield. Athena is the polar opposite. So I think that we're going to see lots of segmentation around that, focusing on yield as well as liquidity and other aspects.
And
yeah, I would add a little bit on top of that. In particular for like new entrants to the stablecoin space, there is kind of like a spectrum, of course, between like how much risk are you taking on with this stablecoin design, and also like how much you have to be compensated for that risk. But at the same time, you also have to compete with the like existing incumbents, mainly like USDC and USDT, who have very entrenched liquidity, and the usefulness of your stablecoin really depends a fair amount on how easy it is to get in and out of your stablecoin, to actually use it for what you're intending to use. And that depends on like how liquid your stablecoin can actually be, and it's kind of like a chicken or the egg problem. Even if you're not like intending to only be focused on yield, you somehow have to like establish your liquidity, and usually you have to pay for it and like compete with the cost of capital of other stablecoins, which actually is like an advantage of USDC and USDT for them. Like they don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, and that maybe also just like the fact that like most of the stablecoin liquidity is actually not in DeFi. I think like all of us here on the panel at least are like very much focused on the DeFi use case. But most of the supply of stablecoins is outside of DeFi and is used in centralized exchanges, is used for payments. And there the existing network effects, I think, are very difficult for especially like DeFi-focused stablecoins to compete with on those use cases. So where the DeFi stablecoins are really competing at is in the DeFi ecosystem, where it's more about using the stablecoins as collateral, it's using the stablecoins as pairs with other stablecoins, and there the yield component becomes a lot more important. And it's one of the big ways in which the different coins try to get their own share of the market. Now, as Colin very correctly said, it's really much about risk-adjusted yield, and for us as like large-scale liquidity providers, that's ultimately what we care about. If we can get very high APR in a position that's very risky, then that's not something that we may do, or we may only do with a very small part of the portfolio, and then most of the liquidity goes to like lower yield but also much lower risk stablecoins.
So what is the yield strategy at Gyroscope and Liquidity then? Can you give us some details on that? I know you mentioned that, but like traditionally, a stablecoin user can earn yields from providing liquidity, and now you have a yield-bearing stablecoin, which is Liquidity V2, and Gyroscope has their SGYD as well. Can you give us some more details on that?
Yeah, I can fill in a bit about Gyroscope there. So realistically, a lot of the kind of early go-to-market for a new stablecoin does end up focusing around yield, just for this like chicken or the egg problem of you have to establish enough liquidity that your product is actually useful. And then also, like realistically also, a lot of just stablecoins get used in DeFi and then like become ingrained in various yield strategies. And so the actual usage of stuff, at least on-chain, ends up revolving quite a lot around yield. For Gyroscope in particular, we have, I mentioned we have kind of like a unique combination of a stablecoin that's decentralized and a decentralized exchange. We have two main kind of like yield products that are part of the go-to-market, I suppose. One is a yield-bearing version of the stablecoin, SGYD, compared to the stablecoin that's non-yielding GYD. And what SGYD does is kind of similar to some other yield-bearing stablecoins. It takes the revenues that come in from kind of various aspects of how the protocol works and forwards them back to users who opt to hold SGYD instead of using GYD somewhere else. And currently, that yield kind of averages kind of between like 12 and 16% right now in the current environment. And then we also have our decentralized exchange. We have what we consider a more efficient liquidity pool type that's also more easy for kind of like LPs to use. It's focused on what's called asymmetric concentrated liquidity. You can think of it, it's kind of a big word, but you can think of it as just a way to squeeze more liquidity out of the same assets that you're putting into the pool by kind of strategically choosing which parts of the pricing region you actually need, and tying that in also with like how this stablecoin is actually designed. So why we built it actually for GYD is that GYD has like a minting and redemption function, and we use that to basically say, hey, minting and redeeming kind of takes care of most of the pricing range. And you can then make kind of secondary markets focused on very particular areas. And so that's like a high-level idea of why our decentralized exchange is kind of more efficient. But it's made specifically for GYD, like that was one of the reasons why we built it. And so one of the most efficient places to actually put GYD to use is using it in our decentralized exchange, which also like ends up routing quite a lot of volume these days too.
Yeah, so I think you made some really good points in there. Kind of one of the things, like when we designed our product, the realization and kind of taking a step back with our first version is there's actually unlimited demand to create stablecoins. I mean, I think if I did a survey here and I said, if you could mint a token that was worth $1, would you do it? And I think everybody would say, I'll do that in unlimited size. The issue is there's not unlimited demand to hold your token that you just minted. We realized that actually with V1, because when you would mint it, you'd pay a 0.5% fee, and that was it for the rest of your life. We had some mechanisms in there which ultimately kind of created an issue. With our V2, we kind of understood that everybody would mint on an unlimited amount, but you have to pay this borrowing rate. So we've been talking about yield. Our kind of USP is that you set the rate you want to pay. You decide what interest rate you want to pay for that stablecoin you've minted. Now, this guy might choose 3% a year, you might choose 8%. Why would you choose 3 and you 8? We have a mechanism called redemption, and essentially we are a CDP, which means you put in ETH or LSTs. You paying 3, if somebody can acquire that for less than $1, they can turn around, take that stablecoin, and take your ETH. Obviously, you probably like ETH. I imagine most people at Devcon probably are constructive on the price. Depends on the talks you went to go see before this. But if you believe it's going to go up over time, you don't want to lose that and have somebody pay back your debt. So you might say, okay, well, I'm getting 3%, that's a great deal now, but if I see that I'm likely to be redeemed, I'm going to move that up and pay closer to 8% like this person over here. Over time, what that should yield is kind of a very good rate that is a decentralized reference rate is what we refer to it as. In TradFi, we have these reference rates. It's how much does it cost to borrow $1? If DeFi, we ask that same question, we'll get like 18 different answers. People might reference TradFi, they might reference Aave, they might reference Maker, but there's no one number. Our goal is to hopefully get enough liquidity to be part of that answer, and in time we hope to be that answer over a medium to long-term time frame.
Oh, well, since we mentioned the yield-bearing stablecoin, which is it does not only offer the stable value, but also it gains yields based on return on underlying collateral. And then it seems like for the last 12 months, real-world asset become a really popular choices. What's your view on this? What's your view on this mass adoption of real-world asset, the pros and cons? Maybe Colin will be the last one to answer that. I know you have a lot of opinion.
I mean, I work in DeFi, so real-world assets don't exist in my world because they're not DeFi. It's great if people want to play with them. Go to Goldman Sachs and do that.
That's it. What's your opinion then, Alessandro?
I mean, like for us, it's a very different set of risks where we are very specialized in understanding and measuring and mitigating risks of on-chain things that are transparent, that we can audit, that we can go deep and understand like fundamentally how these mechanisms work. We have full on-chain auditability of what the reserves are. So for us, that's what we focus on, and it's very not easy, but it's very intuitive for us to think about risk that way. As soon as the assets leave the chains, the set of risks that you take on are very different. You need to look at counterparties and jurisdictions and understand what the rights are in case of bankruptcy of the custodian. And it just adds like another dimension to the stablecoin game. And I feel like over time, the decentralized options should mirror the yields that the RWA take, if not more. And also like the RWA yield on T-bills, which I guess is the most common asset to back stablecoins with these days, is going down. And depending on how the economy goes in the next year or so, it's expected to go down even further. So I think that the RWA push was really due because the yields were very high, and then it makes sense for DeFi to tap into these yields. But as they go down, I believe the decentralized options that are crypto native, that are built on DeFi primitives, will outcompete not just on the yields, but also in terms of transparency and auditability, and therefore in terms of risk as well.
So I would put real-world assets in kind of a similar boat to like USDC. So you can do a lot of DeFi stuff with USDC and RWAs, but that doesn't mean that like a centralized stablecoin or like an RWA is like itself DeFi. You can use it and you can do interesting stuff on top of it. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sympathetic to what you were saying, Colin, about like I think something that's like vastly underappreciated is just how much risk there actually is in RWAs, even to the point where like if your goal is to hold like an RWA, it doesn't really make sense for you to hold it like directly in DeFi. You're choosing like an inherently riskier way of holding this asset. So it really only makes sense if like it's useful for something else you want to do in DeFi, kind of like building on top of it.
And also what I feel like is for sometimes when people talk about tokenized real-world assets, right, they always mention about the transparency, but it's not necessarily always true. And then for tokenized credit pool, if they went bust, the process to recover the assets underlying, it's actually quite difficult to understand, especially for general user. But we know the market is driven by yield, and most of the users are motivated by yield. Not all of us want to talk about the risk. I once asked a friend about how he chose stablecoin, and then he told me that he feels pretty comfortable if the yield is high and if the market cap is above $100 million. That sounds like someone is going to lose their money during the Terra crash. So I think what we need to know is stablecoin users face different type of risks depending on how they engage with stablecoin, whether it's direct holder, whether it's a leverage user, lender, or whether it's liquidity provider. So one of the most discussed risks is the stablecoin depegging risk, where the stablecoin price is significantly lower than the peg value or the value they try to stabilize. So in your view, what factor may cause the stablecoin to become insolvent or permanently lost part of its value?
I mean, there's like many reasons why stablecoins depeg. In theory, if a token is redeemable one-to-one against an asset that has a fixed value and has a lot of liquidity, and you can like exit the position some way, it shouldn't. Now, there's many things that go back, and it goes from like smart contracts getting exploited and people minting more stable coins than what the collateral is, and then it depegs for that reason, or it is because Silicon Valley Bank is going bankrupt, and then USDC depegs because the reserves are not on chain and people can't verify how much money is actually exposed. And then in the past, we've seen like algorithmic stablecoins, and people have been trying a lot of different mechanisms to keep pegs in a way that is under-collateralized, and most of those didn't work. So I think it really comes down to like the mechanisms of the stablecoin, and ultimately, at least from what we've seen in the market, a stablecoin that is not fully collateralized and can be redeemed against some underlying assets is at very high risk of depegging, and it's more a matter of how many people do you need to withdraw in one moment for there to not be enough liquidity to sustain the price, and then bank runs start the same way that bank runs have started for hundreds of years. So it's multifaceted, but if like the design is solid, and if there is actual value backing the stable coins and the mechanism to get the stable coins and exchange it for the underlying value, then at least in general it should be pretty pegged.
I think that was a pretty complete. Yeah, we've seen lots and lots of different reasons, and I think you highlighted a lot of them. I mean, the one I'd add is poor mechanism design is a common thing. People building stable coins, that they need to have humans that are throwing money in to keep interest in it, that it wasn't designed inside the mechanism. That runs for a while. Eventually people realize that they're throwing a lot of money in to pay to keep a token stable, and you can only do that for so long. Like we hear in TradFi about a lender of last resort. Essentially, in a lot of these tokens, we have a bag holder of last resort, and that's when we depeg. We need to find an equilibrium, and that needs to be designed in the mechanism. Obviously, when we have backings, they should be redeemable for something, whether it's a decentralized asset or a non-decentralized asset. And those are pretty good ways, but I guess when those break, that becomes a problem. But just functionally designing your token in a way that can be sustainable, I think is a prerequisite regardless of all the other questions.
So I know Araya actually predicted the crash of Terra, even when Terra is at its peak. So I think one fun fact about him is like Devcon call you what?
A cockroach.
Yeah. So do you think we have learned from the Terra crash, like the market?
I hope that there are some lessons that are learned by most people. And I hope that one of them is like kind of being cautious of what we've called like endogenous collateral, something where the value of where a stablecoin is backed by some other token, but where the value of that token is like circular with the stablecoin itself. So like Terra was backed by Luna, well, sort of backed. But like Luna really only has value because people think Terra has value, and so like there's just like a spiral to zero that's possible there. And if you kind of disentangle how all of that works, I mean, it's basically equivalent to a Ponzi scheme, and so it shouldn't be too surprising that it just blows up.
Will we have another one this cycle?
Well, that's what I hope we don't.
well, as a general stablecoin user, I sometimes do find it very difficult to understand because stablecoin normally wrap, especially the decentralized one, wrap underneath like very complex design. So I come up with a one if statement to help people to try to identify whether that's a Ponzi scheme. Like if the stablecoin is backed, significant part of the stablecoin is backed by an asset created from nothing, with no economic value and no other use cases, that is a Ponzi scheme. Is it fair to say that?
I mean, the US dollar would be a Ponzi by that definition.
It has other usage. So, apart from the depegging risk, what are the other risks that are often overlooked? And stablecoin users may not realize that they too will incur loss.
Yeah, so like we break down risk into different categories. The big one for us, and also I guess historically where most money was lost in DeFi, is smart contract exploits. So that is all about like, is it possible for someone to use the smart contracts in a way that the developer didn't intend? And through this unintended use, take out a lot of the value that is backing the stablecoins that would then lead the stablecoins to depeg. That risk is kind of always there. Like even protocols who have done many security audits, who have some of the smartest people behind, they still get exploited. It's just the trade-off that you need to do if you want to be in DeFi and if you want to use protocols that are built on smart contracts and give you all of the trust minimization guarantees and security guarantees. So that's, I think, the biggest one in our view. There's many others. There's things like governance risks, so like who can update the smart contracts that the stablecoin is running on. There are some like considerations around centralization around there. And even if it's not necessarily malicious upgrades of the contracts, you're still relying on the operational security of a small group of people who have access to the smart contract. And we've just seen a couple of weeks ago with the exploit on Radiant that that can happen. Like it's very sophisticated players doing these attacks, but it can happen that the group of people who has right to upgrade the smart contracts get compromised, and then that leads to the smart contracts being changed in a malicious way and a lot of money being lost. So, and then I guess the other thing is mainly around like economic mechanisms. So many of these stable coins all have different ways to manage the peg, and these mechanisms need to be solid and should have been simulated in different environments and in different market conditions with volatility and other assets being liquidation cascades and things like this. So I think it's really like a multidimensional risk assessment that one needs to do. And the nice thing is that all of the information is there. It's more a question of going through all of the documentation, going through the smart contracts if needed, getting in touch with the team, getting a very deep understanding of what the trust assumptions are, what the security assumptions are, and then coming to a conclusion whether or not that makes sense for the yield that is being offered by the protocols, or if the unique selling points of the stablecoin in terms of network effects and liquidity are worth taking the risks that come with that.
Well, since you just lightly mentioned the governance risk, I would like to go deeper into the government risk. So what are the common types, but maybe for Colin, what are the common types of governance mechanism that have been adopted by most of the stablecoin projects nowadays?
Yeah, I mean, I'll kick that off by saying I agree, governance is bad, and stablecoins should have minimal governance whenever possible. I mean, the big risk is things can be changed, parameters can be changed. A lot of people buy into stablecoins because they fit into a product and something they like, and they might find that they do this, and somewhere down the line somebody puts RWAs in the back or puts other things, and it functionally becomes a very different thing than what they expected. Effectively, just becomes sometimes a wrapper for a stablecoin, another stablecoin like USDC. That is useful for a lot of people. They like to have whatever, but if you're a long-term holder, and some of these need to be kept long-term because maybe they're backing another immutable smart contract, it's very hard to build your business focused on decentralization if somebody's able to change this downstream. And we find with our users, because we have no governance and we don't have proxies, that's not the main concern people have. It's smart contract risk-based or liquidity-based, in case these guys don't show up. But if you're trying to build something that should be able to stand the test of time, you need to build it on top of components that will remain in a predictable manner. And some of the biggest entities out there, that's what they're concerned with. It's not just ETH maxis that say we love decentralization. It's some of the biggest balance sheets in DeFi do not like governance behind stablecoins. And I think that that's something that's not fully appreciated, because governance is a risk, not just for the average user who goes, oh yeah, my money might get censored. That is a huge risk. USDC can blacklist your address. Some of these stablecoins have that as governance, but that's not the only thing that can happen. They can also decide, we're going to completely knock out some of these positions, we're going to add weird things into it, we're going to change it and make it unrecognizable. In some cases, they can, through governance parameters, shut it down and withdraw collateral. They tell us it's for our safety, but what happens if they're asked to do that by a government? Is that still DeFi?
What's your view on that, Araya?
I find it kind of ironic that most people don't care about governance risk when we have a space that has so much like rug pulls in it, which is governance risk, or like one major form of it. I think most of us probably on the stage here agree that like governance minimization is probably a good thing, if not just because it like helps to minimize governance risk, but also like anytime you have like something like a DAO running something, it's like incredibly inefficient and a bit scary. So where you can minimize that and make it less scary, I think that makes a lot of sense. And that's kind of the approach we also took with Gyroscope. Although I would say we took a more pragmatic approach. We don't think you can actually like remove governance entirely, at least for what we want to build, which is a bit different than what Liquidity is building too, so fair enough. But for what we want to build, there are some things you can't really predict how it should change in the future, in particular how like the DeFi space will evolve and how the asset space in DeFi will evolve. And we see that like you basically have to have something that does some sort of governance, at least for what we're building, to be able to adapt to that. But in our view, that is that's very good to be a particularly slow process, and we don't need like fast governance to do that, and nor do we want fast governance to do that, because fast governance is a lot riskier than slow governance. If you have slow governance and you're a user of the protocol, you have time to see, is something risky coming up, and am I still happy using this, or do I want to move to something else that isn't doing something this risky? And to the extent that like fast things need to happen in the protocol that we built, we automated it so that should happen automatically by the protocol. We don't have to wait for governance to come in and do a quick action, and instead governance can specialize in what it should be doing, which is just slow things about how the space should evolve.
Do you think you guys can come up with an example that loss has incurred because the governance process is not optimal in the past?
I mean, yes. As I just mentioned, there was an exploit on a protocol called Radiant, where the full protocol was upgradable by a multi-sig wallet with 3 out of 11 signers required to approve any transactions. And those 3 signers got compromised on their computers, and someone was able to trick them into approving a transaction that they didn't intend. And this malicious transaction ended up introducing a backdoor into the protocol, and around $50 million of liquidity was stolen. So I think this is just like the type of exploits that can happen, and that's the things that we need to protect against, even though we may trust the team, and if it's publicly known people, there's some level of reputation in that. But I think what Araya says is really, really important, where it's about how quickly can bad decisions be implemented. So any changes to a protocol should go through a time lock. They should be publicly visible for some period of time before they go into effect, so that first of all, users can make their own decision whether they are still fine in holding the exposure to the asset after the things change, or even if it is some malicious upgrade, these changes can be blocked before they affect everyone's assets.
Awesome. After the Terra crash, many entities have published their own risk assessment framework, like you have your risk assessment framework within Dialectic. Some of them even go further to public the final risk rating for stablecoin, like S&P or other agency. What is the best practice to assess stablecoin risk? And do you like the idea of having a final risk rating?
Yeah, I think that's a really hard question to answer. People need to spend time in kind of understanding the risks they're taking, unfortunately. That's kind of one of the downsides of being decentralized. I think a lot of people will look at things like USDC as being kind of a flag bearer of what's good because they trust that there's a big company behind it that has lots of rules, Coinbase and Circle notably. But that is, brings inherent risks inside of it. So if you're looking beyond that, the one we hear a lot when we talk to our users is the lindiness of how long a token's been around and proven itself, how big it is. But that's kind of just an effect because Terra was very big and was around for a while, so it wouldn't pass on that. Understanding some of the economics and having people that can evaluate that is important. You mentioned kind of the modeling. There are companies out there that are trying to do some of these risk weightings, and I'm a big fan of it personally, because I don't know that everybody has the time or the interest to go through and dig through that. They just say, I want something that is $1, and I want it to be $1 today and $1 in the future. So giving them tools, I think, is a great thing, and I would challenge the community to come up with more frameworks that we can look at, and hopefully one of those itself will become Lindy, so people can look at it and say, these are some of the frameworks that we like best, and hopefully those don't become corrupted, as we've seen with other ratings agencies.
I thought Araya want to add on something.
I definitely think risk frameworks are like a net positive. The one beef I would have is that in terms of like giving one summary stat, it is usually just like a big oversimplification because there's so many different risks, and it really depends on who you are and what you're using the asset for in terms of what the risks mean to you and what the best solution is actually for you. And depending on what your preferences are, you might prefer USDC. It's extremely liquid. It has a relatively trusted company behind it. I mean, it ran into issues, of course. So that's probably shouldn't have happened, but it did. But they got past it. It works fairly well. But for other people, they may like Liquidity, for instance. But Liquidity also has its own risks, one of them being it's much more price volatile and inherently not as liquid too because you have to price over such a wider region. But it is better when it comes to other risk factors like using purely decentralized collateral. And there's more than just this too. There's many different reasons you might even prefer other stablecoins than these two. This was part of also the motivation for why we built Gyroscope, because we wanted to make something that was easier for most people to use, or what we think most users of stablecoins are, that can just handle the risks for you and kind of balance the various different risks. But still, you might prefer kind of taking on more of one risk than Gyroscope would take on for you, and less of another. You might not want the balanced approach.
But it sounds like you don't like giving users the information of why they should trust you. They should just do their own research and figure that out. You're against the simplification?
I think having the information out there, definitely net good, or all good. But it feels like there should be maybe something more connected with what your use case is, I guess, in terms of helping you figure out what the grade is for different stablecoins.
I think I can add on to that as a user, and then I'm coming from a credit risk background. To me, A, B, C, and D has its own meaning, probability of default. but what does A, B, C, and D represent in stablecoins term? So that's the confusing part. Quality, trend, how safe it is, it's just unclear. So to me, my best practice will be like the user has to do its homework, right? And then you look at risk in different category, and based on their own risk appetite, they look into the risk rating or risk score for each category, but not have a final risk rating being given. Too handy for everyone. And as I say, it's kind of confusing. I think we have, do you want to add?
Yeah, just like for some users, the biggest risk is still self-custody. And so like even if the stablecoin and everything is very safe, there's like a whole giant group of users for which just the fact that to hold a stablecoin, you need to have your own keys is already like a big risk factor. So I think it really depends on the user, as you said as well. Where like different users are fine with taking different security assumptions, and different users are fine with exposing themselves to different risks. And in the end, everything is risky to some extent, and it's just different types of risks. And it's up to the user to kind of understand them and decide what they feel comfortable with and what not.
Well, we'll have 5 minutes left in the panel. So to wrap up, what's next with you or with your project? And then do you have any advice for any potential stablecoin users here?
Yeah, so we're launching V2 soon. We know what that means. It will be soon, though. Would welcome all of you checking it out, liquidity.org. We'll be releasing a lot more information here extremely soon, including testnets very, very soon. I'm using soon a lot, so just to reinforce this without giving any numbers. But would love if you could check it out. On the yield front, borrowers pay money in, 100% of that's passed back out. It looks closer to a public good than some other things. So we're very excited about it. It is true innovation and it's truly DeFi. And we feel very strongly on it and would love to hear from you. So hit us up on Twitter, hit us up in our Discord and everywhere else. Hopefully everybody in this room will be a user, plus the people listening online.
For Gyroscope, we've had our main product, the stablecoin, out for coming up on almost a year now, about 11 months. This will be followed pretty soon now by the actual governance token launch, so that's something exciting to look forward to. We're also, I'll be talking actually on Friday about what we think will be the next actual innovation in Gyroscope. What we think will be the next basically 70% improvement on how you can get liquidity cheaper for, in particular, decentralized stablecoins. Why I think it's pretty exciting is that we have USDC and USDT. It has very entrenched liquidity. It's very hard to compete with that. But there are some ways, which I'll be talking about on Friday, that decentralized stablecoins in particular have a unique advantage that just hasn't really been exploited yet. And, well, we want to build the thing that will exploit it. So come check that out if you're around.
Cool, yeah, and I mean on my side, we are mainly liquidity providers, so we get excited whenever these guys build some new primitives that we can play with. And generally, I think that DeFi is ready for another summer moment. So much has been built in the last 2-3 years. So many of the primitives has taken so many steps forward. And so it's just very exciting time for us to be in the market and be working with all of these people and helping them along the way to bootstrap their liquidity and to get the product to more users. On the dialectic side, we're also starting to think about how we can offer some of our yield strategies to more of a public audience, because right now we're just a private fund. And yep, stay tuned for that.
Well, I think we have 2 minutes. I think we're on time.
You're going to tell us what you're excited about.
Oh, mine. I saw one question actually from the audience talk about what is the best way to measure risk. As I mentioned, I'm working on a risk assessment framework for stablecoin, and then my goal is to identify metrics that can be derived from publicly available data. So it will be like a method that combines fundamental analysis and quantitative analysis to try to be as biased, as fair as possible. unbiased as fair as possible. So maybe follow my Twitter account, and then I'll have my research paper published, become available soon.
And can I ask one more question, as we still have a minute and
One.
26 seconds?
think-
This is a question back to the moderator, because you don't get to talk enough. As you represent a centralized exchange, do you think that we'll see much more stablecoin listing on centralized exchanges? And if so, why? If not, why not?
Yes or no? Yes, for custodial stablecoin, I think. I'm not representing anyone here, but this is what I understand. We've seen more custodial stablecoin become available in the space, and then they can become regulated or even being used for payment, especially in Europe. But for decentralized stablecoin, I think it's quite difficult, though. If you look at the latest regulatory framework by MiCA, I think they will restrict centralized exchange to list decentralized stablecoin. So which means that it will be quite difficult for you to be listed. But at the same time, your regulatory risk should be lower, though, because they don't really have a lot of requirement on checking your reserve, for example, or monitoring your issuance or redemption. So it really depends on what you value the most. And do you really need to be listed on centralized exchange, though?
We don't necessarily, but some people want that. And
one way is like they use decentralized stablecoin on chain, and then if they want to cash out on centralized exchange, right, they can do the swap on DEX. And then from there, you get something else, and then you send the crypto asset to centralized exchange for fiat. Q&A time.
I don't know if you can see this, but they have little billboards that they hold up that say Q&A time.
For the Q&A, either you do the Q&A or I. Up to you.
Oh, okay. This is
down here.
The first one. What's the stablecoin design you are most bullish about right now, and why?
Liquidity V2.
Gyroscope.
Liquidity V2 and gyroscope.
Why do protocols with yield-bearing stablecoin also have a governance token?
Because they can raise money with governance tokens and attract people. It's a great bootstrapping mechanism, or it has been, because there is a cost of capital of starting a stablecoin. People will buy volatile tokens because they think the price is going to go up. With a stablecoin, generally people don't expect the price to go up. So you got to give them something, and if you don't have a lot of money raised from a VC, a governance token solves that.
Well, the second one. Ballpark odds Tesla gets shut down by US.
Now, after last week, very low, very low.
I mean, it's not even based in US. It's pegged to US dollar, right? Is it like the company is in Cayman Island, or nobody knows, Bahama?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Oh. What's the next one?
I mean, there are ways that the government could try to shut it down. I wouldn't say there's no risk, but it does seem like less.
Next one. What do you think of Ethereum? Is it sustainable?
I mean, I think it's a really interesting idea. I'd say, assuming they do what they claim to do, it is sustainable, because they're essentially doing a strategy that is a trading strategy, and they're making that tokenized. So assuming that's all they're doing, and I have no reason to believe that they're doing anything else, yeah, that's sustainable as long as people are trading perps.
Yeah, I think it makes like economic sense. There's probably two things to think about like sustainable, though, I guess. It has positive rates in some environments and probably negative rates in other environments. And if you have a sustained negative rate environment, in particular when people don't want to take a lot of leverage, which happens during like deep bear markets, you may just have a natural unwinding of the system, at least how it's set up right now, and maybe even disappear.
Anything?
No, I mean, like, as all trading strategy, there are some limitations on capacity. So you can't run the same strategy with 10 or 100 times the the capital. So like it can't scale forever, but at the size it's now, and as the market is right now, it should be good.
Well, the next one will be, why don't protocols use vaults, ERC-4626, instead of a stablecoin? Don't they serve the same purpose without the risk of maintaining a stablecoin?
I think most people like tokens. That's my short answer.
The humanity.
I mean, if you get a token, something that's just like, oh yeah, I'll be able to put this in and get $1 worth out of, let's say, ETH, $1 in today, $1 out later. Sure, why not? But I think most people like to do stuff with that dollar value, like yield farm or whatever. So that's, I think, generally why users have not been overly interested, but maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to some extent 4626 is also tokenized, but I guess there's just like some composability that comes with just having a token that you can use as collateral, that you can pair with other tokens to provide liquidity in pools. And it's just like the mental model that people have is still very much token focused and not like vault account abstraction focused.
Well, the next question will be, is there a decentralized stablecoin that can take over the USDC in DeFi?
Ours. Yeah. I mean, it's. I think it's like we were saying. Like tokens will address different things, and a big use case of stablecoins is on-ramp and off-ramp. As long as Coinbase is a big way to get in and out, I think USDC and Tether as well will be very important. Basically, both of those coins extend US dollar banking to unbankable offshore exchanges as well. So you see some of the biggest exchanges, you're not able to trade in dollars, but you can trade against a USDT pair. As long as that is still exists, it's hard to say. If we just restricted to DeFi, I personally would love to see decentralized stablecoins become the main things to do it in. There are tax incentives, at least within Europe, of why that might be better. Maybe that will drive some things, but again, we're Europeans, we're poor, so maybe not.
Another thing is that historically, at least, decentralized stablecoins have suffered like liquidity challenges compared to centralized stablecoins. But I mean, there are actually some ways to turn this around, which is what I'm planning to talk about on Friday, and some advantages that, I mean, decentralized stablecoins have some flexibilities that centralized stablecoins don't, that you can actually potentially make them actually much more efficient when it comes to liquidity.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's some advantages in having like instant and atomic redemptions in stablecoin, for example, for people doing like arbitrage and doing those sorts of strategies. I think to some extent it comes down to network effects, and USDC, especially in DeFi, has just huge network effects. It's the most liquid asset to swap against ETH and Bitcoin and against many of the other assets. It's the cheapest one to bridge. It's the quickest one to bridge to a centralized exchange, and I feel those network effects are very strong, and there needs to be something that is given by the decentralized versions, like yield bearing, that USDC doesn't have, that is really like a strong use case to win the users over.
I think we should have a healthier competition in the sector, right? Like 94% dominated by 4 stablecoin is just way too high and doesn't sound very healthy. So as user, like we should just actively explore what are the options there, as like you guys have mentioned, centralized stablecoin and decentralized stablecoin, they offer different sets of benefits. The next one will be, do you think we will ever get a world where there are no stablecoin backed by the USD? Instead, there is single global inflationary currency.
I do hope that we get to see that. I do hope that we get to see stablecoins that are backed by all sorts of assets, because that's just diversification and it reduces the risk on the space and on DeFi in general. I'd love to see more stablecoins be backed by assets that are not USD. About the single global inflationary currency, I think that's what we got with the USD, and we should use ETH as collateral more.
Yeah, I agree. ETH is a pretty good like non-USD backed stablecoin. It's 1 ETH. Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin is 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think the reality is today everybody wants to use like dollars for most things, but that may not always be the case. And DeFi should be ready and prepared to do other things than just dollars at some point too.
100%. This question is to Colin.
Uh-oh.
Will bold be yield-bearing, also immutable like liquidity V1?
Yes.
So then we have room for one more question. Ultimately, are stablecoin yields in the crypto market simply a game of musical chairs?
There's kind of two types of yields that you can get on stablecoins. One is what we would call organic yield. So that's anything that's interested you on lending markets because people are actually borrowing your stablecoins. There's things like trading fees if you're deploying stablecoins into a stablecoin pair on a DEX. So those, I think, will always be there. That's just like the cost of the protocols and the cost of liquidity. But well, what like most of the yield in DeFi is protocol incentives. And I don't know if that is something that will be going on forever, but the same way that Web2 companies have huge user acquisition costs, I think liquidity incentives are like a very similar parallel for DeFi, where any new protocol needs to solve the chicken and egg problem. And just paying yield and governance token is a great mechanism to do that.
To add a little more to that, we have some liquidity pools that from organic yields earn like 10 to 15%. So they do exist. But yeah, a lot of DeFi yields end up also coming from like token incentives. There's many different flavors, I guess.
You guys said everything, so I'm going to skip to the last question. That's what we build is immutable contracts. It's frontier, but everybody should do it that way.
Well, the music is up, so I think we got to go. Thank you very much for joining the panel.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alessandro, Aria, Colin, and Tommy for this very insightful panel. I learned a lot. There is no silver bullet when it comes to governance and different approaches of risk, so give a big applause for them. And we will have a short break until, actually only 4 minutes, so it's pretty short, until 5 p.m. to learn about Dows of the East and how they are different from the Dows of the West. See you later. Welcome back, everybody. You're still at Devcon. This is stage 5. Now it's 5 p.m. and we learned from Josh about the Dows from the East. So please, everybody in the room, come a little bit more closer to the stage so that you can watch and hear Josh a little bit better, and so that we have all this cozy feeling. So don't be afraid. Come from the front and let's hear what Josh has to say about Dows from the East.
All right. Hey, folks. Can we see the slides? Let's see, does the slides work? Amazing. Okay. Technology, it works. Hi, folks. Welcome. Hey. So it's my pleasure today to talk to you a little bit about some work that we've been doing at Dows and MetaGov. Basically, a sequence of reports on DAOs in Asia, especially East Asia. So I'll go over today a number of different questions and sort of like basically summarizing some of the reports. We actually just had a session, a panel on this, where some of the authors were talking about DAOs in Korea, DAOs in Taiwan, DAOs in Singapore, DAOs in Japan. I don't think we have yet a report on DAOs in Thailand, but we're actually working on it. So the thoughts that I'll share here over the next 10, 15 minutes or so, I'm going to probably keep it relatively short, is just more of a top-level glance at what is happening on some trend lines and ideas and that I personally and my team have culled from the sequence of reports to better understand what exactly is happening in Asia in sort of the DAO landscape. What does that actually mean for DAOs in the West, or let's say global DAOs? And how can we use that to improve the way that DAOs work in general? I guess I should maybe briefly explain who I am and what I'm doing here. So I'm Josh. I'm co-founder of MetaGov and DAOstar, and DAOstar, as we'll see later, is the standards body for DAOs. All right, the brief narrative that we're going to begin with here is that DAOs are setting in the West, but they are rising in the East. I don't know how many of you here in the audience feel like that DAOs have been going through a trough in popularity. There's a sense of, are they actually solving the coordination problems that they had defined just in, let's say, 2022? Or have they become, let's say, vehicles for other kinds of questions, or let's say, other kinds of purposes than coordination? On the other hand, what I'm just going to tell you about here is the idea that actually, hey, in Asia, there's still a lot of excitement. There's still a lot of energy as we sort of look to what DAOs can actually accomplish. And the top line, sort of like the TLDR here, is that a lot of this, surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, really depends on top-down support. That means a lot of these narratives are driven in many ways by governmental support from the top, as much as they are from grassroots energy down below. So here's Fumio Kishida, former, I should say, Prime Minister of Japan in 2023. So if you consider DAOs, people who are interested in the same social issues can come to form a community. And he's talking about NFTs here. And I think that these types of blockchain technologies using Web3 are effective in solving the problems that Japan has. So DAOs are rising in Asia, government support from the very top. And the second sort of theme that is coming out of this set of questions, or this set of observations, is like, well, what is the difference between these local DAOs that we see in Japan and Singapore and Taiwan and the global DAOs that we're familiar with here? I think we just had a talk on, stablecoin stability and the governance tokens, and the way that DAOs and these governance tokens are often used within sort of like global financial platforms. That's a very, very far cry from some of the DAOs we're going to see here, which are still very, very much oriented around different notions of community. So what I'll do in the remainder of this talk is I'll go through these different examples. Examples. So we'll go through Taiwan, which has really been focused on different levels of government-supported digital innovation around experimentation, beginning with experiments like the V-Taiwan series. We'll head to Japan, where we'll talk about regional revitalization and the way in which Dows and NFTs and other kinds of experiments have been used or are being used to basically carry forward this, in some very deliberately government-defined attempt to repopulate or put more economic attention onto local communities outside of the sort of like the metropolitan Tokyo region. We'll talk a little bit about the considerations in China and especially the Chinese diaspora and the way groups like GCC, Planker, and others are exploring and using DAOs to organize themselves. We'll talk about Singapore and, well, I think the community enterprises that are emerging in Singapore, many of whom don't like being called DAOs. We'll talk about Korea and girl groups, and somewhat dramatically, the shrinkage of the Korean race, which I found truly hilarious when we talked about it earlier today, and talk a little bit about what's next in store for some of the DAOstar Asia research projects. Okay, and just to check in again, DAOstar is the standards body of the DAO ecosystem. We were founded 3 years ago as part of a project involving pretty much 80+ organizations in the DAO ecosystem, including pretty much all the major DAO frameworks, many major DAOs. Were funded by folks like Ethereum, Optimism, Arbitrum, ENS, Aragon, and many, many wonderful folks supporting this ecosystem today. All right, what are DAOs doing in Taiwan? So there's actually a really long genesis to this. You kind of have to understand the framework of DAOs in Taiwan with respect to all that's been going on over the last really 10 years as there has been this kind of incredible pattern of democratic renewal and experimentation led by folks like Audrey Tang, who I believe is speaking at one of these sessions. Beginning with the kind of the GovZero project and the early experiments that led to these deliberative democracy experiments around like V-Taiwan. DAOs are part of a more recent effort, bringing together many, many folks, kind of in SETI groups, exploring ways in which this set of blockchain technologies can and have been supporting this longer-term GovZero project. The part of that is using this idea that we can take these community inputs, these the token offerings, the kind of very specific kind of voting that happens within DAOs in these contexts, and use that to shift or convert the more deliberative inputs, the deliberative contexts in these communities, in GovZero, for example, into sort of more conscious kind of resource management. Just quote here, DAO0 here was created as a spin-off from GovZero to enhance the capabilities of GovZero with Web3 tools such as digital reputation. While the tools did not become a permanent part of GovZero, the ethos of nobody, open source, open collaboration, and the duocratic approach is deeply ingrained in DAO0 as well. And this is something that happens over time. So they have a bi-monthly hackathon, which is the backbone of GovZero, and many sort of folks have been participating in these hackathons coming from the DAO ecosystem. There's a number of different examples. So some of these range from more NFT-based art collections like VolDAO, which has been part of that sort of DAO0 sort of hackathon group. VolumeDAO, FabDAO, which is also using NFTs to sort of do more public goods funding. So these are some of the kind of early experiments with DAOs in Taiwan. Moving to DAOs in Korea. So in our research, we've observed 3 different kinds of Dows. We have conglomerate NFTs. So these are basically experiments being conducted by large tribals and sort of technology companies, holding companies, with NFTs to sort of promote things like loyalty clubs. Fan club DAOs, this is actually a really interesting example that I've started hearing about almost 3 years ago now. And I'll talk a little bit that below. And then there's more sort of like early stage decentralized organizations that are coming together using some of these technologies to sort of say, hey, how can we bring together a group of communities around a token, around a community currency in order to self-organize. This is just an example of some of the large NFT DAOs, sort of the tribals that pull together, and where they've, when did they released. You can see like there's a lot of focus in the 2022 era. The thing, Triple S. How many people here have heard of Triple S? I'm kind of curious. Okay. It is actually a, okay, I'll admit, I'm not really a K-pop fan or follower, but when I was reading about this, it was just kind of incredible in the report. I really encourage you to take a look at the report itself. On some level, this is arguably the world's most active and vibrant DAO. So they use a set of NFTs, which represent, you know, like basically collectible NFTs representing different members of this girl group. They vote on lots of different decisions, like including like things like who's actually participating and seeing in this group. And there's incredible amount of activity that's rising in this DAO based on the sort of the participation of fans in this fan culture around Triple S. Very interesting experiment. Definitely take a look at it. All right, I'll skip over. I'll come back to the "we are disappearing from the face of the earth" question, or maybe we can get it at the end if we have time. DAOs in Japan. So this is actually the earliest and first DAO report we commissioned. Came out earlier in the year. I think I already quoted Fumio Kishida. And as of at least end of 2023, there were more than 54 DAOs in Japan. Focusing on, many of them are focusing on sort of this question of regional revitalization that was emphasized by, well, I should say now, the previous Japanese government. So this is something that, you know, is very, very sort of like a big problem in Japan, this hollowing out of rural communities and of smaller towns in the countryside. And DAOs are actually have been used as a way to explore this. And I think I have a slide here. Yeah. So I'll just show this slide very briefly so you can see like the variety of DAOs. And on the regional revitalization front, this is basically, how do I say it? In 2023, the Japanese government initiated a set of initiatives called around regional revitalization, and they put quite a bit of money into it, around $900 million, to support different kinds of ways of not just bringing people back into these sort of non-Tokyo, non-metropolitan regions, but ways of connecting them to those populations into those localities. DAOs have been used, for example, in various experiments as ways of giving Tokyo natives, or you might have moved to the big city to get a job, but you might still have a connection to your, where you grew up, or to a historical, maybe like a family home, or even just a place you like to vacation and you like to visit. The idea of these tokens, the way these DAOs are getting used, is a ways of connecting a sort of person who may not be like actually in person in these communities, a way of giving them some sort of say and some sort of representation in these, like, let's say Yamagoshi village, or different sort of like principalities outside of Tokyo. It's a way of creating this, what we think of as like a visitor population or a related population. Okay, I'm running a little bit close on time. So jumping to DAOs in Greater China. So this is, once again, actually really interesting, and it shows the importance of government intervention in a very different way, right? Because we see in China, a much bigger crackdown, as opposed to support, on, let's say, not just DAOs, but on Web3 activity in general. So there was a ban on ICOs, trading and mining, and this caused a lot of the very large sort of crypto population, Web3 people, builders, investors, and many sort of like folks in this ecosystem to move abroad. So in this case, DAOs in this larger community have often are viewed as a kind of route to global citizenship. That is, it provides a way of creating an alternative community and a sense of belonging that in some sense was less accessible because there was this larger diaspora across different countries and different nations. It's very tied to the more network state narrative that's emerged in folks, in outfits like 4Cs. And you see that in actually the structure and the relationship of these many DAOs, where network state language is much more popular, and there's these many DAOs like Plunker, LX, GCC, 4Cs, that all have like a large set of overlaps to create this network structure of many, many DAOs. And I'll say, like, the size of these things, like the size of many things in China, is truly astounding. For example, Waymo in Dali, this is a large event in 2022, attracted over 10,000 people. There is a huge amount of interest and participation in China, just in terms of volume, right? Perhaps still small relative to what else is going on in that country. Maybe just mention here, part of the idea is that as this community has faced, like transitioning out of their country, trying to sort of tap into a global diaspora, they really try to emphasize innovation, experimentation with more modular forms of governance. This relates to the idea that it's also, you're already seeing at this like inter-DAO level, this network structure. Lastly, I'll talk about DAOs in Singapore. And here, I think it's, once again, there's a clear government component. So the Monetary Authority of Singapore has led, in many ways, in this ecosystem on different kinds of experimentation support with different initiatives in the blockchain. There's a very large and active community with large events like Token 2049. But one of the issues we've seen here with DAOs is that there are often community enterprises, sort of which are very Web3 adjacent, using Web3 tools, but for various reasons don't like to call themselves DAOs. And it's partly because in Singapore, the word DAO is very, very closely associated with DeFi DAOs, with large DeFi DAOs, like I'm sure the ones we're all familiar with, like Uniswap, Maker, things like that. And they don't think this is actually a word that applies to them in an interesting way that's like not the case, for example, in places like Taiwan. Oh gosh, this is the thing I really wanted to put in. I totally forgot to do by the end of this. Because I took this photo after the end of the last talk where basically this group of young people, researchers producing these reports, were talking about community enterprises and DAOs and how they wanted to fight against this commodification of community that they were seeing, especially in Singapore. And trying to face up with this fact that like people didn't want to use the word DAO anymore because they associated it with something very, very DeFi-ish. And then we have a group of, let's just say, older group of folks from the previous sort of like era of DAO innovation, which is, to be fair, only like 2 or 3 years ago. And we're all only talking about like, where's the money right now in DAOs? What are DeFi DAOs doing? What are delegates doing? It's interesting how there's there's already this kind of generational gap, especially in the way I think that the people who are just discovering DAOs and building DAOs in Asia, you can still feel that cultural difference in the way that they engage with and think about DAOs. It's much more movement focused. It's much more decentralization focused. I think that's something that's still very powerful in the community today. All right, with that, I will end it a little bit early. Once again, I'm Josh. You can see all this stuff at dowstar.org and at our Substack, dowstar.substack.com. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Josh, for this wonderful presentation about DAOs in the East. Super interesting to see what's going on. Thank you so much. We have 3 questions, and if you have more questions, you can scan this QR code and pose more questions. So the first one would be, from a coordination point of view, have you seen any difference between how GM DAOs organize themselves in comparison to Western DAOs? Mitali.
So by GM DAOs, I assume you mean global majority DAOs? Okay, great. Honestly, like, first off, maybe the question I would pose to you is, what exactly is a global majority DAO? Since I've actually only recently encountered that through Songyi. And I think it's a great term, but I still don't know exactly what that means. If we mean by GM DAOs all the different kinds of locals DAOs that these community enterprises, small DAOs, my sense is like they often, first off, and this is a very clear pattern we see in the reports, they don't use on-chain infrastructure nearly as much. At most, maybe they'll use a multi-sig to manage some sort of on-chain, like assets, maybe some NFTs. But they're not investing in like large deployments anywhere to the scale, and these large token deployments, of course, anywhere to the scale that we see in quote unquote global DAOs. There's a few other things, part of this that maybe reflects on bias, because like, you could argue that there are some kind of like social DAOs that are not clearly global majority, that are more like either westernized. These are things like, I don't know, more traditional, like smaller DAOs like D-Org, or even Raid Guild, that you could argue are not exactly global majority. And you can see, once again, in these patterns, that there's much more investment in on-chain infrastructure, whereas maybe GM DAOs, not so much. Let's go to the next one. So what attributes, does an organization need for it to be considered a DAO as per your definition? Oh, boy. All right. I wish I could, well, there's another hour-long presentation that I actually just gave 2 days ago on exactly this question. I wish I could give you a link to this. What's the right place? If you just Google DAOs by example, this is a book chapter I literally just wrote on this question, basically saying, can we not talk about definitions? There are definitions of DAOs that are very more focused on like you need a lot of on-chain infrastructure. You need like a smart contract that's managing crypto assets for it to be a DAO. On the other hand, you could use, if you go all the way back to like Nick Szabo's original definition of a smart contract, like any kind of digital artifact could be a smart contract in that sense. And a DAO, in many ways, is just an organization or a set of people that operate through a smart contract. So in that sense, in that original sense, a DAO is any kind of digital artifact that happens to sort of be used to create digital organizations or sort of human organizations. My sense is here, like, this is something you should find out in the data itself. And there's like a data set of over 60 different examples on which you can test your own definition of what feels right to you. What kind of decolonizing perspectives, if any, do you see in collaboration and global majority DAOs? I think maybe the quick answer to this is that it goes back once again to the change in tone in the movement and the way that money has, I think, changed the way that we talk about and interact and build within the DAO movement, right? DAO movement circa 2020 or 2022, it was very, I think, like decolonizing, even in the Western parlance, right? It was much about co-ops, community focus. Nowadays, we're really talking about, you could argue, some people would say, and I would say also agree, many DAOs that were sort of talking about decentralization have kind of graduated to questions of like corporate governance, of corporate efficiency. Are we managing these assets, well, on behalf of a large group of people? And I think for global majority DAOs and the DAOs that we see in some of these reports, they're not there yet. They're still figuring out, very much still adopting that decolonizing or that sort of like more movement sort of progressive decentralization aesthetic. All right, I'll stop there.
All right, time's up. Give a big applause for Josh. And we have a short break, 5 minutes until we learn about light clients. So please find the bathroom, some refreshments, and then see you back here in 5 minutes. Hello, welcome back. A long day, a long day. Are you still energized? Yeah. Are you still energized? Because now is one of my favorites of today. We learn about light clients. One of my favorite topics in Ethereum because they're so important. It's kind of like that, but actually will change how we interact with the blockchain. So please, we will have soon Noah on the stage, but I want to remind you that as soon as he comes on stage, here will be a QR code. You can scan that QR code to already open up the Q&A and start to think about your super interesting questions that he will then later on answer, and also collect the proof that you attended this session. So please give it up for Noah about light clients.
Hello, everyone. I'm Noah Citron. I'm an engineer at A16Z Crypto. And today, we're going to be talking about the future of light clients. So before we talk about the future, let's talk a little bit about how light clients are going today. And the answer is it's pretty good. Ethereum has multiple light clients. By my count, Ethereum has no less than 7. And they make a wonderfully diverse set of choices. They're written in different programming languages. They have different dependency stacks. Some of them have different mechanisms for verifying Ethereum. And they even target different use cases ranging from end user verification to bridging. But we do have a problem, and that problem is that users are moving to L2s. And while this is not necessarily a problem itself, L2s are awesome. They're giving us cheap and plentiful block space. It is a problem because we have fewer options when it comes to L2 light clients. But we would like to change that. So before we go into how we're going to change that, we need to sort of understand what a light client is and how do they work. So first, what's a light client? Well, a light client is a piece of software that gives us higher confidence in what data on Ethereum is. It might not give us as high confidence as, say, running a full node, but the thing that light clients give you is they are very easy to run. You can even run them on your phones, in the browser, or really anywhere you can imagine. They're very, very lightweight. But now let's talk a little bit about how light clients work. So I have kind of a diagram here, and it describes like a typical light client. Not all light clients might break up components in this way, but this is kind of a good model for us to start with. So as you can see, the light client splits itself into a consensus layer and an execution layer. This is kind of typical in all sorts of clients, whether it's a light client or a full node. And the consensus layer's job is conceptually very simple. The consensus layer's job is to figure out what is the block header and then send it off to the execution layer. Now, it's conceptually simple, but in practice, quite difficult. Now, the executions layer's job is to actually do something useful with those block headers. I don't think I remember a time a user has ever asked, hey, give me the block header. That's not really particularly useful information, but there's a bunch of useful information that can be inferred from the block headers. So the execution layer's job, or some people call it the execution prover, its job is to actually infer interesting information and ask and answer questions of the user. So let's go through a quick example. In this case, it's me, a user, who wants to know my ETH balance. So I sort of send over to the light client like, hey, what's my ETH balance? What's the balance of ncitron.eth? And it goes in the execution layer. And the execution layer says, well, I don't have Noah's ETH balance. But what it does have is the block header. And what is inside of of the many things in a block header, there's the state root. And what the state root is it's the Merkle root of the entire tree of all state on Ethereum. And what's great about these Merkle trees is they're a sort of authenticated data structure, which means that we get to be able to generate proofs about what's inside of them. So the execution layer can ask some untrusted data source, hey, give me a proof of what Noah's balance is. It can verify that proof. And then it figured out I really have 1 ETH. And it can send me back the answer. And now I know exactly how much ETH I have. It turns out you can do this sort of strategy for a bunch of things. If you want to know your receipts, there's a receipt root, so you can prove receipt inclusion. If you want to know a transaction, there's a transactions root. We can even sort of simulate ETH calls by running a local EVM and fetching state using proofs as needed. But we've kind of viewed this consensus layer portion as a black box. It just verifies headers. But how does this work? So on Ethereum at layer 1, we use the Altair Light Client Sync protocol. And this uses the trust in the Ethereum validators signing block headers. So the way this tends to work is that Ethereum has this thing called the Sync Committee, which is a set of 512 validators that are elected for a 27-hour period to just sign blocks. And if you know who the sync committees are, you can see their signature and kind of have a good understanding of what's happening on Ethereum. And then there's a little bit of machinery on how do you update your sync committee every 27 hours, but we'll skip that. But now let's go to the L2. How will an L2 light client consensus layer work? Well, the validators can't help us. L2s don't have validators. They use Ethereum. And the Ethereum validators don't necessarily have particularly good understanding of what's happening in an L2, which means we need to figure out something new. And that's pretty much what we're going to be talking about today. So before we kind of go into, OK, how do we build these L2 consensus layers, or L2 light client consensus layers, we need a model of L2s. So in our model of L2s, we're going to sort of think about blocks. And a block has two kind of components. It has block inputs and block outputs. We can view these as like the inputs to the state transition function and then the outputs that are derived from running the state transition function. And generally, the block inputs are the transactions. And the block outputs are things like the state root, the receipt roots, the transactions root. These are things that normally go in the block header. So we think of a rollup being a thing that puts its L2 block inputs inside of Ethereum blob data, and Ethereum blob data's job is to sort of make sure that once it's in there, it stays and it doesn't get sort of reordered. And then we have our L2 block outputs, which are really our block headers. And in a rollup, we generally have these bridges, and the bridge's job is to use some system, either a snark, a dispute game, or something else, and to derive the block outputs, the block headers, from the inputs. So for our purposes, we're going to make this model a little bit more generic. And we're going to replace sort of Ethereum with an irreversibility gadget and these snarks with a validity gadget. Now let's quickly define these. So an irreversibility gadget convinces a verifier about what the L2 block input data is. And a validity gadget convinces a verifier about what the L2 block output data is given a given L2 block input. Example of an irreversibility gadget is the data posted to Ethereum and checking it via the existing Ethereum light client. And an example of a validity gadget is a snark that implements a state transition function. So once we have these gadgets, we can actually implement sort of a generic view of an L2 light client. And in this example here, we have the light client and the irreversibility gadget and the validity gadget. The light client starts by saying, hey, irreversibility gadget, convince me what the block inputs are. And it receives the block inputs, a proof, it checks the proof, and now it knows the inputs. So next it talks to the validity gadget, says, hey, validity gadget, convince me of what the block outputs are. And it sends the validity gadget, sort of figures out the block outputs, generates a proof, and sends it over. The light client verifies it, and now we know the block outputs, the block headers, and we've kind of done our job. So to understand the security of this, really the security of breaking our light client is the security, or the minimum of the security of our irreversibility gadget and our validity gadget. But let's now instantiate a light client. So to instantiate it, we're going to use, for our irreversibility gadget, the Ethereum Altair light client. So we're going to sync a light client and read data off of Ethereum. And now we know the block inputs. For our validity gadget, we're going to use a snark. It can potentially be a snark implemented by the bridge. And now when we execute a snark, we have an L2 light client. But we have one big problem here, and that problem is latency. So rollups tend to post data to L1 only every couple minutes. And on top of it, it takes some extra time to finalize. And snark generation today is slow. Hopefully in the future it won't be. But this means that our light client runs way too far behind the tip of the chain. So what are we going to do about that? Well, we are going to invoke the light client superpower. And the light client superpower is to balance security with latency and performance. So now we need to do something. We need to choose irreversibility gadgets and validity gadgets that offer lesser security guarantees, but lower latency and higher performance. And we do this, it means that we can pick any irreversibility gadget and any validity gadget that we can come up with. And we have an L2 light client, and we can make these choices so that they are best for a given use case. OK, so now we're going to talk about some irreversibility gadgets. These gadgets are kind of hard, because the L2s need to implement them themselves. Because right now, the sequencers have the full right to decide what gets put on Ethereum, and we can't force them to do anything. but the L2s can build mechanisms that will force them to commit to what they're going to put on Ethereum earlier. So we've already talked about Ethereum finality as a irreversibly gadget, but we also have 3 others that we're going to discuss. So the first one's very simple. It's a sequencer commitment. What this is we have the sequencer receives the block's inputs. It might just be generating the block inputs itself. And it's going to sign them. And then once it signs the block inputs, it sends them off to the light client, and the light client assumes that they're valid. And that's it. Light client just trusts the sequencer. It's not a very good, but it's a good start. It's a good first start. So our latency is very low. Really, the only hot path we have is signing. But our security is also very low. It's just as secure as trusting the sequencer. What's nice about this design is that most L2s already implement this today as part of their sequencer pre-confirmations. So we kind of get it for free. Now, I think we can do a little bit better. And we can add some economics to this. We can bond the sequencer to their responses. So in this case, it's kind of the same as before, but we have the sequencer start by bonding some assets on L1. And then they act kind of the same. They sign block inputs and send it off to light clients, and the light clients accept that it's valid. Additionally, the light client might want to run an L1 light client to sort of check up on the bond and say, is the bond big enough? And we add sort of an extra entity here, which is the watchers. Watchers are just sort of a group masquerading as light clients, and they also ask the sequencer to sign block inputs. But what they're doing is they also are running full nodes, and they are trying to figure out, is the sequencer being honest, right? They're going to watch L1 and see, is the sequencer actually going to post the data on L1 that they say that they're going to post? And if they don't, they sort of present previously signed inputs that conflict with what the sequencer put on L1, and it will slash the sequencer. So this is much better. The latency is still very good. Our hot path is just signing. And the security is better, and we could scale it kind of as much as we want just by increasing the bond. So let's go a little bit further and talk about one last irreversibly gadget, which is a fast finality committee. Now in this model, we have the sequencer sending block inputs off to a committee of n nodes. And what this committee's job is to agree on what the sequencer said. So it does a little bit of consensus, and it generates something called a quorum certificate, which is essentially a little proof that they did consensus correctly. And then they send a quorum certificate off to the light client. The light client verifies that the fast finality committee really agreed on what the sequencer said. And if it did, the light client accepts the inputs as valid. Now, we also have to make one change kind of to how the rollups post their data to Ethereum. And it's that you change kind of the validity of the rollup validity rules to say that some block inputs are only valid if they come with a quorum certificate that the fast finality committee sought. And now for latency, it's still pretty good. We know how to build relatively fast consensus mechanisms as long as n is not too big. And for security, it's reasonable, right? It turns out that we can even scale our security. So right now the security is that as long as at least or less than 1/3 are malicious, we should be good. But we can also add sort of bonds to the system and ensure that the fast finality committee is staked. And if they act maliciously, we can submit evidence to this onto L1 and slash them. And what's really cool about this is that there are sort of some traditional issues with slashing a consensus or operators of a consensus mechanism when more than 2/3 are malicious. But since we can do the slashing on Ethereum L1, we get around that completely, and we are able to tolerate greater than even 2/3 malicious and still slash them, even though the light client will be deceived. So OK, that's our irreversibly gadgets. So now we have a sort of good set of options for how do we figure out what the block inputs are, at least how do we figure it out faster than just waiting for it to land on Ethereum. But we need a couple of mechanisms to talk about how, given those inputs, how do we know the outputs? So we've already talked about snarks, but we have kind of 4 other ideas for what we could do. And the first one is sequencer commitments. This is basically the same as what we talked about in the sequencer commitment version of the irreversibly gadget. But in this, rather, the sequencer sort of receives some block inputs. It executes them. And then only once it's executed, it signs the input, comma, header tuple, and then sends that signed tuple over to the light client. The light client checks that it is the inputs it expects, and then trusts the headers as valid. Now for latency, still very good. The hot path is really just signing. We will probably execute eagerly, so we don't actually have to wait for that. And the security, though, much like before, is not so good. What's nice about it, though, is like before, sequencer pre-confirmations implemented by most L2s today give us this for free. But we can do better. We can do sort of the same strategy we did before. Let's add economics into the situation. So in this, we can have a bonder who bonds on L1. And in this case, the bonder doesn't need to be a sequencer. It can be anyone. And the light client will send over some block inputs that it had received from its irreversibility gadget and ask the bonder to execute it. They execute it, derive the block headers, and then send sort of a signed input header tuple. And then when the light client sees it, they just accept it as valid. Now again, we have watchers. The watchers are either masquerading as light clients or maybe just receiving these tuples from the light clients themselves. And they run full nodes. And if they notice that what the bonder is saying the output is different than what they see it as, they will generate a snark that executes the inputs and proves that it's not the same block header. Now this snark can be executed slowly. We don't have to worry about doing this very quickly. It can maybe take a day to generate. It doesn't matter. We just need to be able to eventually generate it, and then we can present the snark as well as the bonder signature that shows it's different, and slash the sequencer. So latency of this, again, still very good. The hot path is just signing. And the security of it is also OK, because we can scale the security as high as we want by just increasing the bond. You can even imagine asking for many bonders what their position is. And now you can kind of aggregate the security through multiple people rather than just requiring only the sequencer to be able to bond. But I think there are some other interesting sort of parts of the design space. So next we're going to talk about just using TEs. So in this case, it's really simple. The light client sends over the block inputs, TE executes them, and then signs them. But the one additional thing they do is they send TE attestation. TE attestation is a special thing that a TE can do to kind of convince someone what kind of code is running on it. And the light client sort of receives the signature, checks that it's valid, receives the attestation, checks that the TE really is running the code they say they're running. They're hopefully running the code that executes the state transition function. And then it accepts it as valid. The latency of this is very good. The security of it, we don't know. Lots of people have opinions on how secure TEs are, but what my belief is that however secure TEs are today, they're certainly going to get more secure in the future, which means that this is maybe a good part of the design space. And we're going to talk about one final validity gadget. This one is actually my favorite. So this is off-chain dispute games. So an off-chain dispute game is going to function a lot like a traditional dispute game that we see optimistic rollups do, with the one major difference being that an optimistic rollup does its dispute game through the layer 1. So you have all of these players who are arguing about what the output is, and they play their moves on an L1 smart contract. And the problem with this is that you have to assume worst-case inclusion times for every move in the game, which means it plays extremely slowly. Most dispute games take at least a week or have a week-long window to be played when you're playing it through L1. Now, what's cool about an off-chain dispute game is that for our light client, we can simply connect to multiple servers. We have no idea how many of them are malicious. Even the majority can be malicious. We're hoping just one is honest. And we can have them send us, hey, what's the block header given these inputs? They all send over the block header. And if they all agree, you say, perfect, life is good. We're going to accept it. Now, if one or more disagree, we make them play a dispute game. But we make them play a dispute game not on L1. We make them play a dispute game through the light client. All the moves get played in the light client. Now, the light client certainly doesn't want to censor the players, so we have relatively good guarantees that all of these players are able to make their moves in a timely fashion, which means we can run the game very, very quickly. So the latency of this is OK. If we assume the happy case that they all agree, the latency is fast. If we assume the case that a dispute's going to happen, the latency is less fast. Even though we don't have this horrible latency that a on-chain dispute game has, we still have a little bit of latency because each of these players do need to do a lot of computations. But modern kind of dispute game provers are getting better and better at doing this. And for security, I think it's really fantastic because we have what's called existential honesty, which means as long as you're connected to just one honest player, you're guaranteed to get the correct output. Now, another thing that's good about this design is once we identify sort of the set of players we're connected to that are bad, we pick maybe 10, 20 people to connect to, hopefully some people with maybe some reputation. And the second we see one has lost a dispute game, well, we kick them out. We never ask them again. So it means that we can use this mechanism to keep a kind of set of very reasonable players to work with. So now with these irreversibility gadgets and validity gadgets done, we get this really nice light client security latency trade-off matrix for L2s. So we have all of these irreversibility gadgets and all of these validity gadgets, and you get to pick one from each and design a light client that works for your use case. So to recap, we have a new way of thinking about L2 light clients, and to build better L2 light clients, we just need better irreversibility gadgets and better validity gadgets. So what are we doing with Helios? We want to implement all the L2s and all the gadgets. So Helios now supports the OP stack, uses sequencer commitments for both irreversibility and validity. And what's next? We're going to add more L2s, more validity gadgets, and more reversibility gadgets. So if you want to help, reach out to me on Telegram. Here's my Telegram here. We'd love to help work together and build the future of light clients. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Noah. We have some very sophisticated questions here. I'm happy to go through them and ask you. So what incentives have regular nodes for serving all these light nodes? Right now, they are minorities, so this doesn't matter. But what happens when light nodes start to flooding normal nodes?
Yes, that's an awesome question. So there are kind of a bunch of different designs for how a light client gets data. And sort of the two popular ones are, one, a peer-to-peer network. A good example is the Portal network, who's doing great work. And in this case, it's kind of hard, right? You're hoping they sort of altruistically serve data, and maybe that works, maybe that doesn't. We'll have to see. But there are other options, right? An option that Helios uses, and Helios is the light client I work on, is we sort of implement the RPC proxy architecture, where we connect directly to a traditional RPC, and we use that to fetch the data we need, but we do it in a very special way. We're using lots of ETH_getProof calls. And this means we have light clients have a direct business relationship with who they're getting data from, but they don't have to trust that person. They just need to make sure that person actually responds to them. So we do have kind of a bit of a spectrum here, and hopefully the peer-to-peer network stuff works. I really, really hope that we can do it that way. But we also have these RPC proxy designs.
Okay, thank you so much. Then is there any small protocol changes rollups could do to improve the trade-off between security and latency for rollup light clients?
Yes, great question. So for validity gadgets, we can just make them as we see fit. We can spin up TEs, we can bond. But for irreversible gadgets, it's much harder. This is because while the sequencer hasn't posted the data back to L1, we have no good way of knowing what they'll post. We just have to hope they tell us the truth. So L2 teams, it would be awesome if they think about building these sort of fast finality committees or start bonding to what they say they're going to post. And if we do that, we end up in a very, very nice world because we have more we can work with. Additionally, there are some changes that L1 could do. We heard Justin talk about the beam chain, which includes fast finality and lower slot times. And if we have fast finality and lower slot times, we can do techniques like based sequencing and just have the L2s post their batches every block. And in this world, we get basically the most secure possible irreversibility gadget, Ethereum, with low latency, which I think is probably the end game, but it's going to be a little while.
All right. Next question. I have different ones. What would be the economic incentive for a bonder?
Yeah, it's a little weird, right? Because if you bond, once you sort of sign a message, I can't prevent someone from forwarding that message off. So it's like this data market problem where it's hard to keep that signed message secure or hidden later. So it's very hard to make it so that you pay for the bond. There may be sort of these insurance style designs where when the bonder gets slashed, maybe half of their assets are burned, but the other half can be given to the wronged parties. And in that case, the wrong party is one of these light clients, and they could pay directly for it. And then in this case, we actually have like kind of a direct relationship where the light client is paying not just for the signed message, but really for the insurance when something goes wrong. And this gives them a relatively nice economic design.
Okay, and this one is nice. When we achieve stateless clients on Ethereum, will light clients become obsolete, assuming 99.99% internet uptime in the future?
No, light clients become better. So there are two types of stateless clients, I guess. One is like a stateless executing client where we can just execute all of the transactions locally, but they have witnesses to all the state that they touch. And doing that is still going to be hard. You're not going to be able to do it on a phone or on other potentially really lightweight hardware. So we'll still need light clients. Now in this like future Beam world where we've snarked everything, we still need light clients because the consensus layer is very simple. The consensus layer is grab the proof and verify it, which would be awesome. I hope we do that. But we still need to build these execution provers. We still need to have strategies for how to fetch data and sort of coordinate all those proofs. So we'll absolutely still need light clients, and I think stateless clients are going to make light clients even better.
All right. Thank you so much, George, for this very insightful presentation. I learned that it's always a balance between security and performance, as always. We have 4 minutes break right now until we hear from Leona. So please refresh yourself and be back on time at 6 p.m. for the last session. Hello and welcome back on stage 5 here at Devcon. It's a long day, but are you still here? Are you excited for the last talk? A little bit more energy, please. Because we will have Leona on stage talking about unlocking new possibilities with stateless architectures in L2s. And don't forget, here will soon be a QR code that you can scan to, during the talk, like come up with very sophisticated and nice questions that I can then ask at the end of the talk. So we finish off with very informative questions and answers. Give it up for Leona.
Hi everybody, I'm Leona from Inmax. Today I want to talk about statelessness, on the how it works, on the how it behaves, and how to cook it. So have you ever heard of statelessness, or maybe you heard of Inmax, maybe you know something about her statelessness, I guess. So Inmax is a stateless layer of Ethereum. And you can believe that this is surrounding the stateful network, including our Ethereum layer 1 or the other rollups. It's providing the extreme scalability and privacy at the same time. So statelessness is something mysterious. Sometimes it works like a privacy coin like Monero or Gcash, and sometimes it's like smart contract platform. Sometimes it's like a payment system or app-specific chain. Sometimes it's general. So I want to invite you to the rabbit hole of statelessness today and how it works as a transfer layer of Ethereum. So there's a trade-off, of course. Stateless is more and more scalable than stateful rollups and the stateful layer 1s. And it's more private and less functionality. So transfer is the most important part of statelessness. And actually, we can do many things with these transfer functionalities. So if we do the conditional payment, we can use a smart contract to process the payment in certain conditions. It makes our DEX, it makes our NFT marketplace, it makes our, many stuffs are with that. So if we talk about the architecture, or relationship with the other networks, it's like surrounding or the Ethereum ecosystem with the stateless payment layer or transfer layer. So rollups and Ethereum, they have more functionality with certain state and the conditions. And basically, Inmax is more interoperable and it's more unstoppable, private, extremely scalable. Why stateless layer is so scalable, we can summarize that is because by its definition, it's all about posting the minimized constant data on chain. In a narrow definition of in cryptography space or cryptography, financial cryptography, the statelessness is all about the minimum data, constant minimum data on chain. And it means that you don't have to get annoyed by the fluctuation gas fee, because no matter how many people come to in one network, it's constant cost on chain, right, in terms of data cost. So surrounding stateless layer helps there many use cases, privacy, interoperability, and constant gas cost, eliminating the fluctuating gas fee. So this is a clear comparison with each other. So we can describe this trade-off between statefulness and the statelessness in a more detailed way. So there are many scalability solutions, right? So for example, Inmax 2 and PlasmaNext is coming from Inmax. It's more focused on statelessness. Lightning Network is the most famous scalability solution in Bitcoin space. Plasma is well discussed in 5 years ago, or yeah, something like that, 2018. And rollups, it's booming, maturing right now, right? So in terms of this comparison, I don't say it's kind of 100% fair, because sometimes we need to add the privacy, which Lightning Network and Inmax have. Sometimes our rollups have more functionality, so we need to add that. So yeah, I don't think this triangle describes everything, but basically in terms of most important part, the basic US, basic safety and the scalability, it's all about statelessness and the capital efficiency and offline safety. If you have a offline safety, you can have, you don't have to run node to keep yourself safe. And if you have capital efficiency, you can, spend your own money instantly after you deposit, right? And statelessness it's all about scalability. They're posting their minimized data on chain. So this triangle is quite important to have the essential scalability of blockchain. And in terms of that, yeah, Inmax 2 PlasmaNext have a very good triangle. The Lightning Network, it has it's a great scalability, but capital efficiency and offline safety is quite challenging. And rollups, they have a quite good UX with capital efficiency and good offline safety, but it's less scalable. Oops. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I want to introduce briefly how to cook statelessness. It's like, first, step one, we need to have a communication between block producers and the user side. User side receives their marker proof as their UTXO. So each marker proof given by operator or block producer is UTXO. UTXO itself is a marker proof, and you can input that in the ZKP circuit off-chain, and basically you can sign back to the block producer to prevent skipping this procedure. Then basically it's making sure that you guys can have your data on your client side. Then this is how to make safety in this communication compared with ZKP and block producing on chain. Yeah, so proof update, it's like in this communication. And once you are given the proof, you need to prove that your proof is not spent after that, right? And basically we can apply the no transaction proof after you were given the macro proof by block producer. Then you can prove that you didn't spend your money after you got this proof. Then this proof is still valid after your block is after the block is changed, or after we have a new block or state. So surprisingly, basically it makes only 5 bytes data on chain for each transaction. And each transaction, you can increase 10,000 transfer to that 5 bytes transaction cost without any additional data. Now this is quite a big achievement we had for this, to make this stateless payment layer. And how to make sure that your UTXO given marker proof is safe. No, you can prove that it's not spent after that, but your kind of incoming transaction or incoming UTXO, how to make sure that it's safe and it's true money. It's an endless chain of the balance proof, right? Your UTXO is coming from another person, and another person got that from another person, right? It's an endless chain of transition of UTXO or the ownership of UTXO, right? So we can, in some client-side verification or client-side or validation project have infinite lengths of this verification actually, and how to make it efficient enough to be practical. So we can obviously apply the recursive ZKP, right? This is the endless recursive ZKP. So in this architecture, so basically you can think that ZKP n-2 is proven in n-1, and the ZKP n-1 is proven in our ZKP n, and this is our endless chain of ZKP, right? So once you verify the previous ZKP, this proves the entire history of ZKP at the same time, right? So because it's already proven the previous one, and the previous one already proven the previous one, right? So this chain of ZKP is extremely efficient way to verify the entire history of UTXO. Once you verify the previous one, simultaneously it means that you verify and prove that entire history of UTXO and the entire history of ZKP chain is valid. So coming back to the previous slide, it's an endless chain of ZKP and the endless chain of UTXO, pass it off-chain, nothing go on-chain, and this goes simultaneously on each client side. So if there are million users, million level parallelization. If there are billion users, billion level parallelization happen in each client side. So yeah. I want to make it short. So yeah, the last advertisement is like, one transaction you can increase an almost unlimited number of transfers in one transaction without adding any on-chain data. Basically, it's constant, and you can prove, aggregate so many transactions, and everything will be totally private, and everything will be totally peer-to-peer. So this is the construction and the surprising result which we made. And at last, we need to say that how we are base rollup. And what is base rollup? Yeah, basically Justin Drake come up with this idea, and according to him, our team found the concept of base rollup independently a bit later than him. And basically, Inmax 2 is base rollup, and base rollup means that it's interoperable with the other rollups, especially the other ZK rollups, base rollups. So basically, concept of base rollup is making many layer 2s one big layer 2, and it's the most, recently I found that it's the most exciting idea in this space as well. And base rollup is like, uniting the mechanism in layer 2 space. And Inmax is originally, Inmax 2 is originally base rollup, meaning that it's interoperable with the other chain, and once you verify or send a transaction in this Inmax 2 rollup, you can transact with the other smart contract on the other base rollup. And it's more like an academic side take on the statelessness. I said so many things about the statelessness, and I said it's great. And at the same time, there's a criticism that it's impossible. And basically, what they are saying is totally correct. And they are saying that these red lines, and basically it's meaning that, let's say, stateless system needs frequent local proof update. And the local proof update sometimes it's quite annoying, and sometimes it's not so annoying, or it's quite harmless. And in our architecture, a local proof update is quite harmless. So yeah, basically the main direction to solve this problem is like making local proof updates less harmful or critical or totally harmless. And in our system, it's almost it's just make a 5-second delay in our communication between block producer and the transaction sender. So basically, it's quite solved in our development. But yeah, please remember that stateless is kind of possible in some conditions, and Inmax is avoiding this problem. Okay, at the last, we are doing the privacy mining right now. So I said like stateless architecture have a strong feature of privacy, and it brings the privacy to layer 1 at the same time right now. So once you verify, once you deposit money to our contract and withdraw our contract, basically we don't have any links between them. Nobody can see the links between them, right? And we are rewarding that mechanism. And the more and more people come into this privacy mining, more and more anonymity set, the greater anonymity set we can have together, right? So it's a very big social experiment for me to do, simply because it's something new to kind of enabling people, making people able to buy anonymity set, right? And it's a chance for the market to buy anonymity set instead of paying their transaction fee or in their privacy protocols. And it's a new kind of way to find the price of privacy. And we cannot define the price of privacy today, but it's an experiment to make an equilibrium in the market to find out how much do we need to pay for the anonymity set. So please join this social experiment and of course get rewarded and please make your asset private in this program. So this is just an invitation, and it's a bit independent from the stateless stuff, but yeah, I'm doing this passionately, so please join this. And thanks for listening to me today, and yeah, the thing's done.
All right, thank you so much, Leona. We have one question so far, so please don't forget, if you have any questions for Leona, please scan the QR code and enter the question. But let's start with this one. So given the huge difference with general L2s, is the expectation like users to use others usually for executing contracts and spending Inmax when they want to simply transfer a lot and or with privacy?
So yeah, a bit are taking time to understand this question, but basically, yeah, of course, it's a huge difference between the general contract execution in other layer 2s and the basically sending a token Inmax. And the Inmax provides a conditional payment. So sometimes it's make our execution of smart contract, but it depends it's restricted to conditional payments, which means that you cannot lock the token on smart contract like Avi or Uniswap and these kind of stuff. And it's more, of course, it's private. And so, expectation. So basically, we are expecting that people use this for extremely cheap payments with smart contract condition. And yeah, that's their expectation. So yeah, I think it's quite correct, our understanding.
Okay, thank you. And the second question would be how to manage higher computation requirements and potential latency in transactions.
So higher computation requirements, and yeah, this is quite a good question. And actually, it's quite limited. So as I said, as I described in the chain of the ZKP picture, basically each ZKP is proving the entire history and its constant cost. And it takes 2 seconds in Mach M2 and the 5 seconds are in older version, I guess. And it's quite limited. So yeah, higher computation requirements it's not true actually. Yeah, basically we can think that 2 or 5 seconds or delay or latency is everything. We can have other. We need to have other downside, and yeah, it's quite limited. And at the same time, it's getting shorter and shorter because of the evolution of machine and the ZKP itself. So yeah, the latency, 5 seconds latency makes everything, scalability, interoperability, privacy, and this kind of stuff.
Okay. Someone was able to sneak in another question. So we have how privacy mining connected to the statelessness and Inmax. I would probably say how is privacy mining connected to the statelessness and Inmax?
So it's all about the making great anonymity set. So statelessness, actually it's not so connected with statelessness. Statelessness makes privacy and make the breach of the privacy application, right? So for L1 users, Inmax works like a privacy application. And for the payment user or layer 2 users, it's like a payment focus app specific layer 2, right? So I think that yeah, the connection is privacy, and we need a more greater set of anonymity in terms of privacy. So that's the reason why it's somehow connected, and we need to emphasize that this token economics is quite useful for both of them, L1 users and the L2 users.
All right. Now you come with the questions. We can only have one last one, and that's it. And only a quick answer. How to bridge ERC20 token to Inmax?
And just deposit. That's it.
Doesn't work. All right, then let's wrap it up. Give you a big applause to Leona. And that's it for today. We see each other tomorrow again, and I hope you enjoy your night. Don't go too hard on the parties because the sessions are usually better in the morning.
check 1 2 check 1 2 Sorry for interrupting. This stage we have the rehearsal for tomorrow, so may you guys please leave this room. Sorry for any inconvenience that happening. Thank you for your cooperation.ขอบคุณครับทุกคนวันนี้เก่งมากขอบคุณครับเดี๋ยวเราไล่ไปเป็นฝ่ายๆนะครับว่าทีมไหนติดปัญหาตรงไหนแล้วพรุ่งนี้อยากให้แก้ไขอะไรบ้างนะครับเดี๋ยวเริ่มจากทีมสเตทก่อนก็ได้ครับฮะsorry I just let today we will go department by department anything that's get wrong or anything want to improve or change I will start from the state department first any speaker challenging or Joshua that's he still curiosity on his presentation till the last minute. He don't pick up the call or anybody can reach him, even the clients, right? Okay. it's quite a personal stuff นะ ไม่ใช้ลิงก์ด้วยอีดอกโอ้ยโทษค่ะไม่ใช้ลิงก์ Google Slide ด้วยไม่คุยด้วยเดี๋ยวนะแยกมาเป็นหัวข้อสปีกเกอร์เลยว่าโจชัวโอเคชัว and okay move on to the next department light stream peanut any one thing that I got is section number 8 that we cannot shoot the intro animation on the live streaming because we don't have the right mark with the MC. So tomorrow MC vocal please just like not forcing them to use please welcome or just them should let us know which word that we have to shoot. Okay, so tomorrow just like have the agreement, not agreement, like ข้อตกลง with him that we going to use this word and I will let the team know that when this word coming out of his mouth we will shoot the intro animation right away. Yeah, just I don't know, just try. Can it be? Yeah, but at first we try to brief them first, like we need the markup words to shoot this thing with the AV team. And anything else for live streaming? Internet is belong to QSNCC anyway, but I will note to them.พี่สามอยู่ไหมครับพี่สามติดอะไรไหมครับหนูไม่มีเนาะ Lighting โอเคโอบีติดอะไรไหมของ Lighting เดี๋ยวแป๊บหนึ่งเดี๋ยวเราจะไปที่ OB แป๊บหนึ่งเอา Lighting ให้จบก่อนไม่ติดอะไรใช่ไหมครับไฟใดๆทุกอย่างโอเคหรือไม่แบบจังหวะเขาเดินเราเลื่อนไฟทันหรือไม่ทันมีไหมหรือว่ามันโอเคอยู่แล้วโอเคครับเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้มันจะมีแบบเซสชั่นแบบ10 นาทีอะไรอย่างงี้ด้วยใช่10 นาที20 นาทีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยโอเค done with lighting soundนบุญพี่แบงค์เมื่อเช้าไมค์เบอร์ 2ที่ฐานมัน draining so fast ไมค์เบอร์ 2ที่ฐานมันหมดไวมากครับอันนั้นคือเราได้เปลี่ยนหรือว่าไมค์มันดูดฐานเฉยๆหรือมันอะไรอะครับเปลี่ยนหมดใช่ไหมครับเดี๋ยวไม่เป็นไรแต่มันไม่ดับหนูก็โอเคหนูไม่ได้ติดอะไรแค่แบบอยากรีเช็คเฉยๆ OB ครับ next move to OB live camera list down your problemเขาบอกแหละว่าไม่เกินพรมสีม่วงถูกไหม ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวลองดูว่าเราจะเพิ่มบางคนก็ตื่นเต้นพี่บอยมันแบบเขาไม่ใช่นักพูดมืออาชีพหมายถึงจุดตอบคำถามหนูวางไว้ตรงนี้นะแต่เมื่อวานทุกคนมันยืนตรงนี้ไงบอกหนูเห็น MC ผายมือชีก็เดินอีกคนพูดก็MC ก็มือจะหักอยู่แล้วค่ะหนูคือ MC ก็นี่ก็นี่ก็เดินเดี๋ยวหนูโน้ตไว้ให้เขาว่ามันมีแบ็กช็อตใช่ปะที่แบบไม่หมายถึงว่าที่เป็นแบบสปีกเกอร์แบ็กช็อตใช่ไหมโอเคครับ anything else any problem else from OB first หมดแหละโอเคกราฟิกมีเดียมาว่ามา any issue the intro animation I already written it down that the resolution from the link is not the same as the LED wall that we have I already written that down actually only like the one before the last because the last one that I checked is already turned into 1920 multiplied by 180 anyway so we just make sure like it's only one link that is the mistake โอเคครับ from I'm not telling the agenda that I have last seen tomorrow we have no breaks no lunch break and the session is quite a tiny session เป็น session เล็กๆเยอะๆครับ it's about 18 to 20 session I cannot remember but for now there are no breaks just FYI for your information for tomorrow but everything can be changed in tonight I'm not very sure for tomorrow I will when I got the information I will update to all of you again and for today please give a big hand to yourself you are doing good I'm so proud of my team โอเคครับไม่มีอะไรแล้วเดี๋ยว so who gonna for the call time please check to directly to from your advisor and from your department I'm not the one that told the calling time and Jay will be report with Bernard yep because like you are counting as a AV crew I'm the one that counting as a show team it's quite complex ขอบคุณครับวันนี้ไม่มีซ้อมอะไรแล้วเดี๋ยวถ้าจะซ้อมif I wanna rehearsal I just gonna do like Q to Q like 2-3 session like today for tomorrow morning to like boost up that what we going to do not anything rehearsal for today ครับ thank you very much ขอบคุณครับ